This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It's day 17, and it is a big day because at the end of these 5 matches, we will officially know what the Super 5 looks like and exactly who will be there, who will carry points through to the Super 5s as well. So that's coming up tomorrow on Peacock Friday. 2 matches, or 2 days of matches there, and then we'll have finals day on Sunday. As you can see, the weather here, quite nice at the moment. It was quite nice earlier when we had Tyrone Peters back in action with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss in the first match of the day, match number 80 between Malo and the Lisbon Werewolves.
Werewolves the call. Head is the call. It's a tails. They're going to bet.
So Malo win the toss, no hesitation to bat there. In fact, I think he was already getting ready to strap on the pads there, Mian Shahid. And Malo, basically, they just need to take a single point out of 12 today to lock up a spot in the Super 5. And I think the way that the draw is looking, they look assured to be in the top 2. We'll come to that in a second, but first let's go back and have a look at yesterday's action. Aarish against Ronan CC to kick off the day. Kind of an off performance with the bat in the beginning from Aarish, but they did recover through a couple of 40s, particularly Junaid Khan, 49 out of 16, was a bit of a star there. 137 for 6 off the 10. Ronan never quite able to overhaul that. Jasvinder fought hard for 26. Faf Stoneman with 3 for 17, and Macy with 2 wickets made sure that Ronan were kept to under 100. So Aarish, they didn't take all 4 points. They took the win out of the first game of the day. They matched 76. The Werewolves were able to put 115 on the board. Now, this is a bit of an interesting one because it set up the battle for 3rd place, I think, in the group. But Fighters, even though they were on the ropes after 5 overs, they recovered through Parminder and Parvinder, and they were able to chase down the target with 11 balls to spare. Then Aarish really put on a show in match 77 as Conrad Greenshields scored his first ever ECN century 3.5 years after he first debuted on the network, and it was a biggie. 148 not out off 39 in a monster score of 196 for 2. Ronan CC in response only managing 77. A bit of a tough one, but well, that innings from Greenshields was a breakout. It was his 15th half-century. He turned it into his first ever 100. Whereas took all the points out of that, and then the Werewolves back on deck against Fighters. A bit of a rematch of match 76. This time, very similar score. Werewolves 112 this time, with 44 not out from Ahmed Shafat and 39 from Rajbir, setting up that total. But Fighters CC, through Virku, rode his luck early, then managed to make it to a half-century despite the efforts of Kashi Ram, who took 2 for 14 for the Wolves. The Fighters, they were able to chase it down, but with only 1 ball to spare. That was the tightest game of the day. The last game of match 16 last night. Fighters taking on Ronan CC, and it was a bit of a tough one for Ronan CC. Their last outing in this European Cricket Series. Fighters racked up 151. Bilal with a very stylish half-century that came in quick time. 2 wickets each for Kandel, Gaurav Sharma and Bipin Thapa, but it was all in vain because Ronan CC once again not able to get the triple digits. Sinha, the captain, with the captain's knock of 40. 20 from Gurjant Dilla in there. Parminder Singh capped off a very good day with a couple of wickets in the last innings last night. So this is where we're at in Group B. Now, bearing in mind, at the end of the day, the top 2 automatically through. Now, the 3rd place will go through if they have more than 25 points, and that seems assured, really, doesn't it? Because Aarish and Fighters already have more than 25. Malo are already on 25, and so, yeah, even a single point would take them through. But I suppose Malo today, I suppose with a perfect day, they could get to 37, and if Aarish didn't take a point out of the last game, theoretically, they could finish on top. But I think this is a bit of a tune-up for some of the teams that seem assured, and really the top 3 there, they seem assured of taking part in the Super 5s. That was bad news for Gorka 11, who are 3rd in Group A, because the best placed 3rd team goes through, and really it doesn't seem realistic that Malo would lose all 3 games without taking a point in any 3, especially since they're always against lower-ranked opponents. They've got 2 games against Precious later on. Right now, they're taking on the Werewolves. And you can see that Malo winning the toss and electing to bat in that one. You saw it with Tyrone Peters earlier. Zafar Ali comes in, and so does Saeed Ali Mahedi. I think that's Saeed Maisam that comes in. And for the Werewolves, well, Shafat played well yesterday. Tabish listed top of the order. Rajbir has been pretty good. Malo 85% favourites. Werewolves would love to take a big scalp here. Does seem like they won't be involved after today. So it gives them a chance to take, maybe just shatter the confidence of one or two players, maybe the sides above them. Anyway, great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. We're ready to go, and it's Gurpreet Singh that gets us going with the dot. Gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello to Dave B, who's watching from France. Hello to Kroom, watching from the UK. Terry Richmond watching from Australia. Rob Thompson. I know that he is a big fan of Ronan, but we'll won't see again, unfortunately. It's a bit wide. It's a beautiful, bright day here so far. Already 20 degrees, heading for 29. Oh, edged, and that's gone. Well taken low down by the keeper. Ahmed Shafat having a pretty good series. And credit to Gurpreet. He's going to get Mian Shahid for a duck. I got to say, Mian Shahid, he was very quick to want to have a bat, but he's not going to last too long. Look at that, good outswinger, playing away from his body. Mian Shahid, well, it's a healthy edge on that, but here's the thing with Mian Shahid, and look, he has scored a bunch of runs on the network, don't get me wrong, but that is his 12th duck on ECN. I remember a couple of years ago, went through a bit of a horror run. Does have 2 half centuries, including his high of 60 on the network. Scored against Friendship earlier in this series, but yeah, that was a bit of an irritating one for Mian, but he's got to go, and it's 1 for 1. So Najam Shazad comes out in a number 3 position. Again, good swing. That's what you want to do early. I think to get good batters, get top order batters in these conditions, you have to move the ball off the straight. Hello to Alan as well, who's popped in. And Viking Bay was in early with DC. Hello to Caleb Langford watching from the Isle of Man as well. As Shazad pushes and gets the first run off the bat for the day. There's Habibullah. I'm sure he'd like to make a bit of an impact while he's here. Come in for the first time on the Wolves' last day of action. This is outside the off stump and called a wide. Look, mathematically, the Werewolves, by the way, I'm saying it's their last day, but I mean, mathematically, they could get to 28 points. If they could have a big win here, at the moment, Malo's on 25. But I suppose the issue is Malo's playing the winless Precious twice. As this is pulled away by Amir Zaib, the Rock. Doesn't really time it. They don't really run that hard either, but they will get a single. So yeah, the Werewolves, if they had their perfect day, I suppose they could qualify. The fact they're still in the picture tells you that they've had a reasonably successful series, given that they're playing their first ever ECS, one of 3 new teams here in Group B. That's something we talked about a lot during this series, that cricket's grown a lot in Portugal, even over the last couple of years. To have 14 clubs involved this time, it's the most we've ever had. I suppose the schedule has allowed it, with 3 weeks allocated rather than the regular 2. Wide as well. But yeah, the first ever ECS here, it had 6 teams. That was all the way back in 2020. Zaib. Last ball the first over. Faces Gurpreet. Short, he goes a straight pull and hits it well enough. Gets it away from the fielder. One bounce four. It's a bit too short that time. Gurpreet was effective when he pitched the ball up and got it to Talk, but that'll be the end of the first over. And the score is 11 for 1. And that first ever ECS, I remember watching it back in September 2020. Malo ended up winning that with comprehensive victory over Alvalade CC in the final. Looking at some numbers, well, we're exactly 900 maximos at the moment. And slightly more fours than sixes in this tournament. Over 12,000 runs. Average run rate of 11.8 and over. And now, well, after that wicket, we've got 597 wickets in the series. So it's a lot of entertainment. Look, just with that 11.8 runs and over, I feel that probably likely in the Super 5s we'll see a slightly higher rate, because I think there have been a few teams that have struggled to go at that kind of tour ball plus kind of pace. So I feel that when we get to the Super 5s, which will start tomorrow, as we see Amritpal coming on here in over number 2, probably I think that par goes up more like the 130 mark rather than the 118 you see there. And this one is down the leg side. It's almost stopped there by the very fine third, but it's going to be 4 runs. Just deflected away around the corner. Oh, Diana springing into action. She's trying to get the right shot, but yeah, she'll be working on her fielding, I've heard. Could be a smoky to play for Romania one of these days. Certainly knows a lot about cricket now after working with the tour for a couple of years. Shazad watches this one go harmlessly. Yeah, first game of the day. Times it can take a little bit of time to shake the rust off. Like, no excuses as far as the conditions. It's very beautiful right now. And we were plagued by some weather issues in the first half of this tournament. It's been a loose shot from Shazad. And that's Amritpal getting it right this time. Both Amritpal Singh and Amritpal Singh Jr. in this side. No relation, but just to disambiguate. Shazad, former Portuguese captain. He's going to get one on his hip. And that's going to be pulled away. Well, this will be an interesting one. But it was tipping a bit. But, yeah, is it waist high or above? Looking straight at the umpire. Let's have a look what the replay tells. Yeah, to me it's a no ball. Yeah, it's been called. And then, as you can see, the result of the shot here from Shazad is no ball, and wait for it. I think. Wide down the leg side, next ball. Still a free hit then. Hit down the ground, and this will beat the fielder. That'll be 4 as Shazad is going to cash in with 4 runs. going down the leg side. And Shazad a bit disappointed that he didn't cash in on that one. Gotta say, Amrit Pal, he's kind of got some good attributes as a fast bowler. I think probably he just needs to work on his accuracy a bit. He's got the kind of action where there's a lot of moving parts and can be a little bit inconsistent. Oh well, Shazad, he's had about enough of this. He's mishit a few, he's hit a few. That one goes miles. Maximo! Malo looking to build a big score here. I think Malo, they've had the odd-off performance during this series. We haven't seen them for a while, don't forget. They'll be very, very keen to kind of assert their authority. They've never lost a European cricket series here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. We last saw them in match 64, which was back on Friday, just before we broke for the Western Shield. This one is pushed for a single. Shazad moves to 23, to a rollicking start. Yes, actually, these two played in that game on Friday night, just before the Western Shield started. Anyway, this will take us to the end of the second over, and the score is 36 for 1. Looking at the table, you can see what I mean about the Werewolves. I mean, they've got 2 games to play. They could potentially get as high as 28 points, which would get them into 3, but and Malo, even if that was to happen, Malo are playing Precious twice, and Precious are 0 and 9. They'll play 3 matches today, and how about their run home? Got 2 matches against Malo and 1 against Aarish, so that could be a bit of a bloodbath. But I guess we'll see how those games are approached as well. If the positions are known, it also might kind of force captains into a choice, whether they want to play their regulars or whether they want to give a few opportunities to some people that might need one or might like one. We'll see. It's pretty well bowled first up. This is Kashi Ram, who I just think his bowling's come a long way. He's very raw, even a week and a half ago when we first saw him on ECN. He's got that good slinging kind of action, which is kind of in vogue. But I like that he's gone over the wicket now. I mean, not that he can't go around the wicket, but his over the wicket seems to be causing a few more difficulties. Gives him more avenues of attack. This is a foolish ball again. I don't think this is too high, but it's worth a look. I'm a bit annoyed doesn't get that past the fielder. Here comes the ball. Down leg side. Ram. This kind of falls away a bit. He's had a big workload, hasn't he, in this series. Yeah, shoulder probably just hanging on at the moment. I mean, look, to be fair, it is only 2 overs a game. At most, I suppose you bowl 24 overs, which I suppose some cricketers will do in a day in a longer format, but it's certainly takes a toll, I think, warming up, warming down. And this one, he gets very, very wrong. It is up towards the chest or even higher of Najam Shazad, who lifts it up and out of the ground. Máximo 7 carreras, porque eso es una 7-up. 7-ups here, baby. Malo, 46 in just 14 balls, legal balls that is. A free hit to come. Ram just looks like he's just holding on, I think, with his body here. Werewolves, again, they've got a bit of a big day as well. Playing this first game, but also the middle game. You can see there, Ram. You saw, actually, to be fair to him, he's holding his chest and his shoulder before that delivery. Now he has to deal with the free hit. Shazad 30 off 11. Off to the races. Free hit. Gets a bit of bat on it. Gets into the gap. Oh, you couldn't place the ball better than that. And once that ball gets past the infield, You're running downhill. And I think there was a little bit of a too many cooks situation here. I think if there was one fielder in the picture, they might have been able to put a better effort on it. But yeah, once it got through, they weren't able to chase it down. Now, Shazad is going to put another one out of the park. Maximo. And thanks for coming. Really, this has turned into a bit of a horror over for Ram at the moment. It's gone magical, and it's not finished yet. Still 2 to go. Yeah, good ball though. That's all you can really do as a bowler. Try and come back strongly. So beautiful weather here, and hopefully it continues. We've got expected maximums of 29 today, 28 tomorrow, 29 on Saturday, and 29 on Sunday. And everyone that was kind of bagging the Portugal weather, well, have a look at this. This is what we're used to here, actually. This is dragged from an off-stump line. Well handled there. Ram does get out of the over, but does go magical before the turnaround. It's 58 for 1 after 3. You can see there, kind of lost his shape a little bit. But yeah, 2 dangerous hitters at the crease for Malo right now. (11, 25 and 22). The Rock, Amir Zaib, never forget he scored a very, very good half century against the Netherlands in the ECC a few years ago. All right, this one is hooked away, and that's going to be a no ball. And really, the carnage continues. Whacked away and bounces just inside the line. That's going to be a no ball +4, and really, Werewolves have let the cat out of the bag here big time. Free hit. Drags it leg side. Oh, well. I suppose it wouldn't have been a cat, so he goes to stop it with his feet. Not sure I would have gone with that. How do you like that? You won't find that in the textbook, but it was a free hit, so it wouldn't have been caught. This is Habibullah, who's hitting a ball. I like the look of him so far. Change about there for Zaib. Yeah, Habibullah just kind of rolling out a few leg spinners. This one is up in the air, and that's going to be out of the ground as well. Maximo Malo on course for something substantial. Going at 20 and over at the moment. The computer's saying 178. I feel it could be more than that. All right, this is cut away, and that's going to be four. So the boundaries just keep on coming at the moment. Habibullah, any slight inaccuracy is getting punished at the moment. And now this one is up, and that's going to pitch. Well, it's going to pitch right on the line, I think. Have a look at this on the replay. All right, so Zaib, 28 off 9 now. And getting both knees down to that one. And Steve Bush in the chat saying looks like the leather is getting smacked early today. Yeah, no doubt about it. Malo, after only 4 overs, they're up to 82 on the board. Building a very, very big total, you can imagine. Got to say, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, of course. Rico is off this week, in case you're wondering. He'll be back on Monday in France, the first ever ECS in France. Corey, well, he would have been up very early this morning. And he, I assume, made the plane. Saw on his Instagram, he was arriving in Spain. He was travelling with Daniel Dorcaye, who was previously playing for Aarish. Aarish we'll see later on. But they'll be without the services of DDC, obviously, on international duty for the rest of the tournament. Thick edge this time. That's going to fly away for 4. So that's the thing. Even when they haven't been off the middle of the bat, they seem to be travelling anyway. Not the worst ball, really. If I'm completely honest, Zaib has been a bit off here with his technique. I just think he's getting a bit lazy in his technique. I know, talking about a guy who's 33 off 11, but he just needs to tighten up a bit with some big games coming up. Probably doing well to hit that. Shazad takes the opportunity to get down the other end. The reason I say that is it's not always easy. Obviously, you got Werewolves, pretty inexperienced against this Malo side. But yeah, things are going to get pretty real over the next couple of days for Malo if they want to defend their title. They won 4 consecutive European Cricket Series here at the Santarém Cricket Ground. So yeah, you'll be trying to keep your standards high. Shazad this time gets one that's in his zone, and he will just step down towards the ball and smack it out of here. Maximo. 6 runs to the total. We're talking 200 plus pace here. This one, just a single, some respite. Ram has come back. I think he'll be pretty happy to get out of this over and give that shoulder a break for a few hours until the middle of the day when they have their last match of the series. Or appears to be the last match. That's against Friendship CC. This one cut away, straight to the fielder, just a single. It's going to be an interesting day because I feel like the Super 5 might kind of be settled before you know it, and just the way the fixtures have been done here. You've got Precious CC playing their last 3 games. Gets the top two as Shazad will bring up his 50, and he does it in 18 balls. Maximo! The jump on the uppercut and actually brings up the 100 as well for Malo within the first half of the innings. And we have had a 234 on this ground. That was last weekend, but I don't think we've ever had a 200 in a European cricket series here. And the most, I think, would have been yesterday, 196 for Aarish. So maybe Malo can claim that record in this innings if things keep going this way. A lot of extras not helping. It's kind of a mixture of a lot of good shots. Even the bad shots sometimes going for 4. Not bad, slightly suboptimal shots. And a lot of extras. So all that's adding up to a run rate of 21.3 at the moment. And Graham just cannot get out of this over. Looks like he's been through the ringer a bit. Just really just praying that this ball's online. Ideally, it stays on the field of play. Cut away and well fielded out there. That had 4 written all over it, but yeah, pretty nicely handled in the end. It's the end of the first 5 overs of the day, and Malo, they do lose their skipper second ball, but not wasting any time recovering their 105 for 1. Look at the ECC groups. These were revealed on Sunday, actually. And you can see that Portugal are in Group A of the ECC Premier Division. Yeah, the thing is that we've got 2 tiers this year. So you've got Group 1 and Group 2. They're in the ECCX competition. Ultimately, they'll have their own playoffs. And they will have 2 teams promoted into the main ECC group next year. The bottom team out of the ECC will actually get relegated to the ECCX in 2025. So stay tuned because it's all coming your way from the 23rd of September 2024, live from the beautiful Carnage Oval. Having you over. This one's a wide. But yeah, it's going to be interesting from Monday because the wide line interpretation is changing and the line will actually belong to the bowler. So that's the kind of ball that's going to be fine. This is hit leg side, and that's one way to do it. The jump, going off a big score here, really. Bring up his 50 within the first 5 overs, and he wasn't even opening. Wow, you wouldn't read about it. This is the leading edge. It's going to be gone. That was a Gundy ball, really. It was way down the leg side. But luck's a fortune. And really, Zaib, to be fair, a few shots that he edged away for runs. So you've got to take the good with the bad, as they say in the classics. And he's going to leading edge out to Ram Haratwal, the captain of the Werewolves. So the rock goes for 34 off 13. And Gurpreet comes back and takes the wicket. So the partnership is broken. And the score is 107 for 2. Gurpreet Singh continues, and it's a nice little tuck away first up. Shamshir Singh is the new batter, and he will start with a nice little leg glance, which races to the rope. Hello to Jules Uterbridge. Good to see you, as always. This is a thickish edge. Should just go for a single. Well, fielded by Ram Haratwal. He's had his hands full. It's been a great experience, I'm sure, for the Werewolves as well. Even though it looks like they won't go any further than today, but they can reflect and be happy with what they've achieved at the moment. Going into this having a record of 5 and 5. Thin edge into the ground this time from Shazad again. I think he's obviously motoring here, but this is the kind of ball, I just don't think that's a shot of a player of the class that he is. He's getting a little bit lazy, trying to smash that over the onside. He's better than that. Does like to favour the onside, but he's still got to make good choices. This time he does go inside out, kind of slice it up in the air, hanging a long time, but falls safely. Rajbir does the fielding, not before it hits the ground. We'll take us to the end of the 6th over then. Malo are 113 for 2. Looking at the scorecard, they lost Mian Shahid early. His 12th duck on ECN. Amir Zaib, 34 off 13. Najam Shazad, 58 off 22, currently ticking at the crease. 6 sixes and 3 fours in his innings. Shamshah has joined the party here. 4 overs to go. 16 extras in 6 overs. It's pretty close to 3 and over. The thing is, yeah, they've had 12, well, we have 15 actual extra deliveries they've bowled. Hit down the ground. This will be up and out of here. Maximal. Better shot, that one from Najam. I think he just holds his shape a bit better. I know it sometimes is a bit tough. You've got what is essentially looking like a bit of a mismatch. You've got Werewolves who have had a bit more to do lately, maybe a bit of fatigue kicking in. You've got Malo there. They're a team that we haven't seen for almost a week. So they're raring to go. I think it shows. Lifted up, leg side, and this will also fly out of the ground. Maximal. So it's a bit more of a thick inside half of the bat kind of shot, but Shazad, he's going to put us on century watch here, I'm sure. Pitched up. That one is probably a bit easier because of the length to drag across to get that bottom hand in play. Pulls the length back a bit this time. Well bowled by Amrit Pal. Shazad has to be satisfied with a single. Yeah, you can see here Shamshah, same sort of issue. Trying to hit across the ball that's outside the off stump and swinging away. Well bowled by Amrit Pal there. Better shot by Shamshah. Kind of learns his lesson. Well fielded out there by Ram. Again, you see his shoulder, he's bothering him. Doesn't throw in an orthodox fashion. Just kind of sidearms it in along the ground. Shazad, he's got the time if he's good enough here. 71 with the ball to go in the 7th over. Takes this off the stumps, and this is running away. But only for a single. And Shazad will keep the strike, moves to 72. 7 overs into the first innings of day 17, and the score is 128 for 2. Amrit Pal ends up going for 40 in his 2 overs, although that one didn't go for quite as many. 15 off it, started with 2 sixes in the 7th, but Amrit Pal did finish pretty well. Could have gone for even more. Let's have a look at the run rate stats. Yesterday 12.3, 11.8 across all the matches so far in the ECS. We saw the Western Shield, I think it was 15.6. It shows you kind of the different level. But you know, I've got a feeling that Super 5s, it'll be more like 13. That's just my little prediction. Start of a new over. Tabish comes on, and he's been caught. Well, Shazad's going to have to go again. Doesn't really organise a dive there. It's Amrit Pal. Just come off his 2 overs. It's full, it's straight. Okay, could easily have been hit out of the ground if Shazad had connected better. But yeah, fantastic catch down the ground. So it won't be a century for Shazad. Could have been a classic jinx executed, but he'll have to go. And the first ball of the 8th does bring a wicket. It's 128 for 3. Tabish comes up with the important wicket. That gets good ovation from his teammates as he returns to the dugout. Zafar Ali. And he's going to face up. 17 balls to go in the innings. 175 expected at this stage. Short, and Zafar pulls straight away. In fact, he's going to get full value. Maximo. Yeah, sometimes I don't understand. Maybe it's a mis-execution, but Tabish got the wicket by pitching up. Okay, it was a full toss, but it worked. And then bangs in, and a new batter, Zafar, hooks it up and out of the ground. Not an easy shot to play early in your innings, but Zafar does well there. All right, this is high. Now, someone should be able to reach it. Bowler wants to go, fielder wants to go. And really, the bowler, even though he pulls out late, he's definitely put off the fielder. I mean, they both called it, they both wanted it, but I think that the fielder is facing the ball, and it's just an easier one, especially when it's the captain. You just need to know to leave it alone. I think, to be fair, Tabish realises this, but too late. You see here, in the end, has to take his eye off the ball there momentarily. Haritwal. And then, well, the aftermath allowed a second run. Now Tabish pulls this wide of the mark. Well, it's been caught a no ball. This must have been for height. It was called from square leg. It did bowl a bouncer early in the over, got hooked for 6. So if this is over the shoulder, see around that European cricket, middle of that sign. Yeah, that's over the shoulder. Yeah, so free hit coming up. I can run here. It was off the stumps. And they're going to come back. Well, they're thinking about 2. It'll be a bite. Let's see if Bucks is onto it. There he is. These umpires have been brilliant, I got to tell you. So what are we into? I mean, this is match 80, but you throw in the 9. We're at almost 90 matches. After today, we'll be pretty close to 100. But yeah, these are little things that, okay, remembering to signal when weird things happen like that, distractions happen. You might say, why can they run off that? Well, the stumps are a part of the field. It's no different to if you hit the ball into the non-striker stumps. Doesn't kill the play. Anyway, this is going to be smashed out of the ground. Maximo! Tabish. Just losing control a bit earlier in the over. Now he's at the back end. He's kind of paying the price. Yeah, Corey actually had a question yesterday. He said, why don't you just stand behind the stumps and try and hit it? Short answer, because when the ball hits the stumps, normally doesn't go very far. You'd rather have the chance to hit it with your bat. I know sometimes it can deflect away from 4. All right. Shamsha goes down the ground this time, and he's going to get the distance. Maximo to finish the 8th over, and Malo running away with his first innings of the day. It's 150 for 3 after 8. Hello to Kroot, who's a little bit of a later start today. Kroot, I know you've been working nights, umpiring days. Appreciate your effort. A few people just acknowledging my jinx of Najam Shazad. Well, I think we're getting too many hundreds on the network lately. So I'm doing my bit to try and keep it down. I think we've had 38 or 39 hundreds already in season 2024. Back to the action. And Habib is going to get a second over. Start with a single. This one is lifted, and that'll be 4. Pitches inside. The boundaries keep on coming. Hello to Ghulam Mustafa. Good to see you in the chat as well. Hello to Helix. He goes on the walk here, Shamsha. Oh, it's almost caught. That's Ram down there. Gives it to his teammate. Now they're going to come back for a 2. Oh, I actually think that's out, you know. Because I think it bat plugs. And if he gets it on the stumps, I reckon this is out if there's an appeal. I reckon. Am I seeing things here? I mean, they shouldn't bowl just yet. Oh, is he? All right, this next one, well, they don't check it. I don't know if there's no appeal or whatever. I'm pretty curious about this one because his bat plugs there. Someone go back and check that one for me. He's going to be stumped here. So that's that. Zafar Ali probably acutely aware that there's only 8 balls left. If he feels he's not really clicking, gives himself a chance to run down and hit it. And he doesn't make a huge effort to get back, thinking, all right, well, maybe this is my time. Maybe someone else will be able to take the game forward quicker. Yeah, Helix knows what I'm saying. I'm doing a great job trying to keep the numbers down. It's keeping the admin department pretty busy. Habibullah, well, he deserves a wicket. I think he's bowled some good deliveries. His first of the season. This one doesn't reach Imran Khan, coming out at 6. And this will be the end of the over. So it's 158 for 4 after 6. Not quite the 200 that they were maybe on for at the beginning. Remember, the computer's been saying kind of 170s for a while, hasn't it? Okay, last over. And it's going to start with just a single. Went back and had another look at that run out. They said it might have been out, but I don't think the bowler had the ball. So that's why it wasn't out. I think that's why it wasn't checked. Because he was actually out when the stumps got broken. But the hands hit the stump. So, yeah, probably was worth a look, but maybe out there in the field they weren't sure the ball had hit the stumps. Anyway, this one is up, and that's down to the ground. Imran Khan is an option at the top of the order. Went today from Yan Shahid and for Amir Zaib, the Rock. Imran just reminding everyone that he's around. And also, I think everyone might have had a look at that. And the same conclusion with the potential run out. Anyway, Imran Khan is going to be 6 and out. It's going to bounce up off the hands of Amritpal Singh and then in at the second attempt. So he's taken a couple of good catches in this innings. Tabish will get his second wicket. And Malo 165 for 5, 3 balls remaining. Yeah. Took the time to go back and have a look. Because YouTube, as everyone knows, is a little bit behind. It gave me a chance to have a look. And I think that's the right decision. I always just think sometimes it's worth taking a little bit more time just to make sure at the time. Sometimes you think you see things and having an extra look is helpful. I suppose there is an argument for over-checking as well. That sometimes you're pretty sure what you see and you can trust what you see. Knowing the difference is probably one of the tough things in modern sports. Amir Ikram gets a hit at 7. This is lifted up and just out of the grasp of the fielder. They'll settle for 1 here. Get Shamsha back on strike. $166 now, 2 to come. So they get 170, basically. 120 required for the point for the Werewolves. This is in the air. Another opportunity, and Amrit will take his second, or his third now actually, his third catch of the innings, his second catch of the over. As Shamsha holds out for 26. So a few highlights coming late. And yeah, looking at Shamsha, kind of gives it everything, gets quite front on here. And nicely taken by Amrit Pal Singh, who quickly has the ball stolen out of his hands. Oh. This is Amandeep coming out to bat. I don't know. He's jogging now because he knows he's only got 60 seconds. Probably wasn't expecting to bat, but they've lost 2 wickets in the last 3 balls. Yeah, I wonder, because they're getting communicated how long there is to face up. He's rushing. This is classic. It could cost him 5 here. Is he going to get in? He's ready. Just sneaks in the nick of time. 166 plus this then. And he's going to get a fair bit of bat on this. It's going to fly. And still think this probably needs another look. It'll be 4 or 6. Either way, they'll end up in the 170s. Check this out on the replay. Thanks to Spring Media. Doing a wonderful job as always. Going, and it is, I think it's gone for 6. I think it is 4 in the end. It's been given 4. Yep, so the keeper was spot on. Keepers would never lie to you. So Malo, they're going to finish 170. I can tell you, top of my head, it means the Werewolves will need 120 plus for a point. Let's have a look at the highlights of the first innings of day 17. And it started on a bit of a bright note for the Werewolves as Mian Shahid, he nicked off without scoring. So an early wicket, but it'd be a while before they'd taste it again, the Werewolves, because then a partnership of 106 would materialise. Got to say, good catch though first up from Ahmed Shafat. Amir Zaib and Najam Shazad went about their work of building a large total, and it was pretty large. In fact, at the 5 over mark, they were on 200 plus pace. Weren't helped by a lot of extras. Most of them were early in the innings. Kind of cleaned up their act in the second half. Only a single wide and a single no ball in the second half. But before that, there were plenty. And really, it's a bit of the old hit me. I'm begging you to hit me about this bowling. And look, you can obviously say for the Werewolves, they played 10 matches in a pretty short space of time. You probably know that they're headed for the exit at the end of the day. So, you know, they were just trying to compete, but they were trying to compete with the Malo side, which really need to play their way into favouritism again, based on what we've seen so far in Group B. You saw the old attempting to stop the ball with your foot on the full, which you don't see that often. Pretty enterprising stuff as well. Najam Shazad in the 3 spot, 72 off 27 with 8 maximos and 3 fours. You saw Rami was kind of struggling to get through his 2 overs. He ended up in the naughty 40s, and he wasn't in an army of 1, put it that way, as far as the Werewolves bowlers went. Amir Zaib somehow worked out a way to get that from outside leg. Well caught by Ram Hartwal, the captain. Hartwal doing a good job to make the ground. Still not quite sure. I don't think Amir is either about how that got there. Well, this one went down to long on. Amrit Pal taking the catch. And then, despite getting the The big wicket of Shazad for 72. Then he went back to the short ball. This one probably should have been out, but bowler and the captain came together, allowing a second run. I think the bowler just a bit too keen to get in on the action. So Bish was actually able to chip in with a couple of wickets, but he also got the treatment from time to time. And with Malo, look, it's a good score. Just looking at them though, technically, I'm not completely convinced with kind of the form of some of their top guys. I haven't had a hit in a week, but I suppose the Werewolves, they allowed them to get away with it with some pretty errant bowling. Amrit Pal actually chipped in with 3 catches in the end, hovering in that long on region. And when it was all said and done, that last one pretty close, but I think the officials get it right, bouncing just inside. So 4 runs to finish. Malo climbed to 170 off the 10 overs. Look, the 171, that'll be a tough task, but I suppose 120 for the point. They'll feel, the Werewolves, that is achievable. And Malo, let's see if their bowling is on song. Looking at the scorecard. Mian Shahid, an early casualty, but he doesn't waste too much time. A 2-ball duck for him. 34 for Zaib. Najam Shazad with 72 off 27 top scores in the innings. We looked on century watch for a while, but he fell in the swinging 70s. Shamsha with 26. 18 extras, a bit on the high side though. It looked like it could be even more at one point. As far as the bowling went, well, 3 for 33 for Davish, but he was pretty expensive. Gurpreet Singh for me, he was the best. Even he delivered 5 wides along the way. He took 2 for 19. The other wicket went to Habib Ullah on ECN debut. We'll take a break and be back pretty shortly. 171 for the win, 120 for the point. Let's see if the Werewolves can dig deep and find something here at the Zantharaim Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you at the other side of this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Penny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And we're heading into the second innings of match number 80. Malo, the defending champions, taking on the Lisbon Werewolves, the newcomers this year. Although they have been, I think, the most impressive of the three new sides that we've seen in Group B. The start of this one, Malo, 170 for 6 off the 10 overs. And the Werewolves will be hoping to, ideally, chase the 171 for victory. Failing that, then maybe they can take a point out of this game. Look, if Werewolves were to win, theoretically, kind of keeps their hopes alive, but kind of need a 4-pointer to stay in the picture. And the odds of doing that in 7 overs are pretty rare, 171 in 7. You can see here that Malo, if someone's going to get into 4-pointer, it's probably going to be them, because they can restrict the Werewolves to 119 or less. 119 more or less is a par total in this ECS. If they would do that, they would take all 4 points. So probably something we'll keep an eye on. Does mean that Werewolves, if they can reach 120, that's their target to keep their point in this one. You sound to hear Mr. Maximo on day number 17. Pretty excited for this tournament to hot up, obviously, as the weather hots up. Super 5 starting tomorrow, and then finals on Sunday. Here's Asad Mahmood to get us going with his left-armers. First ball is played down the ground. Shafat opening the batting here with his captain, Ram Haratwal. There's the first run of the innings. Werewolves, I like what they're about. I mean, I sometimes call this, especially for new teams, I call it cricket boot camp, because you're essentially getting a lot happening very quickly. You know, having to deal with the emotional ups and downs of European cricket series. Right off the end of the bat. No run here. Haratwal giving himself an opportunity at the top of the order. Get a piece of this. Half a chance to run out. Well, this would have been out if he'd hit. You see, Ram was a bit more concerned about whether he's going to get hit with the ball or not. Instead, we got a 5. Oh, wow. Well, it's one way to get off the mark. 1 brings 5. Yeah, in cricket, if the ball is thrown, then any runs cross for at the point it's thrown count, plus the 4 if it goes to the boundary. So yeah, Ram, well, that's a big strike rate boost. Like I say, it would have been out by a lot had it hit. This one's hit down the ground, just a single. So because it's a 5, it's an odd number, so it means that Shafat takes the next ball and hits it for a single. This is lifted up. Haratwal is going to get a 5 and a 4 to get himself going. 5 and a 4, hungry for more. Maybe not quite as hungry, but still with a bit of an appetite. What do you think? End of the first over. And the Werewolves are 11 without loss. Hello to Mr. J. Grant. Great to have you with us. He said he's had his first coffee done. I've got to admit, I had a little bit of a cup of coffee in the break. Really getting well looked after here. Thank you to Maria and Emma and Zoe that have been helping us out with the food and drink situation. And Lorenzo Cascais, he actually has been helping out as well, but word is he might make his debut in the last game of the night. Oh, Be a bye, but I got to tell you what, this was so close to being another 5, but a different kind of 5. This one down leg side. Yeah, it's a weird rule in cricket, but if the ball hits the helmet, which is positioned behind the keeper, it'll be 5 penalty runs, and that was pretty close. I love that the keeper, Shamsha Singh, can't then adjust the helmet as if, yeah, if I move it slightly next time, it's less likely to hit it. Down the ground. Well, I'm going to get a misfield here. It's going to get through for 4. It shows you how fast this outfield is. How's Harrowell's innings so far? 5-4-4. And he's 13, but this is a bit of a Tortuga. I'm saying it's Tortuga, maybe it's just a genuine misfield. What do you think? Yeah, maybe took a bit of a left to right hop on the fielder. Not so obvious on the camera, but I can see it. And Dave getting pretty excited for ECS France. So Safar Ali, experienced campaigner, gets worked away for a single. Yeah, ECS would be taking place in Dreux, starting on Monday. Rico Full will be starting things off. I'll be joining him on day 2. Looking forward to that a lot. Comes down, step out of his crease, and gets tied up a little bit. Yeah, so Dave, I'm still not quite clear where the crew's staying, but he says he's got somewhere about 8 kilometres out. That's not so bad. Planet X saying that they never knew, except for the Netherlands, that Europeans were into cricket. Well, it's been growing all the time. Demographics and population shifts. This is good leave this time by Shafat. He's struggling to get into his innings. Shafat cracked a 70 the other day, and it was a bit of a breakout innings for him. Yeah, but big push, especially ECN. Instrumental, I think, in pushing European cricket forward, especially at the participation level. That's where it all starts. This one is lifted up over the leg side, only just. That's going to be 4. It's a great effort. If this isn't 4, I'm going to probably eat my hat, because just look at the foot on the rope. Here it comes. And there we go. That'll be 4 runs. End of the over, 23 without loss after 2. $25 points to Malo. Team set to exceed the Gorka points total in this game. Even a small loss would have done it, but hard to see them dropping this game the way things are going. 23 without loss after 2. More realistic target for the Werewolves is that. That's 100 and I thought it was 120. Beats the batter outside the off stump. This is lifted up in the air and it's going to be caught. So Hartwell's going to have to go. Asad Mahmood will get his wicket in the end. And the Werewolves lose their first. It's 23 for 1. So from Hartwell, get another chance a little bit later in the day. So bring Amritpal Singh Jr. to the crease, coming in at 3. He's played some nice shots, been a bit hit and miss. Again, I think this will be really good for his development. This is in the air as well, entertaining the fielders, but it falls just short. Amritpal will get off the mark first up. And Jeffrey Mobbs talking about going to the ECS as well. You're talking about maybe going to the ECS in Carter. Let me know. Might have missed that up in the chat. End of 3, and the Werewolves are 24 for 1. Zafar Ali to bowl out. Here's the bowl out, the openers in the first 4 overs. So Jeff Mobbs, I think, actually, they're talking about the ECC. Playing an X in the chat. Oh, X is the letter, isn't it? As this is up in the air, Amritpal is going to get the result. Maximo! That's a nice shot. I like what he's brought to the table. He came in with a bang and he's been a bit inconsistent, I suppose, at times, but he's got good eye. Zafar is giving a bit too much length to work with. I say X is important as we have the ECC X's here. So there's actually 2 finals days. 2 trophy days, I should say, in the ECC this year. Anyway, this is in the air. It's just going to be out of the grasp of Imran Khan. That's going to be a Maximo. 6 to the total. I like to say Werewolves. Obviously, the point doesn't help them that much as far as getting up the table, but I just do think you can kind of hang your hat on the fact that we were competitive enough against Malo. 5 or 6 ECN trophies to be big favourites still in this neck of the woods. Anyway, Amritpal is going to get 4 here. And 4 carreras más. Amritpal Singh Jr. Yeah, slightly accidental, but gets enough bat in it to get the result. Yeah, this is going to be called a no ball. Free hit then. Pretty good comeback from Zafar this time. Werewolves. Can they get that point? Felix thinks maybe if you hit the top of the fence, you should get 12, like a crossbar challenge. I hear what you're saying. All right, this is up in the air and dropping in the infield. Irony being, if mid-off was up in the orthodox position, it's out. But because we're into the 4th over, field's been pushed back, as you generally do see. Oh, the old backwards ball. Well, Bucks, he's got his hands full with so many things. He almost gets taken out here. Lucky he's only a skinny target. Well, so far, the ultimate slower ball. So slow, it goes backwards. That won't count, of course. This is a good example of an issue that's plagued a lot of the bats in this series. Backing away and missing out on what would have been a big wide if he'd stayed offside of the ball. So that'll be the end of the over. And the Werewolves are 43 for 1 after 4. Looking at the bonus point line. Well, good news for you. We've decided on a colour. I don't know when it'll come in. We've decided for a colour for that bonus point line. It's a little bit brighter than that, but still is pretty different from the other colours. You see they're pretty much on the money for the point at the moment if they can keep this up. Amandeep. Very handy spinner coming on now in over 5. And I've jinxed him pretty good because the first one. Ooh. I don't think he takes the stumps here, does he, in the end? But I think this would have been pretty close. Shamshet doing the keeping today. Interesting. Amandeep doesn't mind slowing things down. Roshan Singh from Malo, the regular keeper, not in the lineup today. So far, at least. So Shamshet is the backup option there. Roshan's been one of the leading keepers in the series with 6 catches and 5 stumpings. You see Amandeep, when he's on, he just gets through his overs so quickly. This is good length as well. Gets it down to the stumps pretty quickly, but get through for the single. Helix is asking, where's Corey today? I can tell you Corey is already in Spain. By the time I woke up, he was probably on Spanish soil. He's preparing for the Spain versus Jersey T20 International Series. He's headed over there with Daniel Dorkaya, I think on the same flight. So, wishing both teams all the best in that. Of course, 2 teams we know pretty well now on ECN. Get down the ground and, well, Imran goes with the boot. Often when you do that, you allow the chance for a second. This time it'll just be 1. So Amandeep doesn't go to the boundary. Slows things down here. Okay, in the air. And just out of the grasp. So yeah, Amandeep really keeping things quiet. Just 6 off the over. 3 of those were in wides. 3 of those were singles. And halfway through, Werewolves falling off the pace, even in the race for the point. After 5 overs, they're 49 for 1. Having a look at where we are on the ECS calendar. Obviously, being in Portugal has been great, but our time here is coming to an end over the next 4 days. France is the next stop before we go to Brescia in the north of Italy. Brand new ground there in Brescia for ECN at least. Then Estonia for the first time since 2020, and England for the first time ever. Plenty of cricket then through June, July and August and into September, when we'll run into the Euros of cricket, the ECC. So stay tuned, and for more information you always go to our website, europeancricket.com. Right, Syed Meisom coming on. And he'll start by getting knocked away for a single. Just whipped away straight to the fielder. And, well, Shafat had a bit of an innings to forget there. This was in outside the leg stump, turns it away. I suppose he was a bit unlucky. Could have gone either side of the fielder, but happened to go straight to Zafar Ali, who takes a fairly easy catch. So the 50 does come up for the Werewolves, but they do lose their first wicket. Check it out here. Just kind of scoops it, spoons it really to the fielder. So Shafat, like I said, he'll get one more chance to impress with the bat later on, but right now he's the second wicket to the fall, and it's 50 for 2. Dave's asked why not green. Good question. I think, you know, the human eye doesn't focus red and green at the same time. So that's one reason. And also, we don't really have green in our graphics. We'll kind of stick out too much. The blue's kind of in line with the colour scheme, I think, Dave. Good question, though. But he's also got another good question. When did red become stop and green become go? I think I've read that before, but it escapes me. Maybe someone wants to dig into that. Tabish gets a bat here at number 4. It's been up and down the order. Starts by pushing a single. Yeah, Jules saying ECN will give you cricket all year round, almost all year round. 3-week off season, more or less. When there are no games, there's plenty of highlights. That's right. I know that I like to, in that 3-week break, go back and maybe recall some of the most memorable days of the year and relive that. That's pretty special that we get to do that these days. All right. Hit by Amrit Pal, and he's going to get 6. Maximo! Pretty good shot. I'd love him to score a few runs. He looks like he's pretty well put together. Like I said, he came in to the series, a bit of a blaze of glory, but he got run out very early on in his first knock. It's a really nice shot straight through the line. All right, this one is hit, and it's hit out of the ground. Maximo! He'll finish the over. Amrit, he's really enjoying himself. In fact, no, still one to come is there. Wow, great news for Amrit. He gets another crack. Like that he goes offside there as well. Well, last ball doesn't move the needle at all. So Mysom goes for 14 in his over, and after 6 at 63 for 2. $33 for Amrit Pal. Looking pretty good at this stage. Might be worth a go at the top of the order, you never know. They've got a game against Friendship. That'll feel like a final in a way, because it'll be the final game for both of those teams that won't be going further in the competition. So you always want to win your last game. Only one of those teams will be able to. Amandeep, well, he does like to go to this kind of quicker ball, but I think it'd be more effective if he tried to spear it in like a Yorker at the stumps, because I think that when he gives it length, quite a lot of the time, the batters can get on top of it. And that first ball does disappear decimal to start the 7th. 50 off 23 for the point. Tabish gets his first 6. Yeah, he slows it down a lot. Dave saying, did I know that Jules is a radio newscaster? Yeah, he has told me a little bit about his background in the media. Hopefully we can get together one day. All right, in the air. This is rolling away down the hill. That'll win the race, and that'll be for Samit Pal. Don't know if I can jinx a 50, but I'm going to say he's closing in on the half century for the first time on the network. Have jinxed him so good. I'm sorry, Amrit. He's gone the very next ball, swings across the ball that takes his off stump. And he'll have to settle for 37. Amandeep gets his wicket. He played some nice shots in there. I enjoyed that innings. Like I say, he'll have another opportunity. 4 6s and 2 4s for Amrit Pal Singh Jr. in this one. He'll go in the 7th over at 74 for 3. Chooses the wrong option here, doesn't he? Tries to drag it leg side when it needs to be played with a straight bat. Same kind of ball he sent over long off for 6 earlier. See their loss of form, loss of shape there. Amandeep. Pretty satisfied, I think, to get in the wickets column. Jules mentioned that green's opposite to red on the colour wheel. And I think it's right. It's because, tell you why. Oh, that's out, I reckon. Oh. I think Malik thinks this has hit him outside the line. But I got to say, I wasn't convinced. This will be the end of the over. And so at the end of 7, it's 75 for 3. I'm curious about that LB. Let's have a look at it. Who's right here? You see the off stump there? Oh, you know what? I think he's right. I think Malik's right. It's at least umpire's call, maybe even completely outside. So I'm going to say, Malik, tip my hat to you. I was fooled by that one. But I think it is just outside the line. And so coming up next, Precious CC taking on Malo. And we're waiting for that one to get going. Around about half an hour's time. All right. Master of the jinx lately. I don't know, I'm jinxing 50s now. All right, this is up in the air. It's going to go over the top, and Imran doesn't judge it at all. He'll go for 4. I think they want to check the height of this one. Let's have a look at it. But then also, Imran gets... Yeah, I don't think there's an issue with the height. It ends up disappearing over the fielder. Imran misjudges it. All right, this is an outside edge. And Shazad will do the fielding. And actually, we'll give away an overthrow. The throw was very wide for Shamsha. Wasn't Shazad that did the fielding, pardon me, because he's bowling. That's Amar Ikram down there that does the fielding. You can see his head in the camera. Look at that. Throw was very, very wide. This is driven into the gap, and that'll be for 34 or 14 now for a point. Liking this from Mohsin Ahmed. Motion. Flying the flag here for the Werewolves. Around the corner. Now, think about too, probably there on the fumble. In the end, they decide against it. This is thick inside edge, and again, wasn't the best effort on the boundary. That's Azim Sawa that puts out the boot. It's just little things. And Malo, they're going to have a comprehensive victory here, but I don't know. They're not playing like a premiership side at the moment. Just, okay, could argue the game situation maybe doesn't warrant it, but I just like to see this boundary being stopped. But anyway, that'll take us to the end of the 8th over. The Werewolves are 90 for 3. Just nudging ahead of that line to keep their point. Two overs to go then. Oh, first one's nasty. That's hit Mosen. It always has a run out. Mosen's more interested in checking that all his ribs are where they're meant to be and potentially running a first or even an overthrow. Ouch. Just taking a bit of a moment now. Multiple angles, you can almost feel the pain. This is hit up in the air, and that's going to disappear. Maximo! What a nice shot by Mosen. Sad Mysom actually copping a bit on his return to the European Cricket Series. Lovely shot. Oh, wow, that's got absolutely smashed. Great fielding by Imran out there. Oh, Werewolves. What do you think? I think they can do this. 22 required in an over and a half. Big swing and a miss. Good slow ball there from Said Mysom. Again, he's a pretty key part of the puzzle with the bat and the ball for Malo as they run into their finals weekend. Super 5 stage. Mosen, nice little cameo from him. He'll get a chance to face the last ball of the 9th over now. This is lifted up, and that's going to be caught. So Mosen's cameo comes to an end on 19. Said Mysom will finish with a couple of wickets. And after 9 overs. The score will be 98 for 4. Almost got enough of that one, but not quite. This is what's coming up with Malo taking on Precious CC. Malo winning the toss and batting first in the next one. Wonder how many they'll get in that. Maybe 300. I suppose it gives their batting unit a chance to guarantee the 10 overs in the middle. But yeah, Precious obviously finding it hard to rally the troops with an 0-9 record, with 2 games against Malo and 1 against Aarish today. Stay tuned for that one, starting in 25 minutes' time. Anyway, this is lifted up and out of the ground. Well, there you go. Might make it 22 they need for the bonus point here. The computer disagrees with me, but I don't know. I don't think AI is quite ready to replace everything. Anyway, that'll help. Now, he throws hands at this, and that's going to go as well. That has gone for 6. So how about this, Shazad? He is going to disappear over the ropes again. Pace being used against him there a little bit. Yeah, just over the rope. All right, I'll make it 10 off 4 here. All right, still 10 off 4. The reason I think it's 10 off 4 is because they have to exceed the 119. And I've got the graphics saying pretty much to get to 119. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Probably not a lot resting on it. It's just a bit of interest. Up in the air, and it should hold up for a catch. It's taken. And the rock. It risks permanent retina damage here to take it, looking straight into the sun. He'll be wishing the hat didn't fall off. It might have offered him a little bit of extra protection. But it will be the end of Tabish for 25. And Tabish, well, he'll be disappointed to maybe not get him over that points line, but Shazad has the last laugh. So 6 and out in there. Dot in the middle though. 110 for 5. 2 balls remaining. I see Habibullah getting a hit. He didn't mind his leg spin, you know, in the first innings to pick up a wicket. Couple to come now, facing Najam Shazad. That's not a bad shot at all. They can hold it to 1. Pretty much guarantee a 4-pointer here. Mian Shahid prowling around. Pretty smart. He's the closest to getting off the field to give him a bit of extra time to recover. Next game starting in about 20 minutes. Last ball coming up then. And it won't be hit. So look, it's not the worst response from the Werewolves, who do hit 111 against the defending champions. But they're going to go down by 59 runs. The final score here is Malo 170, Lisbon Werewolves 111. Amrit Singh Jr. played a nice knock there in the second half for the Werewolves. 37, the top score. Tabish with 25. Said Meisom with a good return to action as well. 2 for 22 he scored. And had some help from the other bowlers. Go back and have a look at the highlights of the response. Asad Mahmood, as he likes to do, bowling early with those little left arm wobblers. Ahmed Shafat and Ram Haratwal opening up, and it was a 5 that got the Werewolf skipper into the action, as that throw couldn't be backed up. got him off the mark. Actually, he hit 2 4s and a 5 in his 14 early on. Had a bit of help here. Imran Khan not dealing with a slight sideways movement off this Anthrame cricket ground turf. Yeah, can't doubt the commitment there of Imran Khan, but I don't know. I suppose Malo, maybe it's the kind of calm before the storm, but they had their moments where seemed to be full effort. Other moments probably just taking a little bit easy at this stage, given the game and the tournament situation. Amritpal Singh Jr. though, he was a bit of a standout in the batting for me for the Werewolves. 37 off 18. Hit 4 Maximos and 2 4s in there, striking at better than 2 a ball. And I thought he might have been on for his first ever ECN 50. And really, this stage looked on, didn't it? This one kind of fooled everyone out of the ground. But yeah, when he got to 37, I said, look, I think we might be in business here. Maybe Amritpal will get his first ever 50. The universe had other ideas. Meanwhile, we saw Tabish going late in the piece. We saw Mohsin with a couple of nice blows in his 19 as well. Saeed Maisam, bit of a mixed bag from him, but 2 for 22, pretty decent figures. Amandeep, late in the piece. Well, I think he bowled pretty well again. Maybe that quick one doesn't need to be dragged down as far, but yeah, on 37, just when I mentioned the 50, swung straight across it and lost the off peg. Just probably a poor choice for a player that had played some very nice shots in the innings. Shazad got French cut away. And of course, his 72 in the first innings was pretty instrumental in setting up that score of 170. Mohsin Ahmed with a bright 19. A couple of 4s and a 6 from him. And Imran Khan doing a good job out there in the field. Mohsin ended up just short on this one. Caught on the boundary by Shazad. That is a position we've seen Najam Shazad fielding a lot of the time here in ECN cricket. 10th over came and the bonus point was still alive. 2 6s. Kind of got it within reach, but then Zaib with an important catch just to seal the deal. And the 4 points went to Malo in the end. Catching Tabish out for 25 in the last over. Looking at the scorecard here. Amritpal Singh Jr. with 37, his high score in the series so far. Tabish with 25. A fighting 19 late in the piece for Mohsin. Ram Haritwal opened up with Shafan and actually scored 2 4s and a 5 in his 14. But you see the difference as well with the extras. Malo not giving away anywhere near as many as the Werewolves gave away, even in their first 5 overs. In the end, 111. Respectable score, but not quite enough to take a point out of this contest. Bowlers worked together as a bit of a unit. No one went for heaps. 2 wickets for Saeed Maisam, as well as singles for Asad Mahmood, Amandeep, and Najam Shazad. We'll take a break, and we'll be back pretty shortly. It'll be Malo opening up with the bat against Precious. Can Precious pull it together and pull off one of the all-time great upsets? You never know on ECN. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. And we'll be back shortly for more cricket live from the Santarém Cricket Ground in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the ECS in Portugal, blue skies. And I tell you what, this country lifestyle starting to agree with me here on the Iberian Peninsula. Right now, we're getting ready for the start of the second match of the day. It'll be match number 81. This one will see Malo taking on Precious CC. Now, I do have some toss news for you. I can tell you that Malo have decided to bat first after winning the toss here in match number 81. Let's have a look at the two teams. I suppose one issue for Precious, playing their last day of ECS cricket. They're without a win in 9 attempts. So obviously being a working day, struggling a bit to fill that 11th spot. And some unfortunate circumstances have led to them just having to play with the 10. But for Malo, well, they actually have a 6-2-2 record now after that first win of the day over the Werewolves. And Jam Shazad looked in good form. He's listed to open. I'd be curious to see exactly how they decide to move their batting order around. And so 93% to 7%. 7% Precious. Well, there you go. And maybe less is more. Well, I guess we'll find out. I would say that's... Oh, look, the computer's the computer. But 7% for me even seems a bit ambitious. All right, time to get going. And it's the captain for the day, Willem Daskia, who is going to start, but he's dabbed away by Amir Zaib, the Rock, for 4. And we have our first runs of match number 81. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. This one's turned around the corner, and that's going to be another 4. Well, we'll say, keep an eye on that expected score. It starts around the 170 mark. And well, based on these two teams, the fact that Malo already whacked 170 against the Werewolves that have a superior record to Precious, maybe this could be a real biggie. Of course, when you've got 1,700 plus games on the network in a season, then you're going to have some games that are slight mismatches. This is probably about as big as it would get here in Portugal with Malo. Won every single ECS here at Santarém Cricket Ground, taking on Precious that haven't won a game yet, and that's without playing Malo at all. And that's only playing Werewolves once. So anyway, Precious, they've got to look for something within themselves and see if they can at least be competitive. Let's say if they could take a point out of this match, I think that's something that's realistic if they could execute. I do think their bowling, their fielding has been effective at times, and their top order from time to time has been competitive as well. That's well bowled by Daskia. Keeper gets excited. It's bowl deep behind the stumps, but no edge there. So it's a reasonably good first over from Daskia. If I've learnt one thing on ECN, it's expect the unexpected. Not too much is expected from Precious today, given their form so far. That'll be the end of the first over. Competitive one for Daskia. He gets away with 10 off it, and it's 10 without loss after 1. Having a look at the Super 5s. I'm still not quite sure who will be in what order. It's kind of taking shape. What I can tell you is that Gawker 11, although they're listed there, they're not going to be in the mix now because Malo have passed that 25-point mark. So we have 3 teams now in Werewolves, Malo and Fighters that are all more points than Gawker 11. So they can start making some alternative weekend plans. But Werewolves and Malo are going to be in there, and Fighters CC as well. So just a matter of just tightening up what the order will be. there is possible that there would be some movement, but pretty unlikely given the fixtures we've got today. Asad Anwar getting the second over for Malo. Down the leg side, that's going to be called a wide. Anything that misses the leg stump will be called a wide. Right, this is hit by Zaib, and it's going to get away from the fielder. It's going to be 4, I think. I think they want to have a look at this, though. Zaib, well, this is a better shot for him. I said this morning I was getting a bit lazy with his technique, despite sticking around for a while. Yeah. Just inside. Great camera work from our crew at Spring Media. 4 runs to Zaib, who moves into double figures. This time it's pulled across the line. That's more a genuine pull shot. I like that from Zaib. He's shown he can make runs against very good opposition before. So I suppose this morning I just spotted some of these kind of middle length balls. He was getting a bit lazy with his front shoulder, losing his shape, losing his head position, but he looks a lot more put together in this innings so far. 17 off 6, great start from him. Yeah, you do get to know players when you see them so many times. Now it's another one that's a fraction short, and again it's a good decision from Zaib to put it up and over the leg side. Maximo! 6 carreras. And after a competitive first over, Precious CC struggling to stay with Malo now as early as the second. Hello to Michael Daub, great to have you in the chat. Of course, got two of your children here as part of the Blue Crew this week. Umida and Mahela. This time, Zaib can't get across and cut it. He's annoyed that he's missed this. Let's have a look at the technique though here. See how that front foot little kind of shuffle outside leg doesn't help him get across to cut. Had to be a back foot. This one is back foot, short again. And it's more hitting practice for Zaib, who lifts that up and out of the ground. Maximo to finish the over that goes magical in the end. Anwar going for 22, and it's 32 without loss after 2. Looking at these standings, and here Malo, just any kind of result in the last 2 games today will put them, I suppose, keep them ahead of Fighters. Guarantee that. So if they could get a pair of 4-pointers, then they would force Aarish to score a point in the last game against Precious. But again, given that's first versus last, it's hard to imagine that they wouldn't do that, but you never know. Well, that looks high to me. As it will go to the boundary. This one's dropping a little bit. This is Basharat coming on now. And, well, yeah, that's high, I think. That's going to be called. No ball +4. So a free hit to come. Not the greatest start for Basharat. Sound the horn. Free hit time. Dragged. A lot of bottom hand there. This is Zulfikar Shah, the lefty, is opening the batting for Malo in this game. Was the role we've seen him fulfill before. I think we've actually seen him as low as 11, but it shows the depth in this Malo lineup. So 9 off the first ball for Basharat. That wasn't in the plans. Yeah, Michael Daub, he likes the point system and the wild card. Well, the point system, yeah, no doubt. That's been a feature in the last couple of months. It's added another dimension. Will to the ECC as well when that promotion relegation system comes in. So if he hits this straight, just short of the fielder. And, well, Stumps go down. Has to hustle. Doesn't look too concerned there. Zulfikar Shah. It was a nice pickup from Monit Patel. Let's check it out in the replay. It had to be a perfect piece of fielding, didn't it? But I think he just gets the bat down. So I suppose that goes down as a well-judged single from Zulfikar. Michael saying he's happy to see the cricket weather in Portugal has improved. First days had a lot of patience. True that. All right, leading edge pops up in the air. Should be gone. It is gone. Almost pops out of Saini's hands, but he holds on. And so Zaib, second time he's been out in that fashion, kind of playing with a ball outside the leg stump, not quite getting the pace of the flick right. Leading edge balloons back to the offside. That was the ball before, and then the next ball, the right-hander on strike. Okay, so different position he gets caught, but kind of the same kind of ball, isn't it? Like a little blind spot. But reward for Basharat after a bit of a dodgy start, and it's 42 for 1 in the third. Yeah, the point system obviously has worked really well. I think everyone's got the hang of it now. But as far as the wild card, it works for this series because we need a final 5 to go into the last 3 days. But, you know, it works well in this series, like I said. But, I mean, for Gorka, you'd probably rather know if you're in or out rather than have to be in limbo for a week to find out. I mean, that's one of the things we have to do here at ECN with different size tournaments, different types of teams, find innovative but fair formats to find a champion. As Basharat misses the mark here, that'll be a wide. Oh, this one's picked up by Shazad. He's wasting no time, picking up where he left off. Maximo smashes that one out of the ground. Powerful strike. Malo, it's probably the perfect tune-up for them today with 3 matches and a chance to kind of shuffle their batting order against opposition that you wouldn't imagine would be putting up too much of a challenge to them. Basharat has 1 wicket though. Would love to get Shazad early. Shazad goes after a ball. It's on the tram line. He punches that uppercut out of the ground. Maximo bangs into the fence. And the 50 comes up for Malo within the power play. Got to see Mr. J Grant in there saying that he's actually doing a run. And I'm happy that you've shared that. I know there's a lot of people in the ECN community that might like to support that cause. One sneaks inside, according to the umpire. Yeah, he's doing a pre-season grounds check for charity, 30-kilometre run. And it's pre-season time for cricket training, so he wants to get fit, and he wants to run to all the cricket grounds in Aberdeen. So he's in Scotland. So he's gonna do that. Well, that's great. I'd be happy to support that, and hopefully some of our viewers will as well. And he's doing that for Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland. I'll donate £20 because we have 20 overs in every game here on ECN. Good luck with it. This is dragged to the leg side. Zulfikar Shah back at the top of the order where we have seen him before in the past for Malo. In the last couple of seasons, he's occasionally been pushed down the order a bit. This one's a hanging slower ball. Hit down the ground. Well fielded down there by Basharat. Basharat's over in the last, went for 23. It was 22 the over before that, so back-to-back magicals. Setting up what could be a A big score here once again from Malo. Not quite, not far away though. Pitches outside leg, maybe hits him outside leg as well, but Sain's got the right idea there. Well, innovative work from the keeper. Will just be a wide in the end. This time it's going to be another kind of ball, an offside channel that tries to get dragged to the leg side. Something's not really working for him. This is lifted up and just wide of the fielder. That'll be 6 Maximo. And it's going to be another 6 on the total for Malo. The first one, an ECN trophy back in 2020, in September in that series. First time we visited here on ECN. Now, thick edge, that's going to fly away again. Probably not the right shot from Shazad. He'll get 4 more though. His luck's in today. 69 for 1 after 4. All right, so I've donated 20 to you there. John, I wish you all the best. I've got a lot of friends in Scotland as well. Hey, player of the series though in the Western Shield was Scottish Jack Jarvis. He's a guy we might be seeing playing for Scotland in the T20 Internationals in the Netherlands that we'll be covering at the end of May. Okay, this is down the leg side. Oh, John saying he's going to need the luck because rain is forecast for his run at a comfortable 6 degrees Celsius. That's a bit chilly. Hope you layer up. Well, now check this out. Just kind of goes wrong for him. I say that you lose the handle on the ball. I think he thought of just grabbing it and still going through with it so he didn't have to run in again. But just Gill. Well, maybe the dribble's going to come into cricket the way it does in basketball, but when he does grab the ball, the ball's a pretty good one. Gets a swing and a miss outside the off stump from Zulfikar Shah. So anyway, Mr. J. Grant, I've tried to donate £20. Tell me if it doesn't go through. I haven't got my confirmation just yet. Anyway. Down the leg side. This will be another wide. So the old left-hand, right-hand combination, probably pretty useful, isn't it? Forcing bowlers to change their lines constantly and also forcing the field to change. .176 predicted here. It's been pretty sure we'll get something in the 170s. That will help. Tell you what, he was pretty hesitant to take the single there, Zulfikar Shah. He felt he earned this free hit by receiving this delivery, which was a pretty nasty one. It's almost shoulder high. Maybe chest high, but on the full. And he said, oh, I'd love a free hit. But Shazad says, well, that's that. We'll take the single and I'll have it. Thank you very much. which is at least the third free hit that Najam has faced today. And he's smart enough to leave that one alone because he knows the free hit will stay in play. Right, this one is sliced up in the air, but it's going to fall safely straight down the ground. Nothing that Basharat or Monat Patel could do as they came in from their respective position. Outside the leg stump. Good umpiring. I'm going to say umpires have been right on top of their game this week, considering how many games they've done now. The players must be fatiguing a little bit by this point in the tournament. The umpires, they just seem dialed in. We'll definitely pitch outside the leg stump. That's kind of cramping the batter for room. That cops on the back of his leg for his trouble. Yeah, I wonder if maybe the fact that this bowling attack probably not the most imposing that Shazad's faced in his life, just causing him to compromise a little bit on his technique. That's another example of a ball that he's able to hit straight or through the covers. But he probably knows that the bad ball's not too far away. That's an example of a short one, which is easy to swing away to the leg side, and he's a bit upset, I think, that he doesn't put it away for a boundary. He'll just get the one. So obviously, you've seen them winning deliveries here, Precious CC. But they need to try and put a few together. And even in their games they've had. Obviously, this is their 10th game. Haven't won any of the first 9, but they've won periods of those games. Just never quite put a whole thing together. Once again, left hand, right hand. Just throwing the bowler. Just going to have to bowl that one again. Yeah, Michael just mentioning the win probability meter is an interesting one. It does react very quickly. I think it's about a 15 to 20 second time lag for it to kick in, but it's been a great addition to our coverage since we debuted it in September last year, the ECC. All right. Tulfi's had enough, so he comes down, he absolutely smashes this one back down the ground. Maximo to finish the over. Really made a lot of ground to intercept that one, and the score is 84 for 1 after 5. Time for some in-game analysis. What I'll say, yeah, for a team like Malo, who are heading to the Super 5s tomorrow, this is one of those days, I think, where you need to get something out of it. So what can you do? Try and play to your potential. And like I say, sometimes I've seen it, sometimes I haven't this morning from them. They're going to have to work really, really hard to hold on to the trophy this year. As this is a little bit short, it's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo! Shazad into the 30s. And so how do you do that? I just think making good choices, ball by ball, trying to get something out of this. So Shazad, for me, if I was giving him some advice here, I'd be saying, look, you know you're hitting the ball well over the leg side when it's there, but what can you improve? What can you improve is probably dealing with the balls outside off stump a little bit better than pitched up. Okay, this one's up in the air again, tries to drag it leg side. Fielder's coming in. Won't be able to get there. This one never actually leaves the circle. I'll get back for 2. But yeah, just analysing his batting today. I think sometimes he's getting a bit too leg side conscious. And okay, he might get away with it today, but when we get into the business end of the tournament, he may not get away with it so much. So he's just to kind of click into a different mode. Okay, next one is in the air, and this is going to be caught. Well, this is kind of right on cue. I think this ball from Daskia. That is pretty well located. And so he's got the big fish of Najam Shazad. Well caught back there on the boundary as well. But let's have a look at it. Again, okay, that's probably more in his zone because it's probably the right shot for him. But, yeah, Shazad, despite the fact that he scored over 100 runs this morning, still think he'd be a little bit dissatisfied with how he's hitting him. But Manu Patel takes a good catch down there. Daskia comes up with the big wicket, and it's 92 for 2. So give someone else an opportunity. Imran Khan gets a bit of a promotion from 6 to 4. And he's an option at the very top if they wanted to use him that way. I think they kind of set with Amir Zaib up there. He's opened both games this morning. And Imran gets a little bit of length to work with, and he puts it up, and he puts it over the rope. Maximal! Bit of a nervous moment for Imran there. But he'll be happy to start with 6 runs. So, I mean, that's another example of one which is taken from outside the off-stump, hit to leg side. But I suppose you can do that if it's short and if it's not too quick. If it's pitched up, I think you need to look to play with a straighter bat. Yeah, this is one asking for trouble. Daskia does get the big fish of Shazad, but he lets him run off the hook. That one was a fairly simple pickup shot from the right-hander as he starts with bang, bang, 2 sixes. $100 comes up for Malo as well. Expected scores never wavered too much from the computer, thinking 170's on here. Oh, well, he doesn't learn the third time either because that's going to go in the same direction. Maximal! And bang, bang, bang. Daskia went for 18 off his first 9 balls. He goes for 18 off the last 3 as well. That's not a double down that he was keen on, but he'll finish with figures of 1 for 36. And after 6 overs, Malo 110 for 2. I like that Mr. J. Grant is talking about what his get-up will be on his 30-kilometre jog. I mean, about 20 miles. That's quite a lot. I want to know what kind of training you've been doing, Mr. J. Grant. Has there been training? And it's a great cause. I'm happy to help. Very proud of our community that we've built up over the last few years, growing all the time. 388,000 subscribers now on YouTube. Of course, millions accessing the feed on Fanco in the subcontinent as well. Zulfikar basically forces Imran to pull out the afterburners, but they will get through for a single here. Oh, I like this. Mr. J. Grant said that his club said that if he raised £500 by Friday night, he'd have to do it in his batting pads. He's doing it on Saturday. All right, well, that's more incentive to get behind it. That'd be rough. 30 Ks in your batting pads, 20 miles in your batting pads. Wow. Keep you a bit warmer, though. All right, this time he goes down the ground, over-pitched and out of here. Maximal collapses that back leg. And Imran Khan here, 24 off 4. Let me just jinx him nice and early, but we've never had a 9-ball 50. It's one of the old final frontiers here on ECN. We've had quite a few 10-ball 50s. To do that, well, you've got to start with a bunch of 6s and keep going. That's pretty good, though. Well, there's 5. Maximal. So Imran keeps the dream alive. And to be honest, yeah, he's got 3 balls left in this over, so he's on a run. Needs 20 off 4. Not the worst ball. Good seam position. But a better option from Imran this time. Okay, he's going to change to around the wicket now, Gil. Has he got this? Don't think so. It's hanging up in the air, and it's gone. Well, if you want to talk about your impact innings, that's about as good as it gets. Because Imran goes 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 and out. 30 off 6, a supersonic knock from Imran Khan. But the change of angle does the trick. And also Imran, he does choose the right option here to try and go straight down the ground. Just gets it a bit low on the bat, I think. Nicely taken down there by Mohammad Basharat. But yeah, nice innings from Imran. Not wasting any time. And the score is 123 for 3. And yes, as noted, the Mr. Maximo jinx didn't take too long to work. Only about 60 seconds or less. I've got bowlers all over Europe telling me to predict more 50s and 100s at the moment. Okay, new batters, Amandeep. He starts with a ball that's short. Yeah, he continued round the wicket. That was kind of a plan B to Imran, and to be honest, probably should have gone back to plan A against the new batter because this is short. Amandeep very comfortable pulling that away. The other thing, Mr. J. Grant, is if you had the batting pads on, odds are in 30 kilometres you'll probably trip and fall at least once. Batting pads will give you a bit more protection. This is another ball that's on the leg stump. It flicked away to the leg side. Well fielded out there. So they think of the second. They think against it in the end. All up. That will have 18 runs and a wicket in that over. And at the end of 7 overs, Malo are 128 for 3. Speaking of final frontiers, Dave saying we've never had a 7 for on the network. Yeah, I think that's another frontier we'll get at some point. One of the final frontiers was completed. I said there'd be a defence in the 50s. Ljubljana did that against the Assassins in the ECS Croatia last year. Speaking of Croatia, we will be there from the 9th of September. It's our final European Cricket Series before the Euros of Cricket, starting on the 23rd of September. Yeah, Croatia should be a little bit warmer, I think, at that time. Had a bit of a soggy European Cricket Series when we went after the ECC last time. But yeah, it's about 6 weeks earlier. So I think we should be having a good time there. We're curious to see if Ljubljana are in that again. Maybe a team from Serbia. We saw Starigrad in the ECL recently. Serbia and Slovenia represented for the first time in the Champions League of European Cricket. It's a bit of a unique series, that one in Croatia, because it does typically include clubs from multiple neighbouring nations. Okay, well, Amandeep is going to smash this back at Anwar, who had to think pretty clearly about whether he wanted it off the hand or not. I think he's pretty happy it goes past without touching him. Might have taken a finger or two with it. This was hit very, very hard. Cuatro carreras. Dave saying maybe Mr. J. Grant could wear the robot suit. Well, you'll be warm in that, I'll tell you that much. Big swing and a miss this time. Amandeep just making a slightly poor choice there. I suppose he feels a bit invincible out there. This time, puts a lot of bottom hand into this, and it works for him. Maximo! There's Faf Stoneman. We'll probably see in action a little bit later on in the night. Playing in match number 84 for Aarish. But yeah, this one just allowed Amandeep to get a bit of a look at it. So it goes straight. He's not really in control of the shot. Fielder can't get there. Backed up eventually, so they'll keep that to 1. Just going back to Precious, you know, mentioning the fact that there are players short here. Sunny Singh, the regular captain, he did everything he could to get on the field, but his back injury has prevented him from taking a spot in the 11. Yeah, well, it's not out, but... And I'll tell you why it's not out. He doesn't actually change his line. He chooses a line that has him quite likely to be hitting the spine which is actually pretty much what happens. So yeah, you can't change your line to try and intercept the throw. But I think, you know, he chooses, I'm looking at that again, and I think he does make a slight change. All right, this is going to be dropped. Not helping themselves at the moment. What's your call on that one? He does slight, I mean, it's a slight change. Is it a significant change of line? I actually think that live, I thought, no issue. When I looked at it again, he does go kind of straight down the line of the stumps to in line with the ball. Could have easily gone the other way if he didn't want to get hit. So, yeah, maybe benefit of the doubt there, but a bit of a talking point. Let us know what you think in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. As we get to the end of the 8th over, the score's 141 for 3. Tough one. This is where you can only really use the technology there to make that decision. I don't know how the umpire in the field was meant to watch the line of the batter, and normally they're in position to adjudicate the run out. Back to live action here. And Saini is going to continue. Into the 9th, 141 on the board. Lifted up by Amandeep. And doesn't quite have what it takes to get over the rope, but will bounce and bounce over. Cuatro carreras. Going back to the changing of the line debate. Well, there's a school of thinking that if you're prepared to wear the ball, maybe you deserve to keep your wicket intact, but I think it's a sensible reinterpretation of the law that's come in the last few years. This will be a wide. Jules saying there wasn't a big change of direction there. Yeah, it was a slight change there, wasn't there? That's why I think that one's open for debate. Other thing is always relevant to me, do they know where the throw's coming from? And he did. As this is lifted up, Amandeep has made a big impact in a short time. Maximo says carreras. 27 off 10. 150's up for Malo. All this innings, that computer score has been in this 170s region. And it looks like it could be another win for machine against man. This one is better located from the bowler. Amandeep makes a good decision to hit straight through the line of it. Maximo, 6 more. And really, I think that expected score, it's going to head into the 180s after that shot. Then he just gotten out there, but he's dominated the strike. In fact, he's overtaken Zulfikar Shah now. Zulfikar's only faced 14 balls out of over 50 in the innings now. All right, this is high. I think that's going to carry as well. It does. Maximo, all the way back to the fence. Ran out of real estate. It's 6 more. Takes him up to 164. Just going back to that, I know it's an interesting one, and I'm not saying he should have been given out. I'm just saying that if you really didn't want to get hit, then he should have run on the other side of the wicket. He knew where the ball was. He definitely was satisfied with being in the way. And he had second thoughts, I think, when he might cop it. Anyway, Amandeep, he's just going to keep unloading 6s after 6s. There's 4 in a row to finish that over. Maximo, 29, come off the 9th. And Malo have now equalled their score in the first game. It's 170 for 3 after 9. Just saying, batters are canny. Hassan Ahmed in the big collision with Sumare did the same thing. He knew the ball was on one side of the wicket, and so he chose a line in the beginning that was probably going to put him in the way, right? So if you actually didn't want to get hit, then you run on the offside, the opposite side to where the ball pops out. But the batters don't do that because it's ingrained that you don't want to get out. So you think it helps your cause. I'm saying that as a guy that's played a lot of cricket. A lot of cricket. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Harpreet Sandhu gets a bowl in the 10th. Here's Amandeep, 45 off 13. Eyeing off a half century. Won't have to hit this one. Another one of the cores. Michael saying maybe backbone pads need to start being marketed. Not a bad idea. Chases this one outside the off stump, and it will be 50 to Amandeep Singh, bringing up the milestone of 14 balls. He's now the top scorer in this innings. He looks in very good form. Gets a big round of applause from his teammates. 6 sixes, 3 fours. I like the offside hitting from Amandeep here, because you imagine against the better teams, that's where the ball's going to be most of the time. And hitting straight as well, like that. It's 6 more, and Malo, this 200 might still be on if they can finish with 3 boundaries. Well, computer predicted 170s the whole time in the end. Probably wasn't counting on this kind of impact innings from Amandeep Singh. .184 now. How high can they climb? He's going to hit this one down the ground. Not quite the contact he was after, but he will get 4. Keeps the 200 chances alive. Cuatro más. Amandeep really enjoying himself out there. He's pretty close to his high score on the network of 64 from last year's ECS against Team Tigers Portugal. Also scored 63, not out, against the Miranda Dragons in 21. And that should put him there, up and out of here. Well done to Amandeep Singh. In his 86th match on the network, he now has his highest score on ECN. I'm pretty sure that was 6. Am I crazy? Up and out of here, 6. I scored as 4 originally, but that was a 6. So they're 194 actually, and that'll be 200. If you don't mind, bangs into the camera tower, Maximo. And Amandeep, he's going to finish on 73 off 19. And that is a brilliant innings. Straight as you like. And I like the choices he made in that innings. So it's going to be a monster chase, put it that way. I've got that as 200 exactly. For some reason, I think 9.5 was scored as a 4. But anyway, gives a chance to look at their highlights, and they're mostly Malo highlights. As last over ended up going for 28. It was a big run. In fact, 57, 59, I think, actually, if you include that 6 come off the last 2 overs. As Assad, he certainly had a few difficult issues bowling to this strong top order. They put Zulfikar Shah at the top. In fact, he only faces 15 balls in the 60. I think that's pretty close to a record, you know, of how few balls faced to bat through the 10 overs. He ends up on 22. But really, Zaib, I don't know if it's a technical thing or not, but leaving the bat out to dry outside the leg stump, second leading edge of the day, caused him to have to go. Bit of a finger stinger for Keshav Saini, but does the trick. But Shazad came out, and we know that Najam's a very, very powerful striker. I still think he's got another gear to go to, like I said. He ended up hitting 33, including 4 Maximos. In fact, if you can count all the 6s in this innings, there were 20 of them. Eventually, nice catch there from Monik Patel. Force him to move the line along. Then Imran Khan came out, and he played, I suppose, the perfect 6-ball innings if you have to get out. Because he went 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and out. 5 6s and gone. And yeah, he was looking very, very dangerous, wasn't he? Eyeing off kind of 9-ball 50, which you don't talk about that often on the network. Imran cracked that. That was his 5th 6. But then the very next ball, change of angle did the trick. He skied one. Basharat ended up taking the catch. And yeah, just doing what they could. Look, it's certainly not easy. But just searching for little highlights. Oh, well, there we go. I've got a record for Zulfikar Shah. That's him here. This is what we talked about. Look, just that little bend. It's on purpose, I'm telling you that. Probably not enough to hang him on, but we had second thoughts when the ball crashed into his back. But yeah, Zulfikar Shah, congratulations. The least balls faced for a batter to bat the 10 overs. He faces only 15 balls. Junaid Mullah of Ljubljana faced 16 when he scored 28 not out last year in the European Cricket Series, Croatia on the 2nd of November. So there we go. We have records in ways that you probably wouldn't expect. That is all she wrote at the end. Whacked away into the ground. And he's still giving this 198, but yeah, I think I have a feeling this will get adjusted because that second last ball went over the fence for me. Anyway, we'll see. Amardeep Singh with 71 not out off 18 balls. And Zulfikar Shah, 22 not out in there. It's a massive score, as we might have predicted. Wicket apiece to Daskir, Basharat and Jaskill. I got it on good information that the ball went over the fence, will be adjusted to a 6. So I think we're looking at 200 when we come back. And Precious, it'll be about 140 to get a point. Let's see if they can get something out of this one when we return to the Southern Cricket Ground, I should say. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll be back shortly with the second innings of Match 81 right here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to day 17 here in the European Cricket Series, Portugal. And classic David versus Goliath. Maybe if you're blindfolded, David here, because Precious CC without a win in the series in their 10th game. They've got a tough task today, taking on Malo. Just a bit of an update. That total was updated to 200 in the end because the second last ball scored a 4 originally. Just a slight administrative error, but on review that was changed to a 6, which meant that score did go to 200 even. It means that if Malo can keep Precious 140 or less, and I think they're pretty confident of being able to do that, then they would take all the points out of this one. In fact, it would be an early morning octopus for Malo. We've won the ECS on this ground no less than 4 times on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with you as we get ready for the second half. And for Precious, it's been a tough learning curve for them. I do think, a bit like I said earlier regarding the Werewolves, it's a bit like cricket boot camp, this. You know, it'll be a bit of pain at the time, but there's a bit of long-term gain about it. And we'll see if they can put up a good showing in the second innings here. Hassan Mahmood looks like he'll take his regular position bowling the first over. All right, 201 to win. We've never had a 200 chase, but as far as starts go, they don't get much better than that. Maximo. And that's just gear. The active captain today, Sunny Singh, unfortunately, not able to take his place in the 11. That's why they're slightly undermanned here on day 17 so far. That'll be a good comeback from Mahmood. Yeah, just gear. He's certainly tried his hardest in this series. He's been asked to lead the side on quite a few occasions. All right, now goes on the walk and he's dropped. Oh, there, quick point at the sun. Obviously, you got the hat, you got the sunglasses, and it wasn't quite enough, was it? Checking out the replay, thanks to Spring Media. But, yeah, tried his best, put the hand up. Couldn't quite come up with the catch. Now hit down the ground. That was going to get through, and wow, it's a proper football job there to keep it in the field of play. Effective enough in the end. And there's that drop catch again. Back to live action though, and the next one, a big swing and a miss. This will be a replay of the last ball over. We just missed that one, but big swing and a miss from Sawa. Salim Sawa out there opening up, and that'll take us to the end of the over. 8 without loss after 1. "94 matches since the golden ball." We look at the fixtures today, maybe third match we're a shot, but apart from that, I think we could be headed for triple figures tomorrow. Zafar Ali to bowl over number 2. Well, lightning strikes twice here. Oh, this time he's back on the boundary. It probably would have gone into his reach if he was able to stay in his original position, but he'd just been moved back there. Bit of a teasing innings here. Slightly backing away here, Sawa. I suppose when you talk about what's to gain here, both teams can gain something from this situation. Malo, it's a chance for them to execute their bowling skills and work on their fielding going into tomorrow. You won't get better training than a match. Go to Terry Richmond, who's popped in. He's a bit short and pulled away. Nice shot from Sawa. He's able to rock onto the back foot there and put it to the leg side boundary. Nice shot. This time he's just going to poke at this one, but he's going to get it to run pretty close to the boundary. Good chase down there. You don't actually catch up with too many on this outfield. And it'll just be a single. Terry said he might do a few domestic chores today. That's probably a good way to multitask, Terry. And leg side, this one will be called a wide. I've got a question for some of you guys in the chat. What's the one domestic chore that you can't stand? Most people have one. I've probably got several, if I'm completely honest. Luckily, living in hotels most of the time, I don't have to worry about it. I've got to say, I used to hate doing the dishes. I don't know. I felt like I didn't trust my own work. I felt like someone needed to wash them properly. So that was probably mine. But you tell us, what's the one chore, if you want to call it that, the one domestic task that you couldn't stand? Random question early on in this innings. This one's hit back over the top, just in front of Imran Khan. What an innings he played. Cracking 5 sixes before he was out off the 6 ball he faced. Precious, even that 141 looking a long way off at the moment. Good areas there from Zafar, who goes for 9 in his first over. And at the end of 2, Precious are 17 without loss. Beautiful day here in Portugal, up to 25 degrees now. You can see there that Ronan and Fighters have finished their 12 matches. We'll get to see Friendship in the next match to finish their campaign, taking on the Werewolves in their last game, and then it'll be Malo, Precious and Aarish to get us finished in the Group B action this afternoon. Rizwan into the side. He gets a bowl in over number 3. First ball doesn't leave the infield. Shazad does the fielding. Another chance for Sawa. Does tend to kind of back away from the ball a little bit. And sometimes it follows him. It's one time that I think he's pretty happy that he was able to get the head out the way. Rizwan in and out of the side. Love this opportunity to maybe break into the first choice 11. All right, this is a pull, but it's not controlled. I don't think anyone's going to reach it, though. Keeper was hunting it. Tafar was hunting it. Just not able to quite make it happen in the end. Helix says ironing, vacuum cleaning, etc. Okay, well, that's 2. Well, that's bold. Just flick the edge of the off stump. And it's going to be curtains there for Harvinder. Sent to the top of the order, but he swings across this. Flicks the outside of the off stump. There is one impressing early. He strikes. And the score is 19 for 1. Disappointment for Harvinder at the top. Bowling though, top of the stump kind of length. We talk about that sometime. Okay, Terry said the cat litter tray, and Jules said that as well. Okay, that seems like a popular one already. Dave said he loves washing dishes. Okay. Dave said he folds, he doesn't iron. Ironing's another one. I don't mind the idea of it, but I'm hopeless at it. I'm hopeless. Bit worried I'm going to end up damaging something. Dave hated dusting when he was a kid. He still does. Okay, dusting's Dave's one. Jules says he loves doing the washing and drying, especially when the electricity company pays him to use it. Now, it's happened over the last couple of weeks, yeah. So these are the times we live in right now. That's why I think just gets a bit of the line on the way through. Yeah, let us know any others. I don't mind making the bed, as long as it's just the basics, not the whole thing. Again, I'm lucky to live in hotels a lot of the time. Anyway, this will be the end of the power play. Pretty good over that from Rizwan. Certainly announces his arrival. 1 for 3 in the third, and Precious are 20 for 1. Helix calling that one a sneaky wicket because it just kissed that off stump, didn't it? Fair few tall towers there. 5 magical overs and a score of 200. Doesn't quite get you the top scores list anymore. 216 to get up there. Okay, time for Said Meissen. Coming to the attack. And his first ball's pretty much on middle stump, but played inside out. Not a bad shot there, actually. But that's the kind of effort I'm looking for from Malo. A question when teams have been successful and won a lot of trophies, are they still hungry for it? Because you got a team like Aarish, they're an obvious one. Also got Punjab, CC Amadora, and Gamblers from the other group. And the Fighters, it looks like, from this group as well. Desperate to get the first daytime trophy, not to be won by Malo if they can knock them over in this series. So it's going to be a pretty feisty 3 days of cricket, I think. It goes after this. That bat sounds a bit broken, and maybe he's got time to think about it because that'll be caught down the ground by Imran Khan. So Sawa's going to have to go. Just sounded like, yeah, like the bat had a bit of a weak spot there. Nothing weak about the catching of Imran Khan because he'll get Salim Sawa for 15. Now both openers back in the shed, and it's 22 for 2. So Precious, I suppose they will be hoping for a few individual highlights, but just to kind of compete against some of the best. Just knocked away. Basharat. Oh, he's going to have to work pretty hard for his first run, but he gets there in the end. Yeah, just to be able to say, yeah, look, I was able to stand up and I was able to make it even like a 20 or a 30 against this Malo attack. Give you a lot of confidence. Precious. We're batting a bit above their division here. But you always love to win those little battles. That's good ball from Syed Meisim. I can say when I was first here in 21, Meisim and Adnan Gondal were really good at locking down the last 4 overs when Malo were in the field. Really well to death. A lot of Yorkers. Not a bad shot there, but again, it's a great opportunity. Flies through there. Deep. No shortage of enthusiasm there. But yeah, they'll get through to the single. Wild swing there from Basharat, and now that might have taken Shamsha on the end of the finger. That'll be the end of the over, 25 for 2, but yeah, any keeper knows if you get it on the end of the finger, it hurts. And just have a look. Just swings a bit on him here. See a little bit of the seam position there, goes out, and then bang, right off the end of that, the second or the third finger on the right hand. Oh, that always hurts. So, Shamsha, I think he'll continue, but not a moment that he'll enjoy. Take us to the end of the over. 25 for 2 after 4. Start of a new over then. One fielder attacks it, but there's a backup fielder there, so it's just a single. Jules said he saved a lot of money doing his own washing and drying. Yeah, there's a few people talking about making the beds and folding fitted sheets. Don't even get me started on that. So a little bit of under edge on that. There is. So Patel's going to have to go now. Monik Patel batting 3. Tries to pull one. Might have been a bit too full to pull. And Rizwan has a second wicket. Fantastic result for him. Again, similar to the ball really that kissed the stump, wasn't it? But that'll be the end of Monet. And Precious just trying to keep things alive. Not really happening at the moment. The score is 26 for 3. New batter out there, Baljeet. Plays all around this one. And Malo, I kind of like the intensity there. I mean, you've got a bit of playing for positions in there as well. Now, popped up and will elude the infielders. So Baljeet gets off the mark. Baljeet did the keeping for Precious CC in the first innings. Swing and a miss there. This is falling away, the body weight going to the leg side. All right, knocked over. And it's going to be the end of Basharat. So Rizwan certainly not doing his chances any harm of getting picked tomorrow, because he'll crash that ball into the leg stump and he'll have 3 wickets. Basharat goes down swinging for 2. And Precious EC now 27 for 4. Nicely done to pick up a 3rd wicket. That's a decent spell of bowling. Time for the in-game analysis. Well, it's a funny one. In cricket, sometimes you have even matches, sometimes you don't, but there's normally something to gain. And for Precious EC, I think they've gained invaluable experience in this series. We've even seen it, for example, when the Portugal national team have played some other teams that are higher ranked. It rubs off and they get better. And I'm sure that Precious EC, they'll have their eyes on one day kind of breaking into the top division in the slightly longer form of the game here. They've got the people to do it, I think. So Mason comes in, he whacks Nasser Anwar. Said Mason, also a pretty decent first over. That doesn't go too far over the stumps either. Really squaring up the batter. Baljeet being given a bit of a working over here. Again, see the footwork slightly outside the leg stump there. Probably not helping matters. Yeah, this is nice areas from Said. Probably might be going at the stumps here though, sniffing a second wicket. Because you can see you're not really getting within the line of it. And this is right off the end of the bat. Budgie will be pretty happy, I think, to at least get off strike at a minimum, because there's a battle on at the moment. Now, this is pushed into the offside, and just get a single here. So boundary's very hard to come by. We've only seen 1 4 and 1 6 in this innings. There's a bit of a war of attrition going on at the moment. He loses down the leg side, but Side probably won't mind that because it means he'll get another opportunity to pick up a wicket. One kind of hits him in line, but one runs, one doesn't, but they've got plenty of time to get through, really. Gee, just wasn't sure where it went, but his partner told him, look, it's fine. We can get through and complete the single. It'll take us to the end of the over. So 6 overs down, it's 31 for 4. We're looking at kind of big margins of victory here, really, aren't we? The highest margin of victory we've ever had on the network, 194 runs, when the Malta Super Kings also scored 200. They were able to bowl out their opposition for 6. Goes OCC. Famous game back from July 2021. Okay, he's Amandeep. I wonder if there's a bit of glove on this. It went to the leg, and he has been given out. Yeah, I think this has just popped off the leg and brushed the glove as it's ballooned up, and it's going to be a wicket. See here, or maybe one or the other. Maybe off the glove first. Yeah, I think it's glove up into the shoulder. So there's no leg in it. It's just glove on the shoulder, and that's all she wrote. As that'll be another wicket. Nicely taken behind the stumps by Shamshir Singh. Catches his opposite number for 2, and Precious CC now 31 for 5. Amandeep Singh having a very good game. Okay, so Harpreet Sandhu gets a hit at number 7. So just played away carefully, get the foot fielding. It's not really the way to do it, and it's going to cost 4. And these are just the little things. And if you want to be a really good team, you got to try and keep your standards up even when the game is essentially as good as done. Assad just offering a foot at that, and in the end, it's one of the softest hit 4s you'll ever see on a cricket field. Harpreet Sandhu will appreciate it. Now, this ball I think was dropping. And nicely put away, so that'll be back-to-back boundaries for Harpreet. It's not too bad. I think there are only 2 boundaries in the whole innings. He's come out and he's hit 2 of his first 2 balls. Nice shot. This one almost popped back, but not quite. And the next one is going to just be worked away for 1. Now, a lot of yelling going on. In the end, they decide that they're going to not take the run there. So Harpreet Sandhu saying, well, I'm feeling good. I'd like to take a bit more of the bowling. He'll get that opportunity as we get to the end of the over. And it gives us a chance to look up what's coming in match number 82. I think this will be a pretty good one. For me, this is the match of the day between Friendship and the Werewolves. Both teams, okay, they're not going to make it to the later parts of this series, but they do have an opportunity to kind of show what they can do. And everyone, they always want the opportunity to win the last game that they play. So that's coming up in around about 35 minutes time. Werewolves winning the toss, electing to bat in that one. Here we go with over number 8. And that's more like it from Assad, who will have a bit of a sore leg, but at least he does the right thing and stops the boundary by any means necessary. Has Sawa with his left armers. I wouldn't say he's been overbowled in this series, but he's a pretty useful player. And a bit of variety that he brings to the attack as well. This one beats everyone, including Shamsha, behind the stumps. Surprised for bounce. Thin edge, but thick enough to get past the keeper. Running away down the hill, and that'll be 4. So Saini gets his first boundary. Take him how you can get him. This is where you get a first slip. It's probably straight to him, but you rarely do in this form of the game. Down the ground, and well, that one's going to get away as well from Meissen again. Okay, they're not easy stops on this ground, we know that, but Malo in a key moment, let's say on the weekend, that could make a big difference. We saw that happen in the Western Shield, didn't we, when English fumbled one late in the piece. It's a good swing on this one, Saini. Another Tortuga this time. It won't get past the fielder for 4 at least. Does get past the fielder momentarily. End of 8. And the 50 comes up for Precious. They're 50 for 5 after 8. So 200 to 50. See how far they are away from even the bonus point line there. So 150 runs between the teams at this stage. 2 overs to play this one out. Both these teams will take a rest. They will be back on the park after that. Amandeep is played away on the offside by Keshav Saini. Positives for Precious though. There have been plenty of them during the series. I mean, it's tough now. They've got a last day from hell, but still, they've gained a lot out of the series. I think we've seen improvement in their players. I suppose today will probably show them how far they've still got to go. Wow. Well, that's just missed. We'll go for 4 byes. Again, this is a bit of a lesson for Shamsha. He just assumes this is going to hit the stumps. So he stands up. See here? So he just thinks, oh, that's going to hit, isn't it? But then, yeah, even a ball hitting the stumps, you should still be in your crouch and you should still be, if the stumps were immediately to disappear, you should be taking the ball, and his gloves weren't in position at all. This next one kind of ties him up. No run there. Amandeep's had a really good day so far. He's, I suppose, competing for overs, competing for position in the batting lineup. This one drifts in a little bit. Harpreet put together a nice little 10 not out here. Now lifted up, and that's 6. Only the second of the innings, Maximo. And well, what's happened here? We've had a wipeout. That looks like Conrad down there, trying to lay low. But I said, went down and looked at my screen, looked back up, and he was on the ground. Let's have a look. Oh, Conrad. Oh dear. That wasn't quite as elegant as his 148 not out yesterday, put it that way. Down the ground. This will be 1. Gets us going here in the 10th over. So Hazem Sawa getting a second over. Got opportunity to get some bowling into him as well. Tony tries it on again. Myson handles this one without incident. Feeling for this one. Preet. I can't make any contact. Now they think of one, but they're never going to get it. Never goes too far from where he hits it in the first place. Now, I could push for two here. They probably would have gotten two if they'd gone for it, but I think just one to go. Well, when you need 456 runs per over, even for a point, you know that things are probably not rolling your way. But nice little partnership from these two. They've actually put on 34 at this stage for the 6th wicket. So we hit down the ground, and Myson will make the stop. So they'll finish on 66. So 134 runs will be the margin of victory in the end. So, yeah, Malo, they take all 4 points out of this one. They keep on track to at least equal Werewolves on points, forcing Werewolves to get something out of their last game to hold on to top. But really, I think pretty good spirits all around. Realistically, those two teams, a bit like chalk and cheese where they're at in their respective European cricket journeys. But yeah, Malo, good tune-up for them, and an opportunity, I think, to get a few more overs into some bowlers that I think could have a key role to play when we get to the Super Fives tomorrow. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. Well, they started kind of regulation with Hassan Mahmood. That was one that was lost in the sun, never to be found. But we had a couple of decent shots early. Salim Sawa had that one intercepted, but he got a 4 and a 6 in there. More action in the third zone. Rizwan, he really impressed me when he came on to bowl the third over, just kissing the off stump there of Havinder, who was sent up to open the innings. He went for just 4. And Syed Myson at the other end as well. He didn't do too much wrong while he was there. It was a nice looking shot. But yeah, really the issue for Precious, struggling to find the boundaries they needed for a long time. It's just that 1-4 and 1-6 in the innings. Catching practice down there for Imran Khan to get Sawa for 15. And this is what you want to see out of Malo, like the way Amandeep, you know, it's a long series. We haven't seen Malo for almost a week though. They've got a big 3 days of cricket coming up. Rizwan induces an under edge there. That was the end of Monit Patel. So he'd have 3, and Amandeep was also able to chip in, getting a little glove from Baljit onto his shoulder, then ballooned up for a catch. This is the only thing though, I'd say there are certain times that they haven't held themselves to the high standards you'd expect. Malo, I suppose you can have a giggle about it, but I won't be laughing if the misfields keep coming tomorrow. Harpreet though, he did start with a couple of boundaries. He ended up on a cheeky little 12 not out. Had a bit of help along the way. Saini as well. Eventually we'd have our second and final Maximo of the innings as he heaved that one over the leg side. And Greenshields, well, it was a shot so good that he fell over. And Precious CC in the end, they will finish 66 for 5. So they've got a tough couple of games to finish their campaign with matches against Malo, the return bout, and then Werewolves in the last game of the night. Kashyap Saini ends up top scoring with 19 not out off 11. 2 4s and a 6 in there. Salim Sawa scored 15 early. And Harpreet was the beneficiary of a couple of bits of, I suppose, divine intervention. But he finished with 12 not outs in that one. You see the difference as well with Malo. Not giving too many extras away. Only 4 wides in the innings. be a 4 byes that Shamsha could have avoided if he had stayed in position a bit longer. In the end, 134 runs between the two teams. 3 for 5. Rizwan certainly didn't do anything wrong in his quest to break into the bowling lineup over the weekend. Said Myson 1 for 7. Pretty tight as well. Amandeep had a good game. 1 wicket to go with his half century. In fact, his top score ever on the network. I think he'll take the Player of the Match award. Azim Saba with his left arm is also a good opportunity for him to get out there and bowl a bit. He took none for 13. We'll take a break and we'll be back in around about 25 minutes to take you into the third match of the day. And I think this match will be pretty live between two teams that will want to finish their ECS with a win. It'll be the Werewolves taking on Friendship CC when we return to the Santarém cricket ground. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Join you back here very shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the SCG, the Santarém Cricket Ground in the heart of Portugal. And right now we're getting ready for the third match of the day. And this one we'll see Friendship CC and Lisbon Werewolves doing battle in their last game in their ECS journey in 2024. Do have some toss news for you that a little bit earlier. It was Ram Haritwal of the Werewolves that won the toss, and he's elected to bat first. So let's see if they can finish their series with a win. Look, these are two teams that are kind of out of the picture as far as qualification goes for the Super Fives, but they had ambitions to get there, just hasn't quite gone their way. What I do like about this is you've got two teams both playing their last match in the same match, and they'll both be pretty determined to finish with a win. I think if you don't qualify for the later stages of the tournament, I've been there before, it's always nice to feel like you've won your final at least. Friendship CC, of course, led by Imtiaz Rana. I think about a little bit higher than that. You've got Raju Mia listed at the top. Nasrul Islam continues to be listed at number 10. I think he'll bat number 3 for Friendship CC. But they'll have to wait because the Werewolves, they'll bat first. I wonder what they'll do. I feel they might even throw Amritpal Singh Jr. to the top. And this is why I'm liking this game, because of all the games today, this is the only one that is kind of remotely a 50-50 on paper. Werewolves, interesting, they're giving a slight advantage over Friendship CC in this one. Do you think that's right, or would you have had it the other way? Or do you think it's a dead 50-50? So just 3 matches to go in the opening stages. And Group B has been entertaining, no doubt about that. Aarish and Malo kind of setting the pace, and then fighters seem to have locked down position number 3 now. Of course, today's results and the last few results have been bad news for Gorka 11, who now we know won't be part of the Super 5. The other thing is the top 3, the reason the position's important is because you will take a certain amount of points through. You'll have like a head start in the Super 5s, which basically runs like an ECL or an ECC group, with the teams playing each other and then playing a finals day with the top 4. Anyway, here we go with Badrul Haider to get us going. He starts with the ball. It just sneaks inside. Nice start. That is Ahmed Shafat keeping his spot at the top of the order. Misses out on the first one. He's out there with Gurpreet Singh. A similar kind of line. Jammed away, and we'll get our first run of the contest. I'll give a warm welcome back to anyone that might be watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And if you are, don't forget to give us a like. Subscribe to ECN European Cricket Network for 49 consecutive weeks of cricket action. Won't get that anywhere else in the world, I'm sure about that. Oh, this one really takes off. Oh, it's been called a wide. This game's a 50-50 proposition at the moment. I'm curious to see this on the replay. Took off, but is it over the head? Standing at the crease. Not so sure. It wasn't even that short. Okay, there's a case for it. This time, Butler gets the benefit of another tight call. Is this fully inside the line? You be the judge? Yeah, it is. Good umpiring by Bucks. Yeah, it's good movement. Haider really has swung the ball around corners in this series. Been really impressed with his series, to be honest. You see he has the bat going one way, but then ball just leaves him at the last moment. Another one beats the outside edge, so Friendship, like I said, they're a team that we've got a lot of time for here on the European Cricket Network, but they've just kind of drifted out of the picture. Yeah, I suppose for them, The best they could do is 26 points, and that's not quite enough to break into the top 3. And he's bowled him. It's a mess of the stumps. It's going to be a 4-ball duck, unfortunately, for Gurpreet Singh. And Haider, well, he caps off his over in the best way possible. Just have a look at this one. Similar kind of delivery. This one's a bit straighter. Straightens down the line. That looks like a bail breaker from way back. See if we can have a look. Oh, not sure if they're intact or not. But unlucky for Gurpreet. He'll have to go. Derek will make sure he gets there safely. And at the end of the first over, it's 2 for 1. I suppose the funny thing is, although I don't think Friendship are laughing, it was the Werewolves that kind of scuttled their top 3 chances with a win a couple of days ago in match number 74. On that occasion, the Werewolves batted first, put 106 on the board, and ended up holding on in a spirited defence, keeping Friendship CC to 93. So I think Friendship, yes, they want to finish with a win, but also they wouldn't mind a little bit of revenge against the team that kind of sunk their qualification hopes the other night. Second over starts with a wide. And this is Raju Mia that comes on round the wicket. Fairly easy call there for the umpire first up. One just sneaks inside. It's good location there. Batter's feeling for it, but no chance that's a wide. Asking for it, but umpire gets it spot on. This time it's a bit closer to Ahmed Shafat. He'll lift it up. Oh, Macy's finally dropped one. Oh, disappointment. Alex Macy has been on fire in the yellow vest. But that one was in the breadbasket. It was in, it was out. Luckily for Macy, doesn't get a chance to see it on the replay. But you'll have to just trust us on that one. Well, welcome back to Mr. J Grant. We mentioned he's doing a 30k run for charity. Part of his pre-season this weekend, covering all the cricket grounds in his area. Great initiative. Will be a wide. Very, very wide. You see what Mia's tactics are here. He's trying to keep it away from the right hander when he gets too close. Generally, he's been swung away over the leg side. You can see that he's looking exclusively leg side there, isn't he, really? Shafat had that one good innings, but it's kind of been out of sorts apart from that. Raju trying to close out this over. It's hit straight, kind of flat bat shot, and that'll be 4. So they need the runs at the moment, don't they? After a pretty pedestrian start, Shafat gets one. Instead of really pulling across it, he kind of pulls this straight. It's a better option. And is able to strike the first 4 of this game. Now another wide, so classic hit and miss stuff so far, really. Oh, Terry getting into the Spanish now with Seis Mas. I'll have to check. I know my Portuguese is quite up to where my Spanish is. There are a few similarities in the language. Outswinger again. This one is skied. Oh, again, there's a bit more looking at each other than chasing the ball. So it doesn't work out too well for Friendship CC, who would have loved another wicket. Still in a reasonable shape after 2 overs. The score is 16 for 1. But have a look here. I spent too long looking. Enough time trying to track it back. Friendship CC, like I say, had their finals chances kind of scuppered when the Werewolves beat them the last time these two teams met. It does seem that 1-2-3 is fairly set. Well, anything that could happen, Malo could get 4 points in their next game, and I'd say the odds are they will. And Aarish, they'll be forced to score a point at least out of their final game, but against Precious, you can imagine it'd be a bit of a formality. So we'll start the third over now. Here's Badrul Haider. Don't think, well, a couple of things here. He couldn't have even run if he wanted to, and he almost gets run out. This is a bit of a bizarre one. It's that classic. We saw it with Faf Stoneman the other day. It's an outswinger. He thinks it might be sneaking down the leg side. It comes back and catches him. It's pretty close, you know. Not quite coming back enough, I don't think. But we realise the last minute. That one is, though. That's neck and crop. Haider. He's a wizard with this new ball. He's been so good here. And the first ball wasn't convincing. The second even less so. He castles Amritpal Singh Jr. And the Werewolves on the ropes at the moment at 17 for 2. Jeez, I love this outswing bowling. Class act. It's one thing to swing it, but also, you know, to have the control there. Amritpal, unfortunately for him, he's had some bright spots in the series, but he will finish with a derrick to his name. And the score is 17 for 2. Not an easy ball to come in and face either. As Tabish comes in to face the music. Wow, the first one is attempted slow ball. I don't know why you'd go to this when you've just comprehensively rocked the stumps, but I suppose the element of surprise was there. I was surprised. Batter probably was too, but it was harmless. Oh, if there's no bat in that, it's out, but he must have hit it. He must have hit it. Because, yeah, I did pick up a bit of a double noise. I think the umpire does too. Check it out in the replay. What's your call? Ooh, must have hit it. I think the batter was pretty quick to say, yeah, look, I've got a bit of an edge on it. Haider bending the back here. Good power play this from Friendship. Werewolves winning the toss, batting, probably trying to replicate what they did last time these two teams met. They were able to pull off a pretty good defence. Friendship's batting just wasn't quite up to it on that occasion. Last game of the day. 3 days ago now. This is a great spell from Badrul Haider. He'll finish with 2 for 4. And the score is 18 for 2 after 3. You can see 2, 14 and 2 and no prizes for guessing which 2 overs were bowled by Badrul Haider. Very good effort. Okay, so now time for the left armer to have a go. This is Sajid Hassan. He's done some good things in the series as well. Sneaks that one inside first up. So what do you think about these two teams? Starting about neck and neck, but good start. Friendship well ahead at the moment. Friendship the more experienced of the two sides in the European Cricket Series. See the very spirit in the field, hoping for further breakthroughs. Tabish gets a hit at number 4. Picks off the pad. There's no run there. Fielder's waiting. Just unable to get the hands out in front that time. Not a bad location this time from Hassan, but squeezed away on the leg side. Hear the chatter out there, Friendship. Been waiting for this rematch, I think. Finish with a bang. This is a fairly nice shot, but it'll find Muhammad Nazrul Islam down there. Occasionally you see him doing some keeping. Played mostly as an outfielder in this series. This one's lifted up in the air, and it's going to carry over the rope. Maximo! Just the second of the contest. So Hassan got away with plenty in the over, but couldn't get away with the last ball. He'll go for 9 in the 4th, and at the end of 4, the score is 27 for 2. Looks like Wayne's popped in. Hello, Wayne. Hopefully you're well. I'd love to say Corey's here to chat with you, but Corey's already going to be in Spain. Arrived there early this morning in preparation for the Spanish T10 International Series against Jersey, which starts on the weekend. But I won't get you to hold off in your game until I can have a front row seat, Wayne. I think we're challenging Corey to a duel. All right, time to start you over. That's Mohammed Abdul Motin to bowl it. Expected score here 99, just dipping below the triple figures. Doesn't look like a lot, does it? Maybe they'll tick up to 100 with that wide. Well, gets it right. Third time lucky. Now hit and run straight at the fielder, but because there's no hesitation from Tabish, he'll get home. What's the power of just making up your mind and going straight away? Forces a perfect bit of fielding. Hesitation costs you between the wickets. Wow, that's gone off by a mile. Yeah, so he's trying to get offside, but taking it to scary new places here. That's a long way outside. A free hit. But it's still going to be a wide. He does kind of walk at it, but I don't think he leaves before the ball's bowled, so I think that's a good call from the umpire. So he's in an orthodox position, so the line's the line. It definitely hits the line. Good umpiring from Bucks. Having a good day. Another one. To be fair, you can hit that if you can reach it. If it's slow enough. Another no ball. Moten's just kind of lost the plot here a bit. It's one thing to be one side of the wicket, but yeah. Another free hit coming up. He can't put it away. So for all his sins, Moten's only gone for what's that? 7 off 3 now. But we're already looking at 11 ball over here. Steps across, tries to get ahead of the delivery. Does Shafat. He'll only get a single. Yeah, this inning's just kind of lacking a little bit of fluency, lacking those runs of boundaries that you normally need. Lifted up this time, and won't quite get to the fielder on the forward. Does well to make the stop. And just a single. How long can they keep this pressure on, Friendship CC? Hit back, and Moten kind of fields it without his own consent, then hands it off. End of the 5th over. And the score is 37 for 2. I think a couple of his teammates seeing the lighter side of that effort from Mohamed Abdul Moteen. I do think he probably saves a couple of runs by intercepting it. Having a look at the ECC groups, I want to know, which group do you think is stronger in Group 1 or Group 2? Do you think there's a difference, or do you think they're pretty even? I mean, if they're drawn at random, you'd imagine they'd be even, but do you think if you could, I don't know, invent your own country and you got to choose either Group 1 or Group 2, what would you choose? Let us know, ECN European Cricket Network. All right. Akbari will be keen to get something going his way. Nice stop down the ground by Hyder. Wasn't he outstanding with a new ball in this game? Akbari kind of locks up Tabish this time, who's struggling to get into his innings. He's 9 off 11 now. Now gets aggressive, but yeah, I got to say, Tabish is a good hitter, but I mean, I think a bit of the fatigue creeping into his game as well. I think it's really hard to get going. I wonder if they're thinking of the dreaded R word. I mean, this is the last innings they'll bat. This one will be a wide. He almost nicks it behind. Friendship CC, I think, just showing a little bit more of their experience in this one. I know they went down to Werewolves last time in a pretty key clash, but all over him at the moment. This one is lifted up towards the leg side. It's been dropped over the line. Well, maybe that's the little bit of luck that Tabish and his side, the Werewolves, need. Because it was catchable. I think he does the right thing down there. Raju Mia. He stands tall. He doesn't jump because he doesn't want to end up outside the line. But, yeah, that wasn't in the plan. 6 runs leaked and would have been a wicket. Now, tries to double down. This time he won't get away with it. So 6 and out for Tabish. Gets lucky once, but the next time, it's not the result he was looking for. Nicely taken down there by Muhammad Nazrul Islam. And the Werewolves will lose Mohamed Tabish for 15. At least he does get that 6 away before he departs, with the score at 45 for 3. So this looks like Mohsin Ahmed that's coming out at number 5. Played a nice little cameo earlier in the day. Werewolves a bit more comfortable against the Friendship CC attack, you'd imagine, than Malo, but hasn't shown that way so far. Chases one on the tram line. This will be edged away, and that'll run away for 4. So this outfield's so quick, we know that. Disappears to the boundary. Well, if you can't be good, be lucky. Bit of luck there. Works out okay for the Werewolves. 49 for 3. Still a long way behind in this game, though, aren't they? See, no one reached 20 yet, and Shafat hasn't really hit the heights that he's capable of in this innings either. Hasn't been allowed to, really. Hossein comes back for a second over. Oh no, well, there's hesitation here. Shafat was slow to go. He'll get there in the end. You can see the urgency from Mosen, who says, look, you know, let's take the run. I'm here now. I've started with a boundary. Okay, I nicked it. But we can't be picking and choosing. Shafat kind of wanted another go, I think, at the bowling. Now, down the ground. I'll just get one. Friendship. Turning it on here. I think they've had a bit more time to stew over that last loss they had to the Werewolves. Werewolves have been on the park, and so they're looking a bit tired. Friendship look like they're just a bit fresher. Having said that, this one is lost down the leg side. 50's come up for Werewolves, but having to work really hard for their runs at the moment. This one's not getting past the bowler. So problems keep on coming, don't they, at the moment? Walks at this one. Slices it up in the air. Oh, well, did everything right but field it there, didn't he? That's Tanvir Hussain out there. He expected it up and to his left it was, but just misjudged it. Off the fingertips. Puts his hand up. I don't know if he misfields on purpose. And this is another stroke of luck for the Wolves. They need every ounce they can get at the moment. Now, hit straight at the long on there. Hossein, he's put in a pretty good shift as well. 16 off his 11 balls. Last ball of his over. Speared in towards the stumps, but Mosen will get a bat on it, and that'll take us to the end of the 7th over, and the Werewolves, after winning the toss and batting here in match number 82, they're 58 for 3 after 7. Friendship, there's got a bit of buzz about them at the moment. And just quickly, coming up, we've got France. Rico Fall, hopefully enjoying his week off. He'll rejoin us on the 15th of April in France. I'll be travelling that day, but I'll be there from the Tuesday. And then we've got Brescia in Italy. Could be back there for the first time in a couple of years. The Medina Cup will be hosted in France this year. To the location's been switched from Malta. Estonia with their first ECS in a while as well. Stay tuned for more action. Anyway, this is Mosen, who's going to pick out the outfielder. First ball of the 8th. Akbari has earned himself a second over. Don't know what it is, but the outfielders just seem to all be in the right spots at the moment. This is another one. We saw this before, and he's frustrated here, Sabir Ahmed. This is just a little basic tip for keepers. Pretend the stumps aren't there. Pretend the batter's not there. Never. There's no need to celebrate if the ball hits the stumps. You see, he gets caught as a spectator. That's the second time we've seen that today. And if it just misses, you need to be in position. And even if the ball's hitting the middle stump, get your gloves behind the middle stump. If the stumps were to vaporise, you should be able to catch the ball anyway. Just a slight mental error there. Anyway, another one goes down. So Werewolves just being let off the hook a little bit. This time, Muhammad Nazrul Islam, you wouldn't imagine he would drop that, but he has. Back to live action. Akbari gets through his overs pretty quickly. Next one was a dot, and he gets it straight back. That goes 1, then dot. Then this one up in the air. Just get one. Last ball of the over coming up. Akbury done a pretty good job, I think. Provides a bit of variety into the attack. But this one's going to get drilled. Shafat, well, that's what he's there to do. Just haven't seen so much of it in this innings, but he'll put that one miles out of the park. End of the 6th over, the 8th over, I should say, with a 6. And it's 71 for 3. Maximal to Ahmed Shafat. Well struck. Have they got like a big couple of overs in them here? Remember, when these teams met before, the Werewolves posted 106 and were able to outmuscle Friendship in the second innings, keeping them to only 93. Terry's saying that we're playing in France on his birthday. Let us know what day that is, Terry. Be sure to wish you a happy birthday if you tune in that day. Okay. Ahmed Abdelmoten struggled a bit with control in the first over. It's actually the 3rd time he's missed the pitch. Short of building a wider pitch, I don't know. I know he's hunting that tram line, but 3 times he's missed by a lot. Facing another free hit. Anyway, this is in the air. And that's a free hit, don't forget. So that'll just go down as a single. Shafat. Yeah, that's I think what he's trying to do there. Doesn't want to get too close. He's prepared to risk a wide, but I mean he's missed the other side. He's gone no ball 3 times. That's a more of a challenge delivery, but it's going to go for 4, and you can see why he's a little bit wary of getting too straight. I wonder if maybe he'd want to try around the wicket, just kind of extend that across angle if he's trying to go left. See, the batter says, all right, I'll take this one on. Well, Terry's birthday is the 25th, also known as Anzac Day. Very big day on the calendar in Australia and New Zealand. Mine is the 23rd, a couple of days early. All right, now Shafat takes it on down the ground, and he's going to go. So, comes up just short of the mark, and so Shafat will be the 4th wicket to fall. He goes for 35, and it's 78 for 4. And you can see there, searching for that straight boundary. That's more or less what Moten's trying to do. Get the batter reaching for it. And that time, Muhammad Nazrul Islam didn't make a mistake. So 78 for 4. This will bring Habibullah to the crease at number 6. Well, this might be a record. That's the 4th time he's missed the pitch. Like I say, I can see what he's going for. The execution, it's a bit too round arm. He knows it as well. Free hit coming up. And that one is punished by Habibullah. He says, thank you very much. The Werewolves, I still think, wouldn't put it past them to get something like the 106 that they defended last time. Moten, that time, doesn't get away with the freebie. He goes at the stumps, he likes it. I got a feeling he stumped the batter's already kind of making a motion. I think he just overbalances and I think he loses contact with that back foot. Well, begs the question, why did Abdul Motin go so defensive with his tactics? That kind of threw him off. Oh yeah, he's gone by a long way. You can see here, he's already out of crease, he's drawn forward. What it is, it's really quick work from the keeper, Sabir. And there we go, just before the foot even is able to start moving back. So Motin finally gets something to show for his work. He certainly bowled a lot of deliveries. He's actually bowled 8 extra deliveries in his spell. But this one is the end of Habibullah. Smart stumping from Sabir Ahmed there. And the score now, 85 for 5. So he just beaten for bounce and then bang. Harriet, while the captain comes in at number 7. Pretty unselfish, batting a few guys above him here in this game. Last ball, the 9th. And it's going to be another one. So it's going to be a golden duck for Ram. Well, they say no good deed goes unpunished. He was unselfish. He let a few others bat in the top 6. But Mohamed Abdul Motin, well, his record when the balls have been on the pitch have been pretty good. See there. Drives, doesn't beat the bowler. And so 85 for 6 after 9. I suppose the only bad thing for Abdul Motin is that he won't get a chance to complete the hat-trick. Well, not this year anyway, because that's his last delivery. See it here in the reverse angle. Took it, easy as you like. And Haratwal is on his way. The 9 overs in, the Werewolves, 85. Mohsin Ahmed will be facing up. He's joined by Sandeep at the crease. Can they still crack the 100 here? Low hundreds was enough last time. That's actually a pretty good looking shot. And it won't quite carry, but geez. 10 points for style, maybe only 3 or 4 points for timing. Gave himself a bit of room. Fell safely. Wild swing this time. Looking to get back, but I just don't think they're on the same page there. All right, Sandeep. One of the all-time great swings there, first ball. Now, had a little noise on that. Not sure if it hit anything or not. Wait for the umpire. What does he say about it? Ah, there's a little edge on that. Well, I did hear a little noise. Got to go down as a drop catch then. And I suppose more importantly, would have made a new batter have to come out and face the next delivery. Little edge getting away from Sabir Ahmed. All right, now it's called a bite. Well, there you go. It was just maybe a missed signal then. I did actually hear something. Maybe he flicked his pad with his bat. Unfortunately, Mohsin Ahmed can't do much better. It looks like they might be grounded in the 80s the way things are going here. Raju, a bit more attacking going over the wicket here. Lifted up by the batter, and that's out of here. Mohsin Ahmed lights it up. Gets 6 more to the total. Lifts them up into the 90s. Got a fighting chance here. You can see they're on the numbers. 93, that's what they're on right now. It's exactly what Friendship scored last time these two teams met. back in match number 74. Here's the last ball of the innings. Now you might as well get your running boots on. I don't think that Sandeep's got the message. It's one of the slowest turns I've ever seen on a cricket field, and he's going to be run out. I think maybe he's just either cramped up or maybe just given something a little bit of a twinge there. But it'll be 1 and run out. They're going to finish 94 for 7 in the 10 overs. See here, never really had a prayer. Slow to start, slow to get back, and so Sandeep will go for a 2-ball duck in the end, but he does the right thing, at least trying for that second run. As you go back and have a look at the first half here of match number 82. Ahmed Shafat came out to open the batting with Gurpreet Singh. As he did, biggest issue with this innings, just not enough boundaries. Looking at the fact there's 21 extras in here, so it kind of inflates the score, and they only end up making 94, but only 4 4s and 6 6s in this 10 overs. And you can see that Badrul Haider, he's a bit of a swing king, isn't he? Really doing a good job with that new ball. Be sad not to see him for a little while. But you see here again, kind of lures the batter into thinking it's leg stumpish, but then swings away prodigiously. That one knocked over the stumps. Made a bit of a mess of the furniture of Amritpal Singh Jr. It's one of the rare boundaries in there. Tabish was able to whack a couple of Maximos away. And Shafat was just kind of stuck in a holding pattern, wasn't he? Actually, would get going a little bit towards the end. We saw that one get dropped over the line. We thought, well, maybe that's a bit of a break. Akbari, though, I thought he was a pretty decent addition into the attack. Was able to pick up that wicket. 1 for 21. This was a misfield. Like I said, they were the beneficiary of a bunch of extras and also slightly below par fielding efforts. Even Nazrul Islam put one down. He would make up for it a little bit later. This one he took, say, just inside the line. So it looked like with a bit of momentum, perhaps the Werewolves could post the 100 plus. But then a very good comeback towards the end. Mohamed Abdul Motin, once he started getting it on the pitch, had some luck with 3 wickets, including that caught and bowled. So yeah, probably didn't have to go as uber defensive as he did. And then the last over, Raju Miah did go for a Maximo, but only 2 other runs and a bye in that over. So a wicket off the last ball, attempting a second, resulted in the Werewolves finishing at a total of 94 for 7 off the 10 overs. Looks a bit thin on the ground, but I will remind you that last time these two teams met, Friendship were only able to get 93. 35 at the top of the order from Ahmed Shafat, the keeper. Took a while to get into his work, though. 3 4s, 2 6s in his innings. Apart from that, Tabish with 15 and Mohsin Ahmed 17 not. The only other players to reach double figures. And that extras count a little bit too high. Without that, they're probably scoring low 80s there if it was a more regular amount of sundries. Badrul Haider far and away the best of the bowlers. He took 2 for 4 in his 2 overs. He's been a standout in this series, really. Not just for Friendship CC. 3 for 24, though. Mohamed Abdul Motin steals the figures after being a little bit errant, particularly early in his spell. The other wicket went to Akbari, who did a decent job, 1 for 21 of his 2. We'll take a break. We'll be back shortly. 95 is the target for Friendship CC in their last match. Or will it be the Werewolves to go off on a high? These two teams battling out here in match 82. Which one will finish with a win? We'll find out after this break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Great to have your company. I've got to tell you, it's going to be the warmest day we've had yet. 27 degrees. I know a lot of people were saying a few things about the weather, but I've got to tell you, this is what we normally get in Portugal at this time of the year. And it is looking very, very nice at the moment. And long may it continue. Getting ready for the second innings here with Friendship CC out to chase double digits. 94 is what they kept the Werewolves to in the first innings of this game. This is the 12th and final game for both of these two teams in this European Cricket Series. So they'll be hoping to finish well. I'll be a little bit disappointed. Both these teams, they haven't been able to quite push up for qualification. But you can understand that in what's been a pretty competitive series. And really, you've got to play very well to make the later stages in this series with 5 out of the 14 teams kind of going further into the Super Fives, which starts tomorrow. I'm saying that is going to be wonderful entertainment. So stick with us over the next 3 days. Yeah, the next 3 days, essentially, it's quite a familiar format because it's exactly like an ECL group. I think that most of our viewers that have been watching will know what that entails and how exciting that can be. Almost ready to get going then. And this is going to be Gurpreet Singh to open up. All right, 95 to win. And interesting that Rana, the captain, Imtiaz Rana's gone up to the top of the order. First one, he can watch safely. Pass for a wide. Yeah, but yeah, he's certainly a player that I think has led from the front. He loves his cricket, Rana, that's pretty clear. As this next one is punched away. This time they will get through for the first run of the contest. Maybe Rana's at the top, just thinking, all right, maybe just a steadying hand to help us along the way. It's not a huge target. Now the next one is punched away by Badrul Haider. Well, he's having some game, isn't he, at the moment, Haider? He bowled very, very well. And now you can see that he starts his innings in stylish fashion as well. This is Gurpreet trying to fight back. You feel like they need to take wickets. They did really well at holding Friendship CC early on last time. This time, Haider lets this pass fairly safely down the leg side. Yeah, that's what they did pretty well last time, actually. Another one to hit through the offside. This time it doesn't quite get the timing. We'll get a single. Warm welcome to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. We've got a lot of people watching on fan code in the subcontinent. We also have plenty watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. I know that during the week we got 388,000 subscribers, which is a little bit of a milestone for us. This one is going to be let go once again. Extras have been a bit of an issue from time to time in this game. We saw Friendship give up way too many, to be honest. Shouldn't be chasing even 95. It's a nice piece of bowling. And that is where he wants it, really. Rana. This one he's able to just kind of work around the corner, down the hill. That's going to be 4. So it takes a bit of a risk. But this one probably climbing over the stump. So he covers the stumps with his body. I suppose the thing with this shot, he keeps his head behind the line of the ball, and that normally helps. So yeah, maybe Rana feeling he's not too happy with the top of the order. For example, last time these two teams played, they found themselves kind of falling behind. They thought that was over, but it is not. We still have 1 ball to go. Gives Gurpreet one more crack at the friendship skipper. And he'll have to bowl yet another ball after that one. Sails wide of the stumps. It's probably, on paper, is the closest match today by some distance. And both teams will be very keen to finish with a win. It takes a bit of the pad on the way through, so it won't be a wide. And that will finally take us to the end of the over. So the score is 14 without loss after 1. Decent start there. But yeah, both teams, I think, a little bit of a fatigue factor there. Having said that, I think Werewolves feeling the pinch a bit more, having played more games recently. 95 matches since the Golden Ball. I said that this is, without doubt, our best chance of a Golden Ball today. But yeah, after this, we've got Malo versus Precious and Aarish versus Precious. Just got a feeling that might be a bit of a stretch based on current form, but you never know on the European Cricket Network. Anything can and normally does happen. Haider having an outstanding game here. Going to face up as Amritpal Singh Jr. gets a bowl. Don't remember him bowling too much, and he doesn't get helped out too much by his fellow Amritpal because he gets booted over the line. Wow, that's a bit unlucky, isn't it, really? With Amrit Senior saying Amrit Junior. Sorry, my bad. I mean, there's no necessarily easy ones down the ground. You can see they just didn't get their hands down in time. Bounced off the shoe for 4. This one is fielded. Creates a slight indecision between the wickets, but it's going to be a dot ball in the end. Got to build some pressure from somewhere. So yeah, those missed fields for 4 and things like that, that's not going to help things at all. Little edge this time, bounces off the keeper. And a big throw comes in, but just a single. Not really in control of that shot, but good alertness to at least get through for the run. Down the leg side, this will be called for a wide. Just it's not easy if you haven't bowled too much. I like that he's been given an opportunity here. This one dragged, and it's going to be 4. So Rana just keeping this game in control. You always want to win your last game. Hopefully that's the final of the tournament. If not, then you'll take what you can get. Yeah, this has been a bit of an issue, I think, for both teams now. Just giving away more extras than the top teams would. And again, it's good leave, and now some issues for Shafat getting down to it. Probably not the best running ever because it might have been two. It's a hanging full toss that he's going to dispatch leg side. Cuatro carreras. He's not quite high enough to be a no ball, but fairly comfortable hitting zone for Friendship CC. Might moves to 20 and Friendship up and away at the moment. They're 37 without loss after 2. Having a look at the table at the moment, you can see these two just falling out of favour, haven't they? Even a 4-pointer for either team wouldn't have been enough to put them up in the top 3. Only thing still to see basically is which one out of Aarish or Malo will have the top spot. It looks 99.9% that Aarish will get that advantage. The top team in every group, each group, takes 4 points through to Super 5s tomorrow. The runners-up take only 2. That could be important as things come together. Punched away nicely, but finds the field up. Then we get a run there. Jules just asking about cube cam, but I can give you a bit of an update on that. Nezekina's runner. Get this one through the offside. Well, this is an interesting one. And here's the rule here. They may actually touch, and one of them might be over the line. But the thing is, let's say that Tabishi is over the line. He's not deliberately trying to help him field the ball. I mean, they basically fall over each other. It's an accident. So I'll show you that. Maybe we see the fielding here. So you can see there's no doubt that the fielder that actually fields the ball is never in touch with the boundary. And so that'll just be 2 runs. But you can see there the downslope not helping out either of those two. This is hit quite nicely. This time down the leg side. Yeah. Interesting little game taking place here. Werewolves looking for a turning point. And the wide's not helping at the moment. Kind of chips this away leg side. Well handled out there this time by Amritpal Singh. Next one just down the ground. So Friendship finished the power play, and they're well in control of this game at the moment after 3 overs. They are 44 without loss. Rana at the top of the order, just kind of playing the kind of supervisory role, if you like. 14, 23 and 7 so far. But you can see in the first innings, not too many big overs at all. No really big overs, really. With the Werewolves just struggling to get going, despite a fair few extras. Their top over was only 14, actually did that in the 2nd and the 9th. Another wide. This is Amrit Pal Singh Senior. That is going to bowl over number 4. Yeah, so Jules, I know I promised you, with the cube. Just a few technical issues, and because playing from the other end, it's just easier. Been set up inside. Remember, we had a few showers sweeping through the ground earlier in the week. So that's why I'm actually looking through the window in the club room, so we're not in the cube. Rana is going to hook this one away, but only get 1. The other thing is we had a few issues in there with the spiders taking over. So it's kind of nice here because we're able to get it up on the big screen, and everyone in the club rooms can also enjoy a similar kind of experience that you get at home. Goes down leg side, another wide. Well, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have a peek at the extras total. We've had, that makes it 12 wides. And to give you an idea, we've only had 19 balls, okay? One of those wides was an extra run. So let's say 11 wide balls and 19 not wide balls. That's not very good. You don't need me to tell you that, but if you're trying to defend 94, you don't want to be giving freebies. Rana pushes and runs, he'll get a single. That's the thing. So someone like Rana who's, now they're going to get an overthrow, so that doesn't help either. It's another leaked run. Werewolves, they've come a long way, but they've got the feeling of a team, I think, playing their 12th game now. They're just mentally a little bit shot. I was saying that, someone like Rana who, okay, before that he was 14 off 11. If you don't give him all those extras, then suddenly he's starting to feel the pinch. But he looks up at the scoreboard, he sees, look, there's our 50 partnership coming up. We're well on track. Now another wide. This has been a bit of a constant battle for Amrit as well. That's better from Amrit. Of course, no justice as he's carved away for 4. But at least he forces the batter to play a good shot there. I suppose if you don't have that consistency, then you can't set fields in a particular way to kind of actually have a plan. I suppose that's something I'm seeing, especially from the teams that are fairly new to this level, is they don't really have a clear plan. Whereas obviously when you saw the Western Shield, there was some pretty clear plans. Same in the ECL, ECC, for example. This time flicked around the corner. Rana will just tap it away from Rajbir Singh to get 4 more. Running away with this at the moment. I actually think Friendship, they might end up fancying chasing this down in 7 overs and finishing with a big win. That'll be the ultimate insult, I suppose. After the Werewolves spoiled their chances at a run at qualification a few nights ago. Better ball, that one. Just hasn't been enough like that in this innings. Played down the ground for a single, and Friendship CC running away with this at the moment. 60 without loss after 4. So you can see they're well ahead of the Worm here. Well ahead of that red line. That's the required rate to win the game. Only a dramatic collapse would perhaps see Werewolves pull this off. We have seen that happen from time to time. Tabish will get a ball here in the 5th. Played away. And well, almost run into each other here, but it's probably the biggest problem they've had in a while. Friendship CC. Just pushes it down and whoop, whoop. Which way are you going? No problem, because they could pretty much walk it. Lift it up and towards the fielder, but gets there on the bounce. Gurpreet does the fielding. Short and hooked. Rana will turn around, be a bit nervous, but he sees the fielder. He's all the way back, and that's Kashi Ram. He hasn't bowled yet in this innings. I just got a feeling with the match situation, maybe they won't risk him. He's been a key bowler in this series, but he was really struggling with his body earlier. He's given everything for his team. As finish lines in sight for both these teams now. This one is clipped away by Haider. Could be gone. It is gone. I'm not sure that Habib was 100% confident that was going to stick to the hands. When he looked down, he saw it was there. So all's well that ends well, as they say in the classics. And that'll be the first wicket, 63 for 1. But check out this catch. Habib does everything right here. It's a reasonable position. But look, there you go. So he got through the hands. It's between the wrists, and Habib says, okay, that's one way to do it. I think I talked before when I used to play cricket on tour for Western Australia. We used to play in the hotel, and there was a rule. We had very soft, kind of spongy balls we used to play with, and you couldn't get caught off the roof if the fielder used their hands to catch it. We used to call it a funny catch. So that would have been a genuine funny catch. Used to see all kinds of things, people trying to lie down under it, people trying to catch it in their shoe or their shirt. It was pretty entertaining back in those days. Hello to Steve Cook. Good to see you with us. Friendship closing in. Can that be a turning point? Haider goes for 23. Batted pretty well. 63 for 1 at the moment. Tabish, the successful bowler. Muhammad Nazrul Islam comes out, blocks the first one. He's a good hitter. Been pretty reliable in that number 3 position. Last ball, the 5th. Nazrul gets a bit cute, and he misses out. That'll be the end of the 5th over. Score is 63 for 1. And slight update to the calendar. Malta's missed out. Looks like these only applies to after the ECC, which we haven't talked about much anyway. But Malta now has been extended a little bit. And Spain will be a 3-week series. And that is leading into the ECCW at the end of the year. So a slight change there, but only a slight change in the schedule. We'll keep you up to date. Look at all those great locations. Cannot wait to get going and for us to bring you all that excellent cricket over the summer period. And look, there's some cricket on there over the summer. We'll be showing some T20 internationals, some of them kind of around the ECS tournaments in those locations. But yeah, stay tuned. You can always see the most immediate upcoming events on our website, europeancricket.com. Here's Habib Ullah, who's coming on. 64 off 1. 31 in these two to get the bonus point. But that's a pretty good ball from Habib. They've just needed Well, both teams really needed a bowler just turned up and bowled 12 decent deliveries. Never mind all the variations and things like that. Probably just seeing a mixture of fatigue and inexperience. To be honest, this one, yeah, Nazrul Islam's got the right idea the second time around. Wasn't game to go through with the shot. Kind of propped forward and wasn't in a great position to spring back then. This better not be short. Oh, well bowled by Ulla. Okay, got away with the last one, but this one, right on the money. Nazrul kind of premeditating the charge. Well bowled. Really well bowled. I've got to question why the keeper's not up. Maybe that's inducing Nazrul Islam to come down the wicket. But he beat him well in flight there. Okay, last ball. No, 2 to come, sorry. This over. So he charges again. Yeah, you'd say, well, why wouldn't you have the keeper up to a spin bowler? There's a couple of reasons. I can't say I ever did it, but it puts you in a better position to catch thick edges. And the other thing is, maybe you want the guy charging. Maybe it's not his game. You can see Nazrul Islam just kind of charging because he can. He's not really getting them away, is he? He's 1 off 6 now. Runner to face the last ball of the 6th. Quicker one. Gets a little bit of bat in it. Thick inside edge, rolls away. Just a single. Great over from Habib Ullah, who only concedes 4. He tries to keep this game alive at the end of 6. The score is 67 for 1. Haider, 23, the only batter dismissed. But again, 14 wides and 6 overs, still too many. Jeff looks like he's off for the day. And if anyone is popping off, make sure you come back tomorrow for the Super 5s. That's going to be wonderful. Okay, here's Tabish coming back. This one probably would have been a wide, but instead it's been caught. Fantastic catch, and it's the skipper, Ram Haritwal, that will take the catch. So Rana chases what he probably should have left alone. Makes good contact, but his opposite number, Haritwal, is in the way and holds on to it clean as a whistle. Do the Werewolves have one last bite? Look at that, actually whacks it. Haritwal says, yep, that's what I'm here for. Don't try it on my watch. And so Friendship lose their captain for 29, including 4 boundaries. And the score now is 67 for 2. Well, they're not there yet, are they? 28 required. 23 balls left. Okay, Raju Mir comes in. I want to make sure this doesn't turn into a collapse. Collapse is really the only way they can lose here. That's pretty well bowled by Tabish. Only get 1 there. Look, the longer you can go only conceding 1s, you can get deep into this game. If you can push it to the last over. I mean, Nazrul Islam, good hitter, but hasn't been convincing yet. Only 1 off 6. This is worked away, but half a chance of a run out. Now they'll get an overthrow. But yeah, looked on, didn't it? Check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Media. Played away, took off, got turned around, but it wasn't a good throw. It wasn't a good throw at all. Keeper wasn't able to gather it, and what's worse, bounced away. Turned around the corner and just a single. So, yeah, look, The longer you can go without conceding a boundary, maybe you start to believe here. Your Friendship. It was funny, it was an innings of two halves last time these two teams met in match 74, I should say. Our Friendship had a subpar first half, but then came home really quick. Could this be the opposite? Tabish. No one's really been able to get hold of him. Oh, now, Nazrul Islam. He's not playing his natural game here. He's being a bit too careful. Yeah, he seems a bit afraid to play the pull shot. But what's the worst that could happen? Okay, you might get out. You might get out blocking. But even if you might get a top edge that flies away. He is a dangerous hitter, but not seeing it yet. He's 2 off 8 now. This is in the air, but not going to carry still. That's fine at the moment. That gap has been maintained. In fact, if anything, it's opened up a little bit in the last couple of overs. Just 4 came off the 6th. Just 4 come off the 7th as well. So maybe just a few nerves creeping in at the moment. But at the end of 7, the score is 71 for 2. Well, coming up, Malo versus Precious CC. Obviously, as far as mismatches go, you don't get too many more. It's for Malo. They'll hope to pick up 4 points in that one. Put pressure, if you want to call it pressure, on a Werewolves to perform in their last match. Also, just sends a signal to the competition, I think. So Malo winning the toss and batting first. I think Precious CC are saving their best for last, as this will sneak away. Needs to be fielded. Let's get around the Precious CC, guys. I've been in that series. First series I played for Western Australia, we did not win a game until the very last game of the night, and we partied hard. So that's probably what they can look forward to if they can get a win. Anyway, this is a boundary that's just going to break the shackles a little bit. That gap between runs and balls have been at 6 for a while. That one gets it back down to 3. Nicely pulled away, probably just a fraction short that time from Habibullah, who sensibly is continuing. Considering his first over only went for 4 runs. Oh no, another one that's too short, and Habib knows it straight away. Maximo! And just like that, Friendship CC back on course to win this fairly easily. It shows you how quick things can change. Maybe 1 or 2 quick wickets, you could change it back, but not looking particularly likely at the moment. $13 off 15 now. This is a better ball from Habibullah. I'll just trot through for 1. I always think if you've got runs required above balls remaining, you've got a chance as a fielding side if you win a few small battles. That's kind of what they did there. Yeah, the boundary relieving the pressure. Well, for the most part, he's bowled very well here. Just the odd one's got away from him on the charge, basically gets yorked. Oh, and this will be gone. Nazrul Islam just never quite looked at home there, did he? Let's have a look at it on the replay. Goes walking. Keeper spots it and says, all right, thanks for coming. So he'll be stumped. And maybe that is the twist in the tail. Nazrul Islam looked hopelessly out of sorts there for such a good player. And he will go stumped for 4 off 12. The score 83 for 3. Hello to Diego Mendonca. Good to see you in the chat. And hopefully we see a bit of some of you on the field as well for Werewolves. 12 off 12 as Mohamed Alamin comes to the crease. Friendship CC should win this. But Werewolves, if they can play some almost perfect cricket here, you never know. But here is Amritpal Singh Sr. And he is a guy, like I say, he's got the mechanics, can be inconsistent. If he can put a good over together, they go 6 or less, and I think we could have an entertaining finish here. All right, let's rock and roll. Well, that's hit, and hit pretty hard. Out of the ground. Well, there's half of them. Maximo. Well, Mia doesn't want that close finish. There's Conrad Greenshields. Probably see him a little bit later on. 5th highest score ever on ECN. He knocked up yesterday for an individual. 148 not out against Ronan. His first ever ECN century right now. Putting in his shift in the yellow vest. Nice to see such a community effort here. And that's flicked away. So really, the chickens come home to roost for Amritpal Singh. First ball, probably not the worst one. Just a good shot, but this one is in towards the legs and outside and clipped away easily for 4. Mia can finish things off here. Just 2 required. Oh, he hits it. Al-Amin might feel he might get a hit this time, because he hasn't faced the ball yet. So Muhammad Al-Amin, he can finish by hitting the winning runs for his team. Or the winning run, I should say, to be absolutely correct. And that's gonna wait. I was going to say it's exactly what he'll do. He almost does it. They decide not to take it. It was a bit of a dicey one. May have gotten away with it. Oh, he's bowled. And that'll keep us going a little bit longer. So Al-Amin almost hit the winning run. They decided not to take it, and then he gets castled. Consolation wicket there. And to be honest, Amritpal just showing what's capable if he can get that consistency in. That's a perfect Yorker. Bounces right between the legs of Muhammad Al-Amin. I think bowlers from both teams can take notes about what's worked and what hasn't. So it's never great when you see the duck following you out there, but I don't think that'll bother Friendship too much. They've still got 7 more opportunities. And really, even if you didn't send a batter out there, I'd feel there's a good chance of a wide or something, given what's happened in this game of finishing it off. Next game, about half an hour away from getting going. I love the 4% here from the computer. I think it might need to go into the shop. 1 off 7 required. That's in the air. And that will be 4 runs, game over. So Akbari comes on and he does the honours. And Friendship will get the win. I'll do it with 6 balls to spare. Nicely hit by Saddam Akbari. But yeah, it's been a bit of a good old-fashioned street fight there. I think the bowlers maybe having a little bit of an off game. Probably both sides struggling with just getting it on target. But Friendship sees that they do get some revenge for that previous loss in match 74 that kind of sent their hopes scuttling. Coming up, Malo versus Precious. Malo winning the toss, batting first. They'll get another 10 overs to try and put a big score on the board. Imran Khan listed up the top. That's not a bad idea. He scored 6, 6, 6, 6, 6 and out the last time he played back in match 81. Precious, again, slightly undermanned, but they'll have to dig deep to try and keep it competitive with Malo, the defending champions. Let's go back and have a look then at the highlights of this one. And Friendship, they had the benefit, I think, of just a whole bunch of extras early and a few misfields in there as well. Brisbane Werewolves, just for me, feeling a little bit tired, I think, at this stage of the tournament. And you can understand that. Called it cricket boot camp, didn't I? Yeah, it's fantastic to get so many matches before you get into the season. That was a slightly comical bit of work, but ended up being effective. But I like that Imtiaz Rana, he basically says, all right, I've tried a few options at the top. I'm going to go to the top and just make sure of this. And he was a steadying influence, wasn't he? That one was caught in the wrists, but good enough for Habibullah to break the partnership. Haider had a very good game. He was my player of the match, and I think the officials agree. Just needing a turning point, didn't they? I mean, you can see there, like so many sides that are fairly new to the competition. Werewolves, they've got the parts. They just need to find a bit more consistency. They've got the potential. That was a nice one late in the piece. Alamin trying to search for the winning run. He couldn't put them over the line. Rachumia had got them to that position, but Akbari finished things off with a 4 off his only ball. And Friendship, a win off the last ball of the night. So then Friendship will finish with a 5-4 record with 3 no results with 25 points. 5-7 for the Werewolves, who did have all 12 matches completed. They'll finish 4 points behind on 25. Looking at the card, bit of a team effort there. Rana top scores, the captain with 29 of 20 there. Haider with his player of the match performance, 23 for him to go with his couple of wickets. Bowled very well at the top end of this match. 24 not out for Mia. Was good once he got going, and Akbari finishing it off with a boundary. 14 wides. Like I said, some of these teams, they just need to start working on their consistency. Then they can actually work on some plans to challenge some of these more fancy teams. 2 for 7. Tabish put in a good spell, though. He kind of showed how it was done. Amritpal Singh Sr. with a wicket. And Habibullah with 1 for 16, which I thought was a pretty good effort. I'd love to see him working on that leg spin and becoming a bit of a tricky customer at this level of cricket. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, coming up in around about 25 minutes. We'll go into the rematch. Can Precious bring a surprise and challenge Malo, who are hoping for the 12th on the shelf here on day 17? Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Stay tuned. Still 2 full matches to go here on day 17. We'll be back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It's time for the fourth match of the day, and just two matches remain before we have to call time on Group B, and we'll settle on the order of that top five, which will start tomorrow, Super Fives, through Friday and Saturday, and then Finals Day on Sunday. So now it's time to see what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier in the lead up to match 81. The two captains of Malo and Precious were with Tyrone Peters.
Tails is the call.
Well, like a child with his hand caught in the cookie jar there, Mian Shahid wins the toss, and he has no hesitation in saying, we'll bat first. Probably wanting to guarantee the full 10 overs. Of course, Precious CC, 0-10, still searching for their first win. And yeah, it's hard to believe that they'd be able to do it this afternoon. Looking at the two teams, Mian Shahid, I wonder if he goes at the top of the order again. Missed out a little bit earlier on. Imran Khan's listed up there. Maybe Mian would like another hit. Amandeep had a great game in the last outing, scoring his highest score ever on ECN. And Azim Sawa actually pretty good with his left armers towards the end. Rizwan was a star with 3 wickets. So a bit of maybe competition within the team more than anything. Precious CC, well, they've got 2 games to go. They're against the 2 top teams. It's going to be tough. And they're given a 5% chance of what will be one of the great upsets on ECN. But here's the thing. We've seen it happen before. They probably would have to play a perfect game if they were going to do it. So, yeah, Malo, as far as favourites go, they don't get too much more comprehensive than that. Asad Anwar is going to get us going as we get ready for the start of this match. Great to have your company back, whether you're watching on YouTube, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course on fan code in the subcontinent. Play says umpire Malik, and we're going. Asad Anwar to open up, and the first one is whacked by the rock, Maximo, and they've stuck with Amir Zaib at the top of the order. And yeah, interesting. He is opening up with Imran Khan, who was listed at the top. So Imran being given an opportunity. There's a bit of competition for those opening spots. I think they like Amir Zaib up there. I think they like him up there. Potentially you've got Imran at the top as well. You've got Najam Shazad then at 3. Still trying to just kind of settle on what their best lineup is. This is hit down the ground. And that's one of the 2 outfielders in place, of course. Power play, just 3 overs. Michael Wharton thinks there might be a huge score incoming. Yeah, interesting. 182 predicted here. 181 after that single. So about 180 is where that started. It's a good ball, though. Imran, interesting that he came out, just whacked 5 sixes, but that was in the middle order. Now he's playing at the top. And sometimes you are just naturally a bit more careful. Obviously, being given an opportunity, he doesn't want to lose his wicket unnecessarily. There's a bit of a kind of back foot attempted pull, but it's going to get into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So Imran gets into his work, sees the gap straight down the ground and goes for it. Cuatro carreras. Imran. Yeah, he hit his first 5 balls for 6. He can't get a quicker 30 than that. But fell on the 7th. I thought for a second we were talking 9-ball 50. That's one of the final frontier things on ECN, along with like a 7-wicket haul. I suppose another thing there, as this is pulled away powerfully, and that's going to be over the fence for 6. Maximo. 6 more. Imran 4 and 6 pick up sticks, and Malo wasting no time in picking up the pace here in match 83. Yeah, I'm actually going to make a list, Final Frontier, on ECN. Maybe let us know what you think should be on it. Things that I think will happen, but they haven't happened yet. 7-wicket hauls up there. a 9-ball 50s up there. And probably the other thing around the corner, this will be just a single. Yeah, 2 batters hitting 100 in 1 innings. That almost happened. It's actually almost happened twice in the ECL. Anyway, into the first over at Malo. 18 and over pace, what was predicted by the computer, and that's what they get off the first over. So unless there is something dramatic, and by that I mean for Precious to basically outperform one of these 2 top teams in Group B, Aarish will be top of the table and will start on 4 points along with Punjab CC Amadora. Malo will finish second on the table. They will take 2 points into the Super 5s, and Fighters will finish third on the table. And they'll have to start from scratch. Super 5 start tomorrow follows the same format as an ECL group. Round robin. And then finals day 3. Right now, Imran has time to sit and admire that as it's lifted up and out of the ground. Gulam Daskia gets whacked away. Maximal 6 to start the second over. Yeah, so what else do you think I should put on my final frontier list? Those 3 are the main ones. Maybe a 20-ball century. We've had 21. Put that on there as well on the secondary list. Next one isn't going too far. A 200 chase is probably up there as well. As this is lifted up, Imran, he likes it. And Malo fans rejoice. Imran, after a slightly shaky first ball, hasn't wasted too long to get into his work. Maximal. 6 more. You can see that was comfortably travelling over the line. Daskia. 1 wicket can change things a bit here, and that's all you can really do in this stage. Okay, you're outmatched by a vastly more experienced opponent, but try and win a ball. Maybe you can string a few together. Maybe you can build a bit of pressure. Precious have been gaining valuable experience in this series. They've had their moments. They've been ahead in games. They haven't quite been able to finish a game off or put it together. That's 2 good balls in a row from Daskia. Yeah, he's just letting Imran know he's there. The old competitive spirit. I'm just glad this hits the stumps and not Imran, otherwise we might have had an incident. But yeah, Imran kind of like intimating that he might think about a run. Daskia puts him back in his box. Daskia leading the side in the absence of Sunny Singh today. Unfortunately, hasn't recovered from that back injury. This has popped up in the air. No one's going to be able to get near that, unfortunately. That'll be the end of the second over. Well done to Daskia, who comes back after getting hit for a couple of sixes. There's also just a few dot balls in there as we get to the end of 2. 31 without loss as we look at the table. So Malo, if they could win with a 4-pointer, they'll actually tie Aarish, but Aarish will play Precious in the last game. So it's hard to believe that Aarish could, in real life, relinquish that first spot, but I suppose mathematically it's possible. As Assad comes on and he'll bowl his second over around the wicket. A thick outside edge flies away for 4. I'll put another thing on the final frontier. So yeah, the 200 chase, 20 ball centuries there. How about 5 wickets in 5 balls? We've seen 4 and 4, which means we've had balls at 5 and 5. So if it's happened, if we had the opportunity, it'll happen one day. All right, this is lifted up, leg side, and that's going to be out of the ground. And Kroot Patel, again, look at Kroot on his day off, one of the few days he hasn't been umpiring, says, no, I'd like to come down, I'd like to help out. Dons the yellow vest and does the fielding there, but Maximo seis carreras más. Well handled by Crute. So with his umpiring, we haven't been able to see him on the field, but yeah, Crute's a pretty experienced campaigner in domestic cricket here in Portugal. Pulled away, and I'll get through for a single. Crete even, it's pretty handy in the ECL. I remember in 2023, picking up 4 wickets for Aarish in that competition. He's played 44 matches in the format with a high score of 41. 31 wickets, Crete Patel, now umpiring. Umpire's very, very important. Oh, that could have been out, you know, if it had hit. Imran took a long time to get going. But he's made his way to 35, so he's already outscored his last knock of 30. That was all sixes. This one, I think, bounces over the stumps. If it had hit, I think Imran would have been short. All right, slight miss hit from Zaib in the air, and he's caught it. He's caught it via his face. And so I suppose all's well that ends well for Manuk Patel. But that's a bit of a nasty one. That actually hit his face with a bit of force. Went through his hands. The hand slowed it down to an extent. And Monet is going to claim the catch. But just watch this. In face, back of the hand, grasp to the chest. And all's well that ends well, although might have a little bit of a bruise there. But Zaib, unfortunately, can't click at the top of the order in this one. He'll go for 8 off 4. And at the end of the power play, it's 44 for 1, a wicket for Asad Anwar with his last delivery of match 83. Okay, so here's my final frontier. A 7-wicket haul, a 9-ball 50, 2 batters hitting 100 in 1 innings. They're the things I think will happen before what else is on my list. What else on my list is 200 chase, a 20-ball century, 5 wickets in 5 balls. And I'm actually going to call, this is Corey's expression, the Big Bang, which is a 50-run over. We've had 45 over twice. And, of course, we've got supersonic for 30 plus. We've got hypersonic for 40 plus. But Corey's theory, and what the math points to, is that if we get a 50 run over, it'll be the Big Bang, and ECN will collapse and basically swallow itself. And everything will cease to exist. That's Corey's prediction, the Big Bang for a 50 run over. Surely, 50 is a lot. Aurangzeb for the Italian Stallions recently got whacked for 45 in the ECL. His first over in that tournament. But it has been done before. It was split across 2 bowlers in Barcelona a couple of years ago. All right, Gil gets an over, and the first one will be called a wide. So it's a good example of one. It's pretty close. We'll change the wide interpretation next week. Does that get a bit of the line? If it gets a bit of the line, it should be okay. But if the umpires aren't sure, it still should be a wide. So maybe that would have still been a wide. This is up in the air and carved away. That's going to be 6. Maximo. Kroom's asking, has there been a 200 partnership? Oh, Kroom. You're probably more knowledgeable than you realise, because I'm sure you'll remember Hamza, Salim Dar and Yasser Ali late last year putting on 257 for the first wicket in that record score. Also, we had a 200 partnership as far back as 2019 when Max O'Dowd and Scott Edwards put on 222 in the final for VOC Rotterdam. More recent example, Fahim Nazir and Hassan Ahmed in the ECS Switzerland last year. All right, this is short. Imran, he's going to smack it out of here. Powerful pull shot, just far too short from Gill. He disappears. Maximo. Imran, 47 out of the 57 on the board so far. That Fahim Nazir, Hassan Ahmed partnership was notable because they put on 203, but Geneva in response, thanks to 98 from Idris Hark, actually looked like they could chase that down. They needed 51 off the last 3 overs. They're actually ahead of the rate there. But then he got out. There were a couple of overs that were very, very cheap, and in the end, Geneva scored 178 in the second innings. This is an example. Oh, he might run here. No one was looking. Bowler was looking at the umpire to see if it was called a wide. But this is a good example again. This is a wide this week. Next week, as we try the new interpretation, this is straight over the line. But I do think that balls that are outside the line, if you're not sure, you still meant to call it a wide. That's the thing. So we're giving the width of the line back to the bowler. The same with that one. He's probably going to call this a wide. No, he doesn't. But the other thing with the change interpretation, it means that the movement of the strike is now irrelevant because we're giving that to the bowler. So then the umpire won't have to worry about that element, which is a bit tricky. All right, hit down the ground, and this will just be a single. Croom wondering, can the stumping record from the other week be broken? Well, I'm not so sure. We've only ever seen 4 done once in over 5,000 matches. To be honest, though, Golly, he actually had a chance for a 5th stumping off the last ball and missed it. It was very early on. I think it was the first match of this tournament, actually. Imran looking for his 50. This one doesn't get up as much as he thought. Yeah, so potentially you could get 5 stumpings in an innings. I'm going to put that on there. It's not the top of my list, but it's on there. This one would have been a big wide, but Gill, lucky for him, gets chased, and so it'll only be a single. Repair your divots at the end of 4. The sunglasses coming off. Oh, no. Is it glasses or sunglasses that have gone here? I thought it was a divot, but no. So he goes, does he step on his glasses? Here, look. Oh, yeah. We've lost a lens there. Oh, no. I hope they're not expensive for Salim Sawa. But anyway, into the 4th over, the score is 61 for 1. Tell you what, if I put 5 stumpings in an innings on the list, in my final frontier list, Cream, I'm also putting 6 catches in an innings, either from a keeper or a fielder. The record is 5 dismissals for a keeper. The record's 5 catches for an outfielder as well. So, yeah, that's on there. Maybe if we're going really, really bizarre, I'm going to say, what if there's an 8? We've had, I think, 2 or 3 7s. I don't mean a 7 up. I mean a 7 off the bat. So normally, well, every time, both times, it's been the batters attempting a 3rd and the ball being thrown for 4 overthrows. As Shazad gets one, which is short, hooked away over the rope. Maximo. Basharat just getting far too short there to the experienced Najam Shazad. So this is on my very unlikely but possible list. I've put an 8. So I've kind of got my first list, which I think I've got 3 tiers to my final frontier. It doesn't really make sense, I know. But I think, yeah, 7-wicket haul, 9 ball 50, and 2 batters hitting 100 in innings. We've been close to that several times. Several times being the key. And I've kind of got the middle tier, which is slightly, I think it'll take slightly longer, which has a 200-plus chase, a 20-ball century, 5 wickets in 5 balls for a bowler, the big bang, which is a 51 over, 5 stumpings in an innings, or 6 catches in an innings. Imran Khan will bring up his 50 of 20 balls, sent to the top of the order. And what looks like it could be a bit of an audition for tomorrow. Plays a good knock here. Advancing and bringing up his 50 with a single. 6 Maximos, 2 4s in his milestone. Striking at 250. Anyway, Shazad wants to get on with it. And this will pitch just inside, but it will be for Basharat. 13 of his over now with the ball to come. Malo. 74 with the ball to go in the first half. Okay, so now I'm talking things that are possible, but pretty unlikely. Maybe that we'll see in the next 100 years. Like an 8. Like an 8. Yeah, they'd have to somehow be running back for a 4th, which has happened. And the ball would have to go for 4 overthrows. Chopped on, and so Shazad's going to have to go. He's been slightly shaky in that off-stump channel, sometimes searching to go to the leg side at all costs. Throws a bail back, but the jump will be dismissed. The second wicket's down. And Malo, 74 for 2. Credit to the bowler here, Basharat. You can see the feet don't really go anywhere from Shazad. Inside edge, back onto the pegs. And you can see the bowler, Basharat, he's pretty happy with it as well. Why not? So at the end of 5, the score is 74 for 2. Looking at what's coming up on the network. Upcoming events, including France, which starts on Monday. Pressure after that. And Estonia for the first time since 2020. England for the first time. Yeah, the meet and greet day, 27th of May. Looking forward to that. Hopefully you can come down, say hello to me, and say hello to Rico. This is missed by everybody, by the batter and the keeper. I think we're looking at 4 byes here. And that sums it up. Keeper, to be fair to him, puts his hand up, Baljit Singh. He's been reasonably good behind the stumps, but it's a proper teapot job that he's getting from his stand-in captain, Ghulam Daskia. Steve is asking, has anyone ever done 6 overthrows? I hate to break this to you, Steve. I get what you're saying. And I guess the closest we've come was a game in Prague where a guy did actually throw it over the boundary on the full. It was behind him. Nice comeback there from Daskia. But it won't count as 6, even if you throw it over everyone, over the keeper, and it lands in the field next door. It's only 4 overthrows. Like to see it tried, though. All right, full toss. Comes in, and Imran sends it high and out of the ground. Maximo. Imran's looking powerful here at the moment. Daskia maybe searching for the Yorker. Imran has a high score of 68 not out on the network. That was against the Aarish all the way back in 2020. And to be honest, a bit like Amandeep earlier, I feel like he could better it here. But he's careful this time. He's probably seen someone like Conrad Greenshields did yesterday, scoring his first century on the network, and he wants to get in on the action. Yes, I'm aware I have pretty much jinxed him there. Imran has 450s in 88 matches. Surprises me a little bit. I think he's a better player than that would suggest, but he's always going up and down the order. Also, we've seen him for the Portuguese national side at the ECC. Has previously played for Hawker 11, even played for Friendship CC previously. Well, short, and it's not going to end too well because Ikram, he might be new to the crease, but he'll take them all day long. Maximo! Up and over the leg side. Smashed away. From Amir Ikram, getting his opportunity at number 4 in this game. Yeah, I'll give you another one, Steve. Speaking of the potential 6 overthrows. Sometimes a little known law because people don't have it very much. This is full, and Ikram will retain the strike with that single. Ghulam Daskia, bit of everything in there. Only goes for 27 though, which isn't the worst. And at the end of 6 overs, Malo 92 for 2. So the other thing is, let's say you get a bouncer. It's a quick bowler. Let's say maybe Jack Jarvis comes in and you duck. which is fine. Or you maybe try and hook and the ball hits your helmet and balloons over the keeper all the way over the rope on the full. That's not 6. It's just 4. Yeah. So 6 runs only applies to balls that are hit with the bat. So if you edged it onto your helmet and it blew over the boundary for 6, that's 6. But if you just missed it and it hit your helmet, that's the only way I can really see it happening. And I think it could happen. The kind of the short boundary behind the keeper is the shortest one on the ground. It's only about 40 metres from the stumps to the boundary behind, 60 metres to the boundary behind the bowler, because the boundary's measured from the middle of the pitch. Yeah, so that's why Steve's saying that's why he's saying, well, maybe the overthrow thing is because it probably touched the ground before the fielder picked it up. Yeah, not necessarily. So imagine like a free hit, for example, that was caught, but it's not out. If you then did throw it and that ball's never touched the ground, it still would only be 4 overthrows. And balls, yeah, off the body of the bat. If they're not hit, if they go over the boundary on the full, it's only 4-leg buys. It's probably a good time is if anyone wants to throw some weird scenarios at me, what ifs. I'm not saying I'm flawless on the laws of cricket, but I suppose do this job for a while, you end up with a reasonably good handle on these things. And we have seen most situations. There's always some that prop up that you haven't seen, but like the collision situation in that Old Victorians versus Ginebrecia game in the ECL. That was one I wasn't aware of. As this is flicked away by Imran, and well, somehow that ends up over the rope. It seemed like the foot or the leg was going to do the work from Asad Anwar, but Imran leading a charmed life out there. He'll get 4. Should have only been 1. Yeah, that was when I learnt that actually the umpires should be awarding a run, even if that run's not completed, if at the time the dead ball's called, the batters had crossed for a run. But I think at that time, no one knew that off the top of their head. It took some time. It was a bit of a rough one for Ginebrecia, but they did play themselves back into the finals. One's called wide, and quick work from Ikram. Calls Imran through for another run. Yeah, so if you do have any scenarios, unusual scenarios, then let me know. Saini with the ball here. This one lures him outside the off stump, but will be called a wide. Well, that is kind of in the arc. Ikram hits it high. Fielder comes around, almost pulls out a magnificent catch, but he couldn't quite get off his feet there. Harvinder Singh lurching for it, does get a finger on it, but it pitches and runs over the line. 4 runs. I guess that does have to go down as a drop. See here, this is where, I suppose at a slightly higher level, the fielder's comfortable diving and making a play on that, getting himself in a better position, better balanced position to take the catch. Ikram swinging for the fences. Hello to John LaFollette as well. Great to have your company. All right, this is in the air. And the placement's there, the power's there, maximal. 6 runs, frustration for Precious. To be fair, I know it's been difficult for Precious to kind of stay positive in this series, but I honestly think they will benefit from this experience. I think it's one of the issues are with them. They played some of the other teams early. I think if they played them now, it'd be a lot closer. As Ikram is going to go across this one. It'll run to the rope as well. So he moves into the 20s. End of the over, 114 for 2 after 7. And yeah, bit of in-game analysis. I know this will happen from time to time, and we see it at all levels of cricket, don't we? We see kind of more established teams against teams that are finding their way. You see it in international cricket, for example, at the highest levels with World Cups and things like that. You see Netherlands taking on some of the big boys at the moment, and even slightly lower levels, you'll see it. But the main thing is to try and get something out of what you're doing, because all teams, no matter whether they're established or whether they're new to the game, they're wanting to improve. And like I said, with Precious CC, we start the next over. Starts with a swing and a miss, gets under the keeper. And now, ball's dribbling towards that line. And I think it's gone over. Well, bit of an unfortunate one there. It'll be 4 more byes. That's the thing. It is downhill all the way. And you can see that kind of got there, but then unfortunately just misjudged where the ball was. That's Harpreet Sandhu down there. Keeper won't be too impressed. Have to swallow the 4 byes. It's only been 1 at most. All right, hit. And Imran is going to get 4 here. He's motoring along at the moment. Okay. Good one. Steve McVeigh has got a loophole. And yeah, I get what you're saying here, Steve. All right, hit high. Very, very high in the air. And it does get there in the end, but only just Sawa. And that one plops. That was so high, it pretty much came straight back down to earth. Imran will get back for 2. So Steve says, is there any of the laws or playing conditions to stop a side bowling constant wides in order to stop a game going to DLS? So in order to stop the opposition, or stop the game going to the minimum amount of overs, for us, for example, it's 3 in ECN. Very good question. This is a thick edge, and that's going to fly away. And now Imran has his highest score on the ECN, moving up into the 70s for the first time. This one probably wasn't quite out of the copybook, but he'll take the runs. Head shot around to make sure he'd be all right. He was. As this will be a dot ball. So, Steve, here's my answer. And he uses the example. He had the Spain in the rain game. Germany were kind of hoping they could come off for rain in the 3rd over. It was kind of a judgment call. The umpires decided in the end. It was pretty consistent with what had been going on already. So there were a lot of conversations, but wondering, the rain was getting heavier while they're having this debate. As Imran lifts this up, and he'll get 6 more. Moves to a walking stick 77 Maximo. Malo, after 8, a 134 for 2. So here's my answer to you, Steve. Often rather than having to come up with a new law or a new playing condition, often there is some scope in the existing laws. So not always, but this is what I would say. If I was, let's say, officiating a game where that was going on, if I felt it was deliberate, then you can actually start penalising the fielding team with penalty runs. So you wouldn't necessarily have to just ping them for the wides, but you could be saying, oh, every wide you bowl now, I'm going to consider deliberate, and it's going to be 5 penalty runs. And then short of that, I mean, there is some discretion, I suppose, by the tournament director or the technical committee to kind of make overarching decisions at their discretion. So they might decide that if a team's brought the game into disrepute, maybe they could be penalised points on the table. Well, now they're going to take a bit of a dodgy one. Imran was a bit nervous there. I think that they'd go to his end with a little bit of the back flick, but Ikram will get a single. Okay, Imran knows that time's running out if he's going to make a run at the 3 figures. So I think we've seen it once, a deliberate time wasting, a 5-run penalty. So it comes under, I think, it's Law 41, which is unfair play. But it's very subjective, I guess. Good question, though, Steve. Very good one. That's the best answer I've got. Maybe it's more questions than answers right now. Imran has the answers. He lifts that up, and he's on 83, not out. He's got a reasonable amount of time to find these 17 runs and over and a half to go. Imran Khan. This is an audition for the opening spot tomorrow. I think I'm calling him back. Precious. Still given a 3% chance. But I feel that's a bit generous. But Steve, I like the way you think. You got to close loopholes. That's the thing, is we talk about the spirit of the game, but that is very much in the eye of the beholder. Well, Dave B's got a random question for me. I think I've got time to answer it. He says, where's the weirdest place that I've played piano in public? You know, piano's not the kind of instrument that you can, you know, I don't carry one with me, for example. I'll give you two answers. It's not very weird, but I mean, I'll play at airports sometimes, because some of these airports have pianos there. That's a nice way to pass the time while you're waiting for a plane. I do spend a bit of my life in airports. But I'll give you a slightly more interesting answer if you'll expand on the definition of piano. You know, sometimes in either children's playgrounds or in some places in the city, they'll have, you know, how you can hit these tubes, these hollow plastic tubes with like a flip-flop, and it makes a sound. I can play. It's kind of like a form of xylophone. I've played that in public. That's a pretty weird place. Someone just sneaks inside. Imran misses out. Race against the clock to try and find these 17 runs. Oh, Cream's got a good one. I'm liking these. Keep these coming this game. I'll get to Creams after this ball. Imran, does he go one or does he go more? Well, he tries to go more, and he will get 4. So he's 87 with an over to go. Malo, after 9 overs, are 145 for 2. Imran Khan would love to join the 2024 Hall of Fame. And we have had a few of them here. 2 in the ECS and 3 in the Western Shield. The last century was just yesterday, century number 39, when Conrad Greenshield struck the 5th highest score of all time, 148 not out, off 39 balls. What a knock that was. And top of my head, I think it's the 2nd highest score of the season, after Syed Ali Shafat, who scored that for the Royals in Barcelona. Next highest score previously was 143 not out from Asjad Butt, which I believe was the very next day. Anyway, here we go with last over. Well, Ikram could do his teammate a solid here and get a 1, but he'll find the gap and he'll get 4. Imran was probably happier with a single there, needing 13 for his ton. Bearing in mind, he's never even reached 70 before on ECN in 5 seasons. Okay, Kroom's one is this. He says, if the batters sprint for a single, collide in the middle of the wicket in the exact same position, the keeper takes the bails off and throws the ball to the bowler. And he also takes the bails off. Which bat is out? It's a simple answer. It's not a simple situation. At the moment, the keeper takes the bails off, then the umpire has to decide which of the 2 batters is closest, either with their bat they're holding or their body, who has the closest body part or bat to the keeper, and he's out. Everything else after that's irrelevant. All right, Ikram hits this. Imran is so desperate for a single. You know what? He's going to get helped out here. Imran probably, well, he hasn't been in this position before, so he knows, a bit like kind of Parvinder the other day. It might be a long time before he's going to be in this position again. Yeah, well done to keep that in play. All right. Here we go. 13 for Imran. Four balls left. In the air. Does this have the legs? It's going, it's going, it's gone. So he's into the 90s. Maximo. Imran Khan, 7 runs away now. I got to be honest. Would I take a single? I'm not so sure I would. Because if you take a single, then you only guarantee one ball to get a 6. So I actually wouldn't take a single, because the only way you're getting it is an if, and it's a big if. If Ikram hits a 1, and Ikram's hitting him too well to just get a 1 at the moment. Try to get a 1, hit a 4 early in the over. So yeah, I think you've got to face all 3 balls here. Put the 1s away. Maybe run hard for a 2 if it happens. Hits that pretty well. Slices inside out. I think that's got the legs. No, it doesn't. Oh, what a catch on the line. It could have easily gone through the fingers of Ghulam Dastgir, but he takes it. And Imran out in the 90s. Heartbreak for the opener. And he will come up just short. What a good innings, though. His highest score in ECN. And I thought off the bat that was going to fly, and most of them have in this series. But still, on the positive side, he's in really good form going into tomorrow. I like him at the top of the order there. Played some good shots. He'll be disappointed, though. He's in a position to bring up his first ever ECN century. Who knows? Maybe he'll get another chance at some point. But, yeah, he was concerned as soon as he hit it. It was kind of low off the bat. I thought it was going to go. To be honest, it was going to go. But the fielder on the perfect line. And Dastgir does the trick. Plays the role of party pooper to perfection. Azim Sawa will come out. 157 for 3, 2 balls to go. Hit pretty well, and that will blast through everyone for 4. So Sawa puts him up into the 160s. As we're talking now, kind of looks like we're about 115 even for a point. Yeah, Steve, what you said about the crossing, that's true with runouts. It's just whoever's bat or body part is closer to the stumps broken. You can actually be closer to both stumps at once. Anyway, full toss to finish from Gill. Played away. That'll be into the gap. That'll be 4. So 165 will be the total for Malo. Not quite the 200 that they scored earlier on. So I suppose if you're precious and you're looking for positives, well, you have improved about 17.5% in keeping Malo down in the 160s. The funny thing is, in the Western Shield, you're probably saying this chase is on, but precious, if they could get a point out of this, I think they'd be thrilled. Malo looking to take all 4. And if they do that, they'll tie Awarish at the top of the ladder, with Awarish having their last game to play in the last game of the night. Let's have a look at the highlights of this one. Zaib went out, the rock started well. He hit a Maximo. Very first ball. And you felt that could be a sign of what was to come. Imran, he scored 93 in the end. He started a little bit cautiously. Got beaten first ball. Kind of won the odd ball, didn't they? Precious. Good to see Kroot out there, putting in a shift in the yellow vest. He's been a wonderful cog in this European cricket series. Nice catch from Monik Patel, even though there's a bit of faceage in it. Bit of face time. But takes the catch nonetheless. But it was Najam Shazad that came out at 3. He hit a 4 and a 6 in there. And he's a very good player, Najam, but you can see just outside the off stump, he's been a bit loose. And that cost him his wicket on that occasion. Basharat with the big scalp, getting Najam to chop on inside edge into the base of the stumps. But didn't slow Imran Khan down. He was joined there by Ikram, and they ended up putting together a very good partnership for the 3rd wicket, putting on 83 in 28 balls. Azim Sawa, he'd be out there a little bit later on, but Ikram went to town with 28 off 11 of his own. But then it was the classic Ross and Rachel. Will they, won't they? Well, will he, won't he? Could we have 2 centuries in 2 days here? Imran was closing in. And really, I think It looked more likely than not that he would bring up the 3 figures, but then, well, when we got down to the end, needing 7 for the century, it was Daskia that robbed Imran of the Maximo. That would have taken him to 99. Disappointment for Imran, but still, I mean, he can be very proud of his innings, his highest score on the network. And Malo finishing up with a couple of boundaries to Azim Sawa, who came out at number 5. They'll finish on 165 for 3. 93 for Imran Khan in there. First time he's even reached 70 on the network. Got tantalisingly close to his first ECN century. 93 off 37 with 10 maximos and 6 fours. Some support there. Zaib at the top hit a 6. Najam Shazad hit a 6 and a 4 in his 12. But Ikram was his main helper. 28 not out off just 11 balls. Sawa putting the cherry on top of the cupcake at the end. Well, the bowlers, to their credit, they toiled, didn't they? No one had a magical economy rate, and nobody went for more than 37. So, look, I think for Precious, I know it's a tough task for them today, but they can hold their heads high. Wickets to Asad Anwar in there as well as Bashrat. And Jas Gill, like I said, he spoiled the party for Imran in the last over, picking him up for 93. So 165 on the board. 116 will be the target that I think Precious might want to focus on. See if they can take a point out of this and just kind of take a little bit more respectability out of this contest in a David versus Goliath matchup. Vinny Sanderhum is to Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying the action. Day 17 will continue after this break, as we'll return for more of Match 83 here in the European Cricket Series, Portugal.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we roll into the second half of match number 83. And in this one, we're seeing Precious CC taking on Malo. It's a bit of a David versus Goliath, I guess. And I'm trying to think of some other ways to say David versus Goliath. I've said it a few times today. Maybe let us know in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I've also asked for a few hypotheticals, which just kind of keeping this going here as the Group B action comes to its conclusion here on day 17. Any Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. 165 on the board. So what that means is that if Malo can keep Precious to 115 or less, then they'll take all 4 points. If they do that, they'll actually tie Werewolves on points, though Werewolves yet to see, but I think the Werewolves will still have a superior net run rate. I guess it depends on the margin of this victory. Almost ready to get going. Then beautiful sunshine here. What's the temperature up to? 28 degrees. Yeah, I can live like this. Side Mysum to get us going. First ball's a big swing and a miss. What you want from Precious, I suppose, is for them to have a crack. Like I said, if you try and bat as an individual here, I think that could be your best strategy. You know, if you can put together 20-25, something like that. See, for a point, they need 116. Kroom's got a doozy of a hypothetical. This is cracked away. And that's a good stop there. So here's Kroom's one. He says, golden ball, the batter hits to long on, and to run quicker, both the batters throw off their pads, helmet and gloves, etc. to run faster. Well, the fact that this is all taking up time, but I get this is a hypothetical. The ball comes in, hits a discarded pad, and the fielding team appeals. Well, I'll tell you my solution. There's a couple of things, I reckon. It actually, okay, before I answer the question, Kroom. So once we had a batter, for some reason, the batter's helmet was behind the keeper. Or there was a keeper and the batter helmet behind, which it shouldn't be, but it was. We're going back a couple of years now, probably in the more slightly rogue days. And I think, I can't remember if it actually happened or almost happened, but yeah, we were talking about if the if the ball hit the batter's helmet, then is that 5 runs against the batting team? Because the helmet belonged to the batting side. By the way, the helmet could be in better position at the moment. You can see it's a bit off centre. It's a bit wide. And I remember just using the words, it's an inside job. But anyway, my short answer to you, Kroom, is I think if the fielders appeal, I think it's obstructing the field. Because a deliberate action that's impeded the fielding team, right? I'll give you the law of obstructing the field. The wording. I don't know off the top of my head. It is a deliberate action. There'll be a section, I think, that probably covers it. It's kind of fairly blanket. Or you could argue unfair play, if in your opinion it was unfair play. So I believe in a way you're obstructing the field by creating obstacles, right? I'll give you the exact wording in a second. Sawa and Duskier out to open the batting here for Precious. This one doesn't miss the stumps by too much. Yeah, 37.1 in the laws of cricket. Either batter is out obstructing the field, except in the circumstances of 37.2, which is basically if it's accidental or to avoid injury, which isn't that. While the ball's in play, he or she willfully attempts to obstruct or distract the batting side by word or action. And I would say, you could argue that you've willfully attempted to obstruct the fielding side by running quicker. And creating obstacles on the field. So that's probably what I would say. I mean, alternatively, so it's different if a pad fell off accidentally. Well, that's unintentional. So, yeah, I'd say if that happened, and it's a pretty bizarre what if, but I'd say yeah, it's out obstructing the field. You could actually argue even if it didn't hit the pad, you could appeal. You could say it's unfair play. But yeah, this is where it does become pretty subjective. Hello to Leroy Cunningham, watching as always from Jamaica. That was a good one, Kroom. That was a really bizarre one. Give us another one, Kroom. You're good at these. 5 this over. Last ball coming up. Dug out. One runs, one doesn't. Going to have to hightail it back to the keepers. Andy will get back. Sawa survives, but goes on about a 30-yard dash. It's not good cricket from Duskia, really. I'll tell you why. It's not his call, right? So just have a look. In this circumstance, it's in front of the wicket. 22 Duskia. He watches the ball and he overrules the batter whose call it was. And to be honest, if Sawa gets run out here, that's 100% on Duskia, because it wasn't his call to overrule. But as it was, it's just a dot ball to finish the over. So 4 without loss after 1. .96 matches since the golden ball. Tomorrow we'll hit the ton. Unless we have a golden ball right now. Well, Duskia early used his veto power to turn the single down. Last ball, the last over. And maybe that's why he wasn't particularly impressed with what he saw from his partner. And he just slams his first one out of the ground, saying, about enough of that. Dave B saying they wouldn't have time to get rid of the pads. Yeah, I suppose that's the point. It would take a long time. See now regulations, you do have to wear pads. Pads, gloves and a helmet. Probably one key other piece of equipment we highly recommend, but can't really check. So you can probably guess what that is. So anyone out there who is trying to work out a way, I don't know, for like ejector pads to make you run faster, maybe stop right there. Don't think it'll get up. Rizwan bowled really well in the last game. Picked up 3 wickets. This one's about waist high for me. It's going to be called a no ball. And Miguel does well. He gets down to terra firma. And, well, loses the walk here a couple of times. But the main thing was he fields the ball cleanly. You can see here. About waist high. We know that typically umpires are harsh on that. Here in the ECS, safety reasons, it's generally a non-padded over. That's probably not the textbook from Miggy, but it was effective. Down leg side. Precious. 2% chance. Well, I suppose if you play this game 50 times, computer's saying, oh, we're one of them. Means probably someone goes big. And speaking of big, Duskia is trying to be that guy. Lifts that up and out of here. Maximo. Okay, winning the game. Honestly can't see it happening, but I do see a way that Precious might be able to reach the 116. I'd love to take a point off Malo. That would also guarantee straight away that Werewolves finished top. Malo finished second. You can see they need 10.7 and over to do that. Great shot by Duskia. Yeah, I suppose what they really need to do here, Precious, find somebody that can come up with a big score. That's pretty well hit as well. It was probably on the tram line, but it is whacked away. Maximal for Daskia. Yeah, one thing for Precious, no one's actually scored a half century in the series. Daskia, he has a high score of 40. That was against Ronan all the way back in the first day they played. Rahul Khan scored 46 against Fighters, but no one's reached a 50. So there's another thing to shoot at in this innings. One's high-ish, doesn't fire a shot. Maybe not a bad decision to leave it alone if he was just going to nick it. It was a bit too close to play a full-blooded cut. This next one. It's a little bit big for Daskia. He punches a few and then has to take a couple. And at the end of 2 overs, Precious 31 without loss. Not a bad start. But I suppose Precious at this stage, one of the issues, just maybe not the depth of some of the other sides. Malo, they'll finish their campaign here. They have 7 wins out of their 9 completed matches. 2 no results in there from early in the group. The Whereas Malo game early on, one of them was washed out, but the one that they did play, Whereas actually had a 4-pointer against Malo. Mian Shahid is going to get a bowl here in the third. He's actually a pretty handy bowler. Didn't see him batting in this one, so yeah, he was bowling a fair bit in the first half of this tournament. Hasn't bowled too much since. Step away from Sawa, having a bit of trouble getting going. He's 1 of 5 now. This is in the same kind of zone from Shahid, but it's punched away and Sawa gets his first boundary. Lifted up and over the top. Big swing and a miss. Wild swing this time from Sawa. This is hit down the ground. So I'll just get a single this time. Daskia, though, he's been hitting him pretty well. Kroom's looking forward to the Super Fives tomorrow. I think it'll be pretty intense. This next one, Shahid. He's so accurate. He's so accurate you could set your watch to him. Always outside that off-stump channel. Not quick, but not trying to be quick. There he is again. And the run is turned down. These two just not really singing out of the same hymn book at the moment at the crease right now. Precious 36 without loss after 3. Pretty tight over there from Mian Shahid. A 4 and a 1 and 4 dot balls, just 5 coming off that third over. So 5, 26 and 5. Obviously the magical of Rizwan. It's changed his day after he took 3 for 5 actually off his 2 overs. But that's very ECN. Well, they're not quite as dominant as they were earlier on against Precious when they knocked up 200. Now Shamshir Singh will be bowling because Najam Shahzad, he's got the gloves in this game. Shamshir was keeping earlier. I do think Roshan Singh will be back tomorrow to keep for Malo. Shamshir probably could have used the gloves there as the throw came back to him and he gives up an overthrow. This takes a little bit of the thigh pad. Bucks is not going to give this one out. Look at Shazad. He's acting like he thinks it's out for sure, when I'm pretty sure if you've got him on the polygraph, he knows that that's flick the thigh pad. Check it out in the replay. I mean, it's not far from the gloves, but I just think there's doubt there. Up and over the offside field. Long single for Sawa. Still losing the battle with a runner ball. This is going to be hit out to long on, where side Mysom does the fielding. Good to see him back as well. He hits this straight, kind of into the gap though. Doesn't really have the power. Mysom's prowling. You can't turn that into a catch. They've just crept behind the rate now for a point. Again, this is just a kind of bit of a sidebar. Do you think Precious would love to be able to take a point off either Malo or Aarish? That'd be a big effort if they're able to do that. That one goes pretty close to the top of the middle stump. End of the over. And so, at the end of 4, Precious CC are 41 without loss. So you can see that dark blue line is set at 11.5, so they need to exceed that to be able to take the point out of this. Mian Shahid. Sam gets a little bit straighter than usual and nicely worked around the corner. That'll be 4 runs. Nicely struck there by Salim Sawa. Trip loves the fact there's so many types of conversation going on in the chat. That's one of the beautiful things about ECN. Well, Kroom's given us another one. Great. All right, in the air. Doesn't really make great contact. That probably works out well because it doesn't get anywhere near Imran. He scored 93 in the first innings, his highest score on the European Cricket Network. Wicketkeeper goes to take a run out, but his glove falls off and hits the stumps with the ball. Out or not out? That's an easy one, I think. I'm trying to think about the exact wording. But I don't think that a glove the glove has to be holding the ball. And I think without a human attached to it, I don't think the glove can be holding the ball. All right. Zaskia gets dropped. Well, gets a bit of luck here, is one. Bit of reality check for him after he had a great last game. He's dealing with the sun a little bit out there, but he doesn't have any hat or sunglasses to assist him. And this is a bit of a goober, really. Pretty close. Malik likes it. He's going to give it out. Hit him on the back leg there, Duskia. Shahid goes a bit straighter, goes for the stumps, and he'll have his first wicket of this contest. And so Duskia, he has a bit of a laugh about it, but in the end, I think there's a very good case for that LBW. So into the 5th over, 48 for 1. I want to say to everyone that has been following this tournament, bet you're excited for the next 3 days. That's good length there from Shamsha. Continuing now to Salim Sawa. Got him Duskia, the captain, going for 27 off 16. Got a feel for Sunny Singh of Precious CC, unable to take his place today. That's why they're slightly undermanned. Hello to Dave Bennett. Nice to see you. Big swing and a miss. Yeah, so to answer Kroom's second teaser, I think if the wicket-keeping glove falls off, it's not being worn, even if for somehow it's holding the ball by some sort of magic, like it's stuck in the webbing, I don't think that's out. But tell me what the book says. You're getting these out of a book, it sounds like. All right, Kroom's given an opinion. I feel like I'm not going to agree with this. All right, this is flicked away, and it gets away from the fielder. It's going to be 4. So Basharat gets off the mark. It's a bit of a teaser. More effort is required for Rizwan out there. I like that you've... Let's have a look at this one then. All right, this one is going to be up in the air, and it will be caught by Imran. So Basharat teased the fielder on one side of the field. Now he shows a bit of it to Imran, who takes the catch easily. And Precious have lost a second wicket. It's 53 for 2. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying now, Kroom. Number 3's easy. It's 5 penalty runs. It's hit a glove that's not worn. Okay, gotcha. I thought like it fell off or something. Yeah, that's easy. Ball hitting a wicket, because I'll read the exact wording. The wicketkeeper anticipates a run out, so drops his glove ready to collect the ball and hurl it at the stumps. And the picture shows it pretty clearly. Throws the glove near the stumps. So the ball hits the glove and goes onto the stumps. Yeah, that's 5 penalty runs. Hitting a discarded piece of equipment. Yeah, this is a pretty good Yorker, but Harvinder Singh will take a bit of luck here. Gets a bit of bat on it. Proper teapot job from Shamsha. Second guessing his idea about bowling this, I think, after that. Though he does take a wicket in that over. 1 for 14. For him, it's 57 for 2. Yeah. Also, I think that it's funny that a fielder picking up a discarded glove and wearing it, normally it's just done as a bit of a laugh. It doesn't really affect anything. But yeah, I think twice I've seen it in first-class cricket that has cost 5 penalty runs. It's pretty silly. But also, it's kind of spirit of the game thing. I wouldn't feel right taking 5 penalty runs there. All right. Rules is rules. Okay. Number 2 in that You Are the Umpire that you sent me the link for, the Guardian link, said in the last over, the home side need 1 run to win. The wicket is 1 wicket to fall. During the over, the batter plays ball 2 feet in front of him. Advances for a quick single. Ball but collides with the bowler. Both are injured and neither can continue. What do you do? Well, now I know this one because it's very close to what happened in the ECL. And here's my answer to that. I haven't read the answers yet, so I'll read them in a second from some of the expert umpires, more qualified than me to answer. Well, hat fell off out of the trousers of Shazad there. He's feeling for it, doesn't feel it. Now he puts it back in. Dot ball to start. Yeah, so in that, when a serious injury happens, then the umpire will call dead ball. So in this scenario, a wicket won't count unless it happened before the umpire called dead ball. I think the ball's live until the umpire calls it dead in this situation. That's a judgment call. But if the batters have crossed at the point that the umpire's called dead ball, then that run should count. So my answer to number 2, which is on that, is that dead ball's called. 20 runs crossed for, or wickets taken before dead ball's called count. And that ball is not re-bowled. Okay, but what John Holder in his verdict doesn't count is that if they've crossed, which he probably thinks they haven't crossed using the example, but in our example, they actually had crossed by the call of dead ball, then that run should actually count under the scoring of runs law. Okay, Sawa is going to put this through the fielder. He'll get 4. Takes Precious up into the 60s. And I'll give it a little note on number 3, John Holder's answer. If the ball hit the glove and the glove actually hit the stumps in number 3, I don't think that's out. If the ball bounced on the stumps off the glove, if it was accidentally dislodged, we're talking about, then I think that's out. But if for example, the ball, that basically the glove was jammed between the ball and the stumps, then I don't think that's out because the ball hasn't hit the stumps. Anyway, this is going to be 6 runs maximo. As Harvinder will lift himself up and move into double figures. Hummandeep doesn't have things all his own way in the 7th over. He goes for 13. And at the end of 7, it's 70 for 2. Okay, coming up in the last game of the day, looks like Werewolves will need to at least take a point out of that game to hold on to top spot, or maybe a narrow loss, depending on the net run rate. But really, I think it's all academic. Precious are going to go in 0-11. Aarish 10-0 with a no result in there, undefeated, trying to keep their unbeaten run alive. Lorenzo Cascais comes in for the first time for Aarish. Looking forward to seeing what he can do out in the middle. Aarish winning the toss and batting to make the most of the afternoon sun. As we start over number 8. That game starting in around about 35 minutes right here on ECN. Okay, the first one, I don't really have an answer to this. With the first ball of the match, a batter is clean bowled, but he protests. He points out to the umpire, you didn't shout play before the ball was delivered. And he's right. You forgot. What now? My feeling is, as long as the batter was ready to receive the ball, it should be out. I don't know what the letter of the law will say. That's my cricket feel. That's one I actually don't know. All right. Sawa hits this in the air. Should be an easy catch. It is. So he's going to have to go 23 to run a ball in the end. Rizwan comes back and takes a wicket. I like that, giving him a second over. And you see there, Sawa, he knew it straight away. Fielders kind of gathered around. A couple at least, but fairly easy catch to Mian Shahid there. Salim Sawa goes for 23. 3 boundaries in there. Precious CC, 40. Oh, 71 for 3. Okay. All right, so if you haven't called play loud enough for the batter, the fielding side, and your colleague to hear, then the match has not begun. He said it's a bad error. But he also said it's kind of on the batter for not pulling away if he wasn't sure. So, yeah, it's one of those ones I think in practice, umpire could say, well, I did call play. If you didn't hear it, it's your fault. Probably would have said. It reminds me a bit about the Tim David with Australia apparently not appealing for a run out, which was absolutely ridiculous. That under the laws of cricket, you have up to the next ball to appeal, and they're appealing. So, okay, we're appealing. He said it's too late now. Well, it wasn't too late. Not to be confused with a DRS situation where you can review a call. But DRS doesn't apply to runouts. DRS is for other modes of dismissal, not line dismissals. So they were well within their rights to see it on the big screen and then ask for it. And also, Tim David said, well, I did appeal. You just didn't hear me. I was miles away. There's a big crowd here. That was quite a bad error, in my opinion, in game management from the umpire. Hello to Stuart, who's popped in. Nice to see you. Very late in the day, but we've had a nice day. Pretty kind of chill out day compared to what we're likely going to see over the next 3 days. Super Fives tomorrow and then finals on Sunday here in the ECS Portugal. This one gets the ball outside the off stump and Avinda works it for one. They're very good. Creamy, if you have any more of those. Don't know if it's a regular segment. But yeah, send some more of those links through. They're very good. Good location again from Rizwan. This is going to fly away though. And it's going to be 4 runs. So Saini will get moving. Takes it to the end of the over. It's walking sticks. 77 for 3 after 8. One thing about Precious today, I don't know whether they've wanted to bowl first or not. We don't know because they haven't won a toss. They're 0 out of 3. And their opponents have taken the opportunity to, I suppose, feast on a team that's short of confidence without a win in the series. Aarish, the next to pile on. I know it's tough at this stage. Precious probably at this stage. They can't wait for the end of the series to come. I think they've learned a lot of lessons, sometimes hard lessons, but I honestly think they're an exciting bunch of players. And I think in their division here in Portugal, I can see them doing some good things over the summer. Here comes Azim Sawa with his left armers in over number 9. Good fielding there from Meissen. Stewart sees a lot of the chat about the 80s, but as a 90s kid, he thinks that's the best decade ever. Was it the last great decade? Well, get back to you on that. Right now, Saini is going to lift this up and out of the ground. Maximo! Kind of fallen off the pace for the point even at this point. But that's a nice shot by Saini. Gets in a good strong position and lifts it up over the leg side fence. Tries it again. This time it's a bit shorter. But it won't carry out to the fielder. Just a long single. Stuart asking, where's Rico and Corey? I can tell you, Rico, after doing 6 weeks on the trot, he's having a bit of a break this week. Well deserved. He'll be in France. I'm a bit jealous of Rico actually getting to do the first day in France, but can't be everywhere at once. I'll join him on day 2 in that ECS. I think the foot's down there. Not sure if they want to have a look at it. Foot stays down the whole time, I think. No problem there. And Corey, he was here last 3 days, but he's had to go because Spain are playing Jersey in a T20 International Series at La Manga in Spain. So, yeah, he's had to shoot off. So it'll just be me from here on in Portugal. But there's still lots of action to come. Given this format, Super Fives stage should be really, really exciting. But this is kind of a bit of a funny day in a way because just the nature of the matchup's precious. I think if they played now against some of the teams, for example, Ronan, they played at the beginning, I think, you know, they could pitch a game or 2. But now having to play the big boys on the last day, well, that's very lucky for Imran because he misses it completely and hits his trailing foot. Well, that's a bit of luck. He was out of luck, wasn't he, on 93 when the opposition skipper, Gulam Daskia, robbed him of a Maximo. That'll take us to the end of 9. Pressure CC, 87 for 3. I don't see them making the 116. Can they make the 100 at least? I will say that the margin at least has come down a lot. Malo beat Precious by 134 runs earlier on. Right now, the margin's 78, and that should come down a bit in this last over. So again, you want to look at a tangible way to measure improvement. Well, there you go. Does look like Malo will tie Werewolves on points, though, heading into the last game. So I'd mice him to finish off. Well, it's a slower ball. It does come down. It's an interesting call because it is dropping a lot, but where is it at the instant that it's at the crease? It's not the tallest. Oh, where's the ball? Oh. I reckon that's... To me, it's probably a no ball. Yeah, and it's been called. And it's one of those kind of in the middle. It's hard to call, but I mean, we're getting super technical. But I think if there's doubt, I mean, he plays that waist high. He's pretty much in his crease. It's not really a good delivery from Saeed. He'll have to bowl that again. It'll be a free hit. And he bowls a pace on outswinger. There's no further damage. But yeah, Trip saying 90s are like the last generation who knew what life was really about. But I'll tell you one of my favourite sayings. I think this is applied for hundreds of years. Each generation thinks they're smarter than the one that comes before them and wiser than the next. It's pretty consistent over time. Oh, another hanging full toss. And has been caught. I say, this one to me looks like it's fine, but it's definitely worth a look. Let's have a look. It's another one of these attempted slow balls who tries it again. And they're waiting to see. Oh, jeez. I think he's probably going to be gone, but what do you think? He's bent leg. What do you think? Probably tough one. What have they decided here? Again, that one probably is dipping under, if I'm honest. He's standing up at the crease. It's well caught, by the way, down there by Azim Sawa. But yeah, it will be gone. But a bit of a teaser. So Baljit will get a hit. Score 89 for 4. Cream's thrown in another one. Okay, I'll check this one out as well. Keep me busy in the break. I'm going to have a look at these, Cream, and I won't answer now. I'll answer you in the next innings. Ah, that's easy. Number one's easy. Okay. Camera 2's difficult. Edged and the jump sent the wrong way. Can't change the momentum in time. And it's going to be 4. This is where you don't really want to be wrong-footed as a keeper. See, he starts moving. You can understand why, because ball's head down the leg side. Now, number 3 is a good one. Just reading it now, Crew. You can check that Guardian article out if you like. And tell us what you think. Be a wide. Number 3. Okay, I'll read them out because I think I've got time. I'll read them in reverse order if I have time. Number 3, at 11:30 a.m. sharp in a village match, both teams file out thinking they're fielding. It turns out there's been a dispute over who's won the toss, which you missed as an umpire, and what was decided. What action do you take? I have no idea with that. It would never happen on ECN, would it? We got the Rats referee out there. That's a good shot by Baljit. And he's going to get 6. Maximo! And Precious. Oh, they can be happy with that result because it's going to bring up the 100. So they put on 100 against Malo. Just quickly, number 2 in that link. Before a ball races over the boundary for 4, a helpful youngster steps over the rope, picks it up and tosses it to the chasing fielder. What do you do? I think I know this, but I haven't checked the answer yet. And number 1, after a fielding mix-up, the batter's already won 4 by the time a fielder reacts angrily by flinging it over the boundary rope. What now? That one I know. That's an easy one for me. Anyway, last ball of this contest. Meissen work down the ground. Will they go for 2? They might think about it, but also there's averages to protect with the margin. In the end, it's going to be 64 runs between these two teams. Malo 165, Precious 101. And what I will say, if you're looking for signs of improvement, which is something we talk about a lot, 134 runs between these two teams early in the day. This time, it is less than half that. So, something at least. 64 runs the margin there in match number 83. Let's go back and have a look. And yeah, Precious, 116 for the point. Reminder that Aarish will be batting first after winning the toss in match 84. Cascai's coming in. All eyes on him. Precious, their last chance to register points here in this European Cricket Series. Let's go back, look at the highlights. With Sawa and Daskia sent out to open. They both ended up with 20s. Daskia actually took the second magical. That stage was looking like Precious might be able to at least reach that 116 for the point. Rizwan. Bit of a reality check, wasn't it, after he took 3-4 in a very tight spell earlier on. But his second over went for 26. 3 Maximos in there. But Mian Shahid came on. He bowled one side of the wicket, bowled pretty tight. Shamsha bowled a tight third. Mian eventually breaking through last ball of the 5th to get Gulam Daskia. After a brave innings, like I say, Precious, they are playing at a level above the level they would typically play here in the domestic game. Now we do have divisions within Portugal as the summer rolls on. That one blasted through. Can't always trust this outfit, we know that. Although they've done some pretty good things with it. But really towards the end, a few more nice shots played. That one just crept over. And Shamsha not able to bring it back into the field of play. Sawa eventually departed for a run of ball 23, including 3 4s. I'll give you another positive in this innings. All 6 that did bat for Precious CC, they hit boundaries, or at least a boundary. That one was a bit of a point of contention, but I think they get the call right there. Azim Sawa takes that catch off a ball that was dipping just below the waist. Maximo laid on as Keshav Saini and Baljit Singh nursed Precious CC to 100. So, yeah, looking for positives there. Everyone that we saw from Precious hit at least one boundary. And they were able to bring up the 100 against the 4-time SCG ECS champions. Looking at the scorecard. The openers score 50 between them, but I suppose that Daskia in particular, if he'd gone on with it, maybe they could have grabbed the point, needing the 116 for that. They finished 101, but 5 out of the 6 reach double figures. Malo showing their experience, not giving too many wides away either. Just 6 in the innings, a couple of no balls in there. 101. So 64 runs the margin, nowhere near the 134 that we saw earlier on. Wickets shared around side Meissen with 1 for 19. Rizwan with 1, though he was expensive in his first in particular. Man Shahid with a very tight 1 for 12, and Shamsha with a wicket as well. As Malo, they finish their campaign and finish it in style. And they do get 12 on the shelf here on day 17. They'll finish with 37 points and a record of 8-2 with 2 no results. So we'll hand back in 20 minutes and it'll be Aarish ready to take on Precious CC. Well, it's almost like they've been softened up by Muhammad Ali a couple of times. And now Aarish going to jump into the ring and see what they can do. Aarish batting first in that one. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Take a break. Maybe some random questions time. Definitely some food chat coming up when we return to the Santarém Cricket Ground. For more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the Santarém Cricket Ground. Coming up now, we have the exciting conclusion of day number 17, and it's the last match of the group stage. And the last match, Group B, we'll see Aarish at the top of the table, taking on Precious, still searching for their first win in the European Cricket Series. A little bit earlier, Tyrone Peters had the two captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Precious to call. Heads is the call. We. Tails. You can have a bat.
Tyrone Peters supervising the toss, and he spots that Precious have lost yet another toss. I think that makes it 3 for the day, and so they'll have to toil in the afternoon sun. And I'm pretty sure that they might have appreciated the ability to bat first for once, but looks like they'll be chasing again. Werewolves have Greenshields in the side, of course, leading the side, 148 yesterday. The highest score ever by that man in the European Cricket Series. And then also, Lorenzo Cascais comes in for the first time. Apparently, I've heard he's an all-rounder. Part of those things is that he's a very good cook. Anyway, Girish behind the stumps. He's been pretty decent for Precious. Or end of a long day and a long tournament for them. But they'll be hoping that they can pull off a few highlights, at least, to finish their tournament. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. So, yeah, looking at the win predictor, well, 3%. You can see why it would be a boil over. Probably one of the biggest upsets ever, actually, if Precious could get over Aarish, who are 10-0 with just one match rained out. So it looks like Asan Anwar will get us going. Random questions time. We had a few random questions, haven't we? Let's go. And the first one is Let Go. Faf Stoneman out there with Conrad Greenshields this time. Anwar misses wide of the mark. This will be called. Stoneman, obviously they like him at the top of the order here. Enterprising stuff from the keeper, Balajit. Faf, it looks like he wants to have a good hit here. He's just come from South Africa partway through the series back to Portugal, where he ordinarily would reside. Playing club cricket in the Netherlands this year. If you were listening yesterday, you would have heard him have a word with Corey Ruckers about his ambitions this year, playing club cricket in Holland. This time, he hits onto his own foot, and Richards looks to run, decides it's not there. He's probably right. Yeah, you can hear that. Precious just searching for their last ounces of energy here. Can't be easy. Werewolves playing their first game and only game today. This is well bowled by Anwar. It's thick outside edge. It runs away to the boundary. So Faf Stoneman not necessarily very convincing. Right, good enough. It runs away, and we have our first runs here off the bat. First boundary in the contest. So Kroom actually gave a couple of brain teasers before the break. Come back to that in a second. This is just a little deflection. That's going to get away to the boundary. So 4 runs Stoneman gets his second boundary. Am I just not getting that one to move at all? But Faf, I wouldn't say he's been that dominant this first over. Misses down this one down the leg side. It's been called a wide, so that'll be bowled again. But he's got time to work into his innings, I suppose. All right, this one, it could be gone. Well, I think the bat's plugged here, and we could have trouble. I'll check it out in the replay. Pressure's like what I see, like what they see, and Faf's already got the bat under the arm. Check it out here. Thanks to our crew at Spring Media. He pops it up, and then was slow to go, and he goes, yeah, he's left it behind. And yeah, I think you'll see here, there's no doubt really about this at all for me, but we'll check it out here. Here we go, and bang. Definitely out. And I suppose the smoking gun there is that the bat stayed out even after it was on the ground. It's a bit like in the French Open when they can go and look at the mark. And yeah, there was no real doubt that was out. Oh well, that's the way the cookie crumbles. And so Faf unfortunately won't get the batting that he wanted. It's replaced at the crease by Miguel Stoneman, his brother, who will be facing up. That's the end of the over, 10 for 1 off the first. And this is a Gundy ball. As Duskier is bowling over number 2. Knocked down, no run. Crenshaws can't face it all at the moment. Yes, we'll come to some of those hypotheticals in a moment, perhaps. Miggy uppercuts this one. That's going to find its way to the rope. And it's a bit short, a bit too wide as well. Yeah, okay, so I won't wait for this ball, but then I'm going to get stuck into a couple of the other hypotheticals that were in that umpire, the umpiring. I suppose you are the umpire segment, I guess it was, a while ago. 7.5 years ago now. Down the ground, Stoneman. Miguel Stoneman won't try it on. Saw his brother go in that exact fashion. Shout out to Keshav Saini, by the way, for hitting the stumps and sending Faf packing for just 8. Not a bad looking shot. Conrad wants it now. We'll get a misfield. It's going to go for 4. So I just think that's a little bit of the fatigue factor coming in there. Just blasted. Once that was the hardest ball ever hit, but not handled. And that'll be 4 runs. Now, fairly straight shot, holds the pose. Stoneman gets 4 more. So Miguel trying to attack in the power play. His batting's come a long way, actually, for Werewolves. Getting better year by year. He has 3 boundaries to his name. And the first one was after a fielding mix-up. The batters have already run 4 by the time a fielder reaches the ball. He reacts by angrily flinging it over the boundary rope. What now? Or any deliberate action or throw. his overthrows and treated like overthrows. So you get 4 + 4 is 8. That was an easy one, Kroom. Anyway, this is a rolling cut, and I think that's interesting. Has it bounced just inside? Oh, looks like that's Maria down there, who's yellow vesting now, enjoying the afternoon sun. Liking that. And that's Zoe down there as well. Let's have a look quickly. Where does this bounce? It bounces just inside. Into the over, 27 for 1. Good to see that Maria and Zoe getting out of the club rooms where they've been toiling away for most of this ECS and getting a bit of sunshine. So Malo now have reached the end of their group stage, 37 points. Whereas, as long as even if they lost and hold on to their point in this, then they would get top. And I haven't checked the numbers, but yeah, just as Corey would say, probably more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. And Precious taking all 4 out of this. But right now, Greenshield finally gets to face and he puts the first ball away for 4. What a knock. 148 off 39 yesterday. 5th highest score all time on ECN. Greenshields looks like he'd like to double down here. Push and run. Greenshields. Says your end. Well, I'll tell you what. I wasn't convinced live, but Miguel Stoneman looking a little bit concerned. Got a sorry from Conrad. Let's see. He's safely home. Stoneman survives. So here's the number 2 umpire teaser. Before a ball races over the boundary for 4, a helpful youngster steps over the rope, picks it up and tosses it to the chasing fielder. What do you do? This is the one that, I suppose I've seen this happen in the old days when the crowd used to get on the ground from time to time. Generally, they just call it 4. This is pulled away, and that'll be 4. Stoneman survives a tight call on the run out, and then crunches his 4th boundary. So my answer to number 2 would be, then what made the difference here for me is that if it's racing for 4. Speaking of racing, decent arm, by the way. Got to say that Maria, I think she turns out for the Lisbon Lynxes. Oh, now that might be the Werewolves Lynxes. I'm not sure. But, yeah, women's cricket on the rise in Werewolves as well, and Portugal as a whole. Turns this one away. Stoneman's got to start here. They brought into action a little bit earlier than they were planning. Good running here. They hustle. They get to 2. See the little things that Werewolves do that maybe some of the new sides like Precious maybe don't do. Looking for 2 there. Spotting the opportunity. Turning quickly. Taking the fielder on and winning. Yeah, so if a spectator was to grab the ball before it went over the boundary, if it was already going for 4, I think the common sensing is to give it 4. But in itself, it doesn't constitute a 4, so it kind of just depends on the situation. So, for example, if they were nowhere near the boundary and the ball wasn't going to go for 4, then you'd probably just call it a dead ball. But it all depends at what point. I think the actual answer talks about calling it dead once you notice the spectator on the field. But you probably don't notice them until they touch the ball. And if they never touch the ball, well, then you wouldn't be calling it dead if the player was already in action. So it's a bit of a tricky one. Right, false shot. And Greenshields really should be gone here. Keeper under it, and he drops it. Well, you wouldn't believe it. It was a Class A goober, really. Baljit Singh with the gloves didn't quite get far forward enough. And Greenshields, well, he should buy a lottery ticket tonight because he should have been gone for 6. Have a look at this. And on the 7th day, God giveth wicket-keeping gloves. They didn't come together. And, well, he looks down at the gloves and he doesn't see the ball there. Conrad. Well, I know as a keeper, these aren't as easy as they appear. Sometimes he's got too much time to think about it. But, yeah, you can see there, the pinkies didn't come together. Hey, Conrad. They call this the lucky country. At the end of 3 overs, 40 for 1. He's very lucky to be there. And that hurts Precious CC because you don't know when or if you're going to get another chance to get Big Conrad, who now actually plays another ball slice with another chance, and this time it's caught. Well, actually I feel good for Baljeet now because it actually doesn't cost him anything at all, only the run. And Green Shields, well, hope the payment didn't go through for that lottery ticket because his luck's run out here at the start of the 4th. Well done to Precious. As Meatloaf said once, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 3 chances to have been taken. And Green Shields departs for 6, the score, 40 for 2. While I'm here, let's talk about number 3. At 11:30 a.m. sharp in a village match, both teams file out thinking they're fielding. Turns out there's been a dispute over who won the toss, which you missed as the umpire, and what was decided. What action do you take? I suppose if they really can't agree, you'd have to re-toss. But the umpires, or the referee, should be present for the toss, and probably notice they always are on ECN because you see it on the camera. Thanks, Croom. If you've got any others, flick them through. I've enjoyed my brain being teased with some of those scenarios. Basharat gets the big fish straight away. Wirakun comes in. Speaking of luck, it's lucky. Wirakun coming out at number 4. If you do drop a catch like that as a keeper, or any fielder, the best case scenario is the very next ball for that batter to be caught or dismissed somehow. That's exactly what happened. One hits the line. This is a good example, I think, of one when the new wide interpretation is trialled. This isn't a wide. So it's really up to the batter to try and get a bit closer to that and hit it. It'll be interesting, but that line will be fixed then. It won't move. Something for the bowlers, something for the batters. Hits the ground here. Malik wasn't born yesterday. You'll know that's not out. Yeah, but Kroom getting into the archives there. It's pretty well bowled by Basharat. He's had a good start here. Lucky gets off the mark. That one's hit away. Oh, you get one there, Stoneman. Now takes a kind of senior partner role, doesn't he? In this innings. I suppose if there's a silver lining for Aarish, is that Lorenzo Cascais is one closer to batting. Very popular figure around the clubhouse. Getting on the field in the 11. Good running there. And that will take us to the end of the over. Well, not quite, actually. Actually, it will be the end of the over. That was Dan Aarish making use of the cube. Beautiful day to be outside, actually. Miguel Stoneman, 24 off 10. He would love to put together a biggish innings, I'm sure. As new over starts, and it's a nice shot from Stoneman. Cracks this down the ground. He gets 4 more. Yeah, Miggy. Great opportunity to kind of see him build a bit of a bigger innings. This is hit down the ground as well, and it's a very, very nice bit of timing and placement from Stoneman. He's going to get 4 more. He's enjoying himself out there. He missed out with the bat yesterday, Mickey, so he's always going to be extra keen to kind of come back. He's had some opportunities at the top, or near the top. And now, this is a Gundy ball, really. And that's going to disappear. And another boundary. That one's gone all the way. Maximo! That one short down the leg side. And that's all she wrote. Stoneman. 38 off 13. Enjoying himself out there, I think, at the moment. So you just feel the communication between the Aarish batters. It's just a bit more on than for some of the other teams that aren't as high up the ladder. All right, now Weira is going to get into it. And Maria's got some chasing to do. Right, yeah, she likes it. I mean, let's be honest. We know who she's supporting. She's a Werewolves through and through. That was a nice shot by Lucky as he pumps it over and out of the ground. Now, just knocked down. Should just be a single. So Miguel has the top score of 32. Well, he did have a top score of 32. That was actually against Spain in the ECC. And now he's bettered that. So well done to Miguel Stoneman. Potentially he could score his first ECN 50 here. ECC, speaking of the ECC, Portugal will be playing Group A. Now, do you think there's a hard group or an easy group? Well, I mean, they're all pretty hard in the ECC. Group 1 and Group 2 are part of the ECCX, which is the second tier competition. The top tier competition, or the premier competition, will start on the 3rd of October with Group A. Portugal in with Ireland 11, Scotland 11, France and Guernsey in the 4th edition of the Euros of Cricket. And I suppose, well, that's going to be out. And Weira just feels for that, and that takes the outside leading edge of the bat almost, and so Weira Kun's going to have to go. Check it out in the replay. I like it. It's a good length because it draws him forward. Yeah, outside half of the bat. Kind of balloons out to the fielder, and it's Gulam Daskia, the acting captain today for Precious CC, that takes the catch. So Weirash lose a 3rd wicket. The score is 67 for 3. And Miguel Stoneman, I suppose this is an opportunity for him to not just score a 50, but potentially get right up there. He's still got about 5 overs to play with. Hello to Bruno Cavalieri, a.k.a. Diesel, in the chat. Hello, Diesel. Hopefully you're well. Saying this year, Aarish seems stronger. Well, obviously they had DDC, but now DDC's back on international duty. They don't have him for the rest of the week. Let's see who steps up. I think they'll be disappointed Faf Stoneman didn't fire at the top of the order. Girish Singh comes in at number 5. Well, I think about throwing, they don't in the end. Now, I've got to say thank you to Girish, because he's been telling me you got to try the chocolate salami. Now, it's not really salami. It's just kind of shaped like a salami. I've got to say it was very good. Very, very good, Girish. And, in fact, I was almost late coming back from the break because I was enjoying it so much. Clever footwork this time from Miguel Stoneman. And that's going to run away for 4. He moves up into the 40s for the first time on the European Cricket Network. Nicely done. Kind of makes that, doesn't he? Got his eye in now. Well, looks like Kroom's given us another one, which I'm going to check out. And these hypotheticals have kept us busy. Johnny Bairstow's adjudicated on these ones. Okay, well, he's proposed them. All right. All right, now they're thinking of 2, and they're going to get a 2. They're going to leg it out. In fact, they might get more than 2. Girish, he's a busy player. Okay, so here's the hypotheticals. Here's number 1. An ambidextrous slow bowler decides to mix up his deliveries during the over, switching from bowling left-handed to right-handed during his run-up. The batter does not object. Do you intervene? That's an easy one. It's just a no ball because you can't change the side of the wickets or the hand that you're bowling with without informing the umpire, who will then inform the batter. So that one's pretty easy, Kroom. Here's number 2. Between overs, you notice the fielder taking a spare ball out of his pocket and practicing his catches. The opposition captain isn't impressed. What now? I got a feeling that's against the laws, but I don't think... Oh, I don't know what law it falls under. But my spider senses tell me you're not allowed to do that. Not allowed to have a spare ball on the field of play. I couldn't pinpoint it, but that's my answer. Is that can't do it. And probably, don't know if the sensible way you'd handle it is probably just say, get rid of that. You can't do that. Probably wouldn't go as far as issuing penalty runs or anything like that. But technically, maybe they're in order. And number 3, apparently this is a good one, so I'm looking forward to reading it. I'm reading this for the first time, by the way, out on air. As Girish just clips this to mid-wicket for 1. That'll be the end of the over. And Werewolves, after 6, are 77 for 3. Walking sticks. Okay, number 3. A batter walks out for a village match just hours after getting married in his whites. I love this already, and I haven't even read the rest of it. The first delivery faces a screamer, bounces high and clips his buttonhole flower, knocking it onto the wicket. Both bails are dislodged. Out or not out? I'm going to say that's out. It's a part of the batter's clothing equipment, anything belonging to the batter. If it's knocked off, I love the creativity though, and I also love he got married in his whites. It'd be like if you knocked the batter's shoe off and it went onto the stump or something like that, or his watch. Sounds expensive, so I'm going to say that's out. Hit wicket. All right, let's see how I went. John Holder with the one without changing hands. He says exactly what I said. So call and signal no ball. We haven't had that happen in the European Cricket Series. We have had bowlers occasionally changing side and not informing. I think it's happened 2 or 3 times. It was a bit awkward because... Oh, this one's a nice shot from Girish Singh. He just punches this off the back foot. 4 runs. Thanks for coming. Okay, number 2. Let's see how he's going to handle this with their spare ball for practice in between overs. Says you have to intervene here. He's not allowed to have another ball on the field. It could cause chaos. So have a word with the fielding captain to make sure the spare ball is removed. All right, yeah, he agrees with me there. 2 out of 2. Feeling pretty confident now that I deserve my job. Anyway, this is going to be 4. Another nice cut from Girish. So he'll move into double figures. Werewolves on target of 136. Credit to Precious. I mean, they're doing whatever they can. Maybe they're playing the top of the team, undefeated team, and they could keep him to kind of 130s. And I think that'd be a pretty good effort. All right. And this is going to be hit away, and that's going to be 4 runs. 4 more to Girish Singh. And he's enjoying those. Okay. So the only thing I disagree with, I think John Holder's made a bit of a typo here. Because although he agrees in number 3 that if the buttonhole flower breaks the wicket, he says he's out bowled. But he's not out bowled, he's out hit wicket. He's not bowled. Bowled's when the ball hits the stumps. Tell me if I'm crazy, Kroom. But yeah, I agree it's out. No ball coming and free hit coming up next. I also like that in the answer he says, clearly it's not how he wanted to celebrate his big day, but there's no room for sentiment. I guess you don't have to appeal if you're the fielding side. All right, Girish takes the free hit and pumps it. Well, that's Ladies Lane over there. Quite a popular part of the ground, I think, with the spectators at the moment. Let's see what Zoe's arm's like. She's running a long way. Oh, yeah. And Zoe, I have to say, I'm impressed. It's a good chase. She gets it off the fence. Okay, that was pretty good. Anyway, Girish, this is pretty good as well. And this will be down the ground for 6 more. Seis carreras más. Bang. Girish, just reminding everyone how handy he is with the stick. Werewolves have depth, don't they? 100 comes up now. I think that 130 might be a pipe dream. 148 is expected now. And still respects this one. So Patel's over, goes off the rails, goes magical. 26 off the over, and the score is 103 for 3. Coming up tomorrow, and I will say that these will be the fixtures, assuming that Werewolves finish at the top of Group B. So the Super 5 stage starts, and Gamblers will kick us off against Malo, and then Punjab CC Amadora versus Fighters. So starting with the 2 matchups we haven't seen yet, and even match 3, Gamblers versus Werewolves, we haven't seen yet. And then match 4 is an all Group B affair between Malo and the Fighters, who are the wildcard team, because they finished better in 3rd place. And Gamblers SC taking on Fighters in the last game of the day. Join us! Last 3 days with the same start time, though. 10 matches and then finals day to come. Super 5 stage runs like an ECL group. The only difference is Werewolves, assuming they finish top, which it looks like they will, they'll start with 4 points, same as Punjab CC Amadora. Malo will start on 2, same as Gamblers, and Fighters as the 3rd placed team to qualify. They start from scratch. Yeah, Kroom agrees it must be hit wicket, not bowled, if the buttonhole flower dislodges the bails. Bit surprised that the Guardian proofreaders didn't pick that up. They mustn't be cricket buffs. Miguel Stoneman on 46. And that is whacked away. And there's his first ECN 50. Well done to Miguel Stoneman, who brings up his 50 off 18 balls. Fantastic moment for him. He is the bigger of the 2 Stoneman brothers. And I've got to say, his batting has come a long way since I've been following him. It's his 4th season on the network. We first saw him back in 2021. And a really nice moment for him as he brings up his 50. And quick time too. Now, I'm thinking of 2 here. They're going to push. And again, that's really good running. Or anything Girish could have done better there is maybe run on the pitch so he could get a good bat slide in. But Stoneman gets the strike back. And they're not afraid to test out their fielders. And let's be honest, Precious CC, they've had a long, long day in the field. Now goes away and hits the ball. It's around the tram line. Yeah, Precious. Well, this is going to be another overthrow, but they've actually gone for 477 runs today. It's been a tough one. Chance to bring up the old 500. But, oh look, like I said, they're playing teams out of their division. And they've had some moments to celebrate. All right, now this is leading edge up in the air. Keeper's after it. Doesn't fill me with confidence after what we saw before. But in the end, it falls safely. Miguel, a bit worried there. The reason I said that, Balchit did drop a sitter of a high ball before. That one was unreachable. Girish, I like this knock from him. I like what I'm seeing. They might as well attack here. I mean, I know that Lorenzo is listed to come in next. And round the wicket here, Gill. Just worked away leg side. This will just be a single. Yeah, it's been a fighting effort, really. from Precious. He's a bit worried about how they go here. Third match, running into the Werewolves that are pretty fresh. And now it's going to be the end of Miguel Stoneman. Well done to Gil, who gets that full, gets it straight. And you see Stoneman just losing his shape slightly, but he'll go for 55. So just making a slight error of judgment, I think, there at the end. Probably could have hit that a bit straighter. But well done to Gil, who does remove him in the end. Scores 114 for 4. Yeah, but Miggy Stoneman, well done to him. His first ECN 50 in his 70th match. So again, I really like that about this series. That players getting opportunities to exceed what they've done before. We saw that with Imran Khan in the last game, scoring his highest score on the network. We saw it with Green Shields yesterday, obviously, with his big ton. We saw it with Amandeep Singh earlier today. Chris Ward has his own brain teaser saying if scores are level, the last batter is stumped off a wide. Who wins? Well, you're not stumped, because as soon as it's called a wide, that game is over. That's my opinion. Anyway, this is up and it's out of the ground. Girish, well, not exactly going through the 7 stages of grief, losing his partner in crime. He faces up first ball of the 9th and puts it over the fence. Maximo! Nice shot. Gear. Off a few steps. This one bites back a little bit. Girish forced to keep it out. Girish, 10 balls left in the innings. Launches this one, and that's got the legs. Maximo! It's into ladies' lane. Tell you what, Maria, not particularly keen to go after that one. He said, I've done enough work today. If it's not straight at me, someone else can get it. Can't really blame it. She's actually working behind the scenes every day here. Yeah, there you go. That body language says it all. All right, high. And, well, can anyone reach this? That's the question. Well, the short answer is no. Lands on the edge of the circle. Girish gets a bit lucky. Gets it straight into the Bermuda Triangle. And now the next one is going to disappear, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo says carreras. That does seem very popular shot. I don't think it's where he meant for it to go at all, but it ends up over the fence. That's the main thing. See the officials and the scorers in the background. Now, Naseem gets a bit creative, gets across his stumps, helps it round the corner. So he'll get a single and keep the strike. And after 9 overs, Aarish, after winning the toss and electing to bat here in the final group match, match 84, scores 134 for 4. I suppose the only question, can Girish bring up his 50? Looks like he'll have maximum 5 balls to do it, because Naseem will be facing up at the start of the 10th. So, somebody tell me, yeah, okay, Steve McVeigh, he had the same answer as me with that one, stumped off a wide last ball. Just like if there's a 5 wides last ball, but if it's the scores are tied, not the whole 5 wides don't count, just the first wide. Bowled him, and so Naseem goes for glory, tries to hit it square, but the ball's straight, and so Gil, he's enjoying himself out there. And he'll have a second wicket now, 2 for 11. His figures, 134 for 5. Gil gets it on target. I just think that Naseem is aiming for ladies' lane there at deep mid-wicket. Doesn't want them resting on their laurels. I'm a bit scared because if they're out there, who's running the club rooms? There they are, look at that. And they're ready for anything over there. They're very close together. That is Maria. Mrs. Butchimatsa. Decent. Bouncer here. Nupane is the new batter. And then the other lady down there is Zoe, who is a master chef, I've got to say. Been enjoying the lunches so much. Shout out to Emma, who I think's holding the fort back in the club rooms. But maybe we'll see her out there in the second innings. You never know. All right, hits. He might as well run. Girish is on 40. He'll be stuck there forever unless he gets a hit. So he'll have 3 balls left. Got to admit, I'm not taking a run here. Fanua's on 40. Three to come. Girish hits it. Has to get off to the races here. They want to. And pretty well handled. They know they're going for 2 straight away. Again, this is the benefit of just going and not thinking. Just go. Girish wants his 50. Moves to 42. He's got 2 balls left to try and do it. I think at least a 2 here to keep it alive. 137 for Aarish. Swans with 2 balls to face. Hits that pretty well. But again, I think you're going to have to go for 2. They will. And with the fumble, they should get home. All right, grandstand finish for Girish. He's 44 with the ball remaining. And he now has his highest score on the network. His previous high was 33 against Aarish, actually. I think for the Coimbra Knights back in 2022. So he's 44, 6 for the 50. And he gets it up and he gets it out of the ground. Maximo. As Girish will bring up his first ECN 50. So what a nice innings for the Swans, because Miguel Stoneman gets his maiden ECN half century. And then so does Girish sing the DJ, spitting a right tune here in match number 84. Pretty quick time as well. He hits 50 off 17 balls. And Aarish will finish on 145 for 5. And, well, Precious, they'll be hoping to take something away from this. But it's not going to be easy. Early on, though, wasn't particularly convincing. Faf Stoneman found himself a victim of the bat plug. Nice throw from Monik Patel would do him in. This one was a bit of a gift, though. Miguel Stoneman able to get off the mark and hit the ground running. That's a really nice shot, though. You see there, not trying to overhit it. Sees the big gap down the ground. You can see there's a bit of technique to Miguel Stoneman's batting. So he got his opportunity after his brother got run out. And he responded with 55 off 22. Conrad, well, he thought this was it on 6. He skied it. He was pretty much walking off, and somehow Baljeet missed it. So you thought maybe that might cost him 100 or more the way Conrad was batting yesterday. But the universe works in mysterious ways. And the very next ball, Conrad Greenshield skied another one this time. It was Keshav Saini that took the catch. And so that solved that problem. I think that Baljeet will be very, very pleased with his teammate for holding the chance at the next opportunity. But Miguel Stoneman just kept going. Wirrakun didn't quite time this one. He was caught by just Gear in the covers for just 10. Did hit a big 6 though while he was out there. That brought Girish Singh to the crease. And along with Stoneman, they put together a decent partnership. Eventually it ended when Miguel Stoneman chopped on, but not before he'd made his first ever ECN 50. He went for 55. And then late in the piece, Naseem swung across one, but he hit one out of the ground as well. So a bit like I said before, all the top 6 all hit at least one boundary. So that gives them some kind of confidence. Girish, though, the big question, could he bring up his first ECN 50? And ultimately, the answer was yes, as he lifted that out of the ground. And Aarish lifted up into the 140s in the end. 145 for 5. Nice little confidence booster for a couple of the players that sometimes fly under the radar in this Aarish lineup. 55 off 22 for Miguel Stoneman. And Girish Singh with an unbeaten 50 brought up off the last ball of 17 balls. Both of those players hitting their first ever 50 on the network in that innings. Pretty good effort from Precious, though, with only 7 wides and a no ball. So they were certainly battling to be competitive. Not easy, considering where they're at in their journey. But still, they had some good moments, didn't they? 2 for 15, I thought Mohammad Bashrat put in a very good shift there. 2 for 22, Jas Gill. A couple of important wickets as well. They were the main contributors. Asad Anwar as well. Not too bad early on. Precious had to dig deep there. They might be feeling a bit relieved. That's the last of the fielding they'll have to do in this European cricket series. So we'll take a break. 146 for Precious to win. 102 for the point. I think that's a realistic target. If Precious CC can get a good start, we don't know what kind of bowling options Aarish are going to throw at this stage. Maybe they could take a point off Aarish, and who knows, they could be the eventual champions, and Precious could say, and that's a feather in their cap considering it's their first ever ECS. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Some more hypotheticals, maybe some more random questions, and please, please, please keep the food chat coming. We'll be back in just a few moments with the last innings of the group stage here at the Santarém Cricket Ground in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company. It's been a long way getting here. We've seen rain, we've seen sun, we've seen a little bit of everything. Seen a lot of wind as well, actually, over the first 2.5 weeks in Portugal. But we're getting to the business end of this European Cricket Series. This is the last innings of day 17 and the last innings of the group stage match 84. Aarish, the hosts, putting on 145 in the first innings of this one against Precious CC. It does mean Precious need to crack 102 or more to get a point. Let's see if they can do that for Aarish. Chance to get a 4-pointer. Any score here. So basically, as long as the Aarish team don't lose in 7 overs, they'll be comfortably at the top of the table. And so looks like Cambosh is going to get us going with his off spin. No, I've got to say I've been quite impressed with his work so far. Just having a bit of a practice run through, and then we'll be good to go. Welcome back to everyone. Last innings of the night. We'd always like to have a few random conversations. We have already. Cambosh, though, like what he's about. Still a youngster. He's 23 years of age. Seen him in his first ECS. I think it'll be an interesting proposition for these openers who typically like the ball coming on. Steps across. This is still going to be a wide. Does step across a long way, but the ball is quite a long way outside the line. I suppose that's the issue here. He moves around 4 stumps, and probably about 4 stumps outside the line, so I think it's a good call. Now, Sawa is going to get inside it, and he's going to get 4. I've got to say, I'm not so sure about the round the wicket tactic straight away. I think he's bowled pretty well from over the wicket. Someone like Sawa, he's looking to get across and swat, and I think this makes it a bit easier for him. He's trying something though. This time it will be just punched into the offside. Daskia is Sawa's opening partner, the non-striker's end. Well, this one is flying off the inside edge. That's going to run to the boundary. Well, Macy, well, he's annoyed. He takes it pretty seriously. I like this. Probably not great for the fist, but I like it in this game where I can argue it's a dead-ish rubber. It's barely got a pulse, but tell you what, Macy sets himself high standards in the field. Good form. Oh, well, that's around where he is again. I'm nervous. Oh, well, there he is. Macy, well, careful. I'm scared that throw might end up in ladies' lane. He'll probably have a laugh about it later. Alex Macy. Gotta love that competitive streak, though. That one went under Zayn Ali, who's into the side here for Aarish. That's well bowled, but turn around the corner. Well, there's Lorenzo Cascais doing the fielding. Yeah, some people saying he's a bit of a Mullock lookalike. The umpire here has done a lot of work over the last 3 weeks. I can assure it's not Mullock that's put on a Aarish shirt. Out. Hits him in line, going on to hit. When it hits you on the full, you got to assume that ball isn't going to turn at all. It's going to bounce and go straight on. And Cambosh gets Daskia for a globe. A bit annoyed, I think. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, hits him pretty much on the top of the foot. So, I'll check where this hits him online. Daskia is going to go. Derek will be activated in the afternoon sun. And, yeah, I don't think there was too much doubt about that. Daskia ends on a little bit of a sour note, but he's battled very, very hard for Precious through this series in tough circumstances. The first wicket falls. Cambodge gets one to cap off his over. It's 10 for 1. 97 matches since a golden ball. Yeah. Be a difficult 10 overs potentially. Still, you've only got 9 overs now. Try and make an impact. Who can stand up? Sawa will face the first ball of the second. He's been joined at the crease by Asad Anwar. Stoneman has been really getting some outswing. The first one misses the line. I'd have really liked the movement he's gotten with the new ball. Shows he's getting his action right. We saw a pretty remarkable OBW that Faf Stoneman got, where the batter thought it was going down the leg side, just locked up, froze, left the ball, cracked him in the pad, was going to hit middle. Oh, well, this one's a bit too spicy. It's in the air, and that's gone. Greenshields takes the catch, and Faf knew it straight away. So Sawa can't handle the heat in the kitchen. He's going to have to go for 9. Francois Stoneman with the breakthrough with his second delivery. And the score is 11 for 2. Good to see Diesel in the chat, Bruno Cavalieri, enjoying himself. But yeah, see, he's trying to turn it, turns the face of the bat. And so if you're facing faster bowling, you're not kind of showing the full face of the bat, it does get difficult. And really ballooned away. Conrad Greenshields, no problems with that at all. Mohamed Basharat comes to the crease. Got to say, he put in a good shift with the ball earlier on in this game. 2 for 15. Nice start. Well, nice finish to him, I should say, with the ball. Big swing and a miss. Well, there's Malik. You see, that's Malik, the umpire. So that's a good beard. You know, Malik will be the first to say he's pretty proud of his beard. I don't know when we get a shot of Lorenzo. And see his beard as well. You tell me who wore it better. Played away by Basharat. He'll get off the mark. Just be a single, not handled cleanly initially. Steve McVeigh watching from Portugal. Good to see you, Steve. It's great to have you here last weekend for the Western Shield as well. There we go. There's a beard. Who do you think wore it better? Ooh, that one was actually pretty well handled by Asad Anwar first up. Plays it late there, that's what saves him. Diego in the chat as well. Diego Mendonca, good to see you, supporting the Swans. Backs away and swats and misses. Girish behind the stumps. He's been very good, I think, in this series as well. Precious. They started at, was it 3%? Got up to 5%, so they're in the stock market. You could have made a few bucks on them. Oh, another good ball, which kind of straightens down the line. Great efforts there. Miguel Stoneman, though, comes up firing. Oh, but his brother couldn't quite handle the throw. Still was a good piece of fielding. He just kind of slid and threw in one motion. But Faf, I think the thing with this, I mean, Faf probably doesn't know how much time he's got, but if he takes it cleanly, by any means, he would have had time to knock off the bails. So it's one of those ones, he kind of sweeps for the stumps, but if he treated it as just like, take it cleanly first, because look how far out he is here. See, he doesn't really get behind the ball. If he'd gotten behind, and he's done a bit of keeping as well when he was a bit younger, then I think if you get your head behind that and you can stop it, get it in the hands, then you've got time to affect the run out. Anyway, live and learn at the end of 2 overs. Precious CC are 14 for 2. Biggie Stoneman, fresh off his first ever ECN half century. We'll bowl over number 3. First one angles in. And we've seen this a bit with some of the more inexperienced teams spoiling wides. This is a wide if he gets inside it. Miguel says thank you. Instead of a wide, I'll take the dot. Slightly uncomfortable place to be hit as well, I think. Again, kind of backs away, doesn't get it off the square. A lot of things, I think, you don't realise you've got these habits until you see yourself on TV and then you realise, oh, this one doesn't quite carry. And Miggy's claiming a catch and he's getting a few laughs, which is never a very good sign that it's out. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Backhand slow ball. Not quite. Maybe one hand, one bounce is what he was asking for. That would have been out if it was one hand, one bounce. Meanwhile, Basharat has seen about enough. Well, here we go. Ladies' corner. Ladies' lane. And they're into the bushes now. And it might have to be a team effort here. Well, what happens behind the bushes stays behind the bushes. That's the rule here at the SCG. Oh, Zoe straight in there. Look, that's Zoe to the right of screen. I want to say that she needs a shout out as well. Look up Kitchen Queen Cascais on Instagram and you can see what sort of things that she's able to do. Now we know that when she's not in the kitchen, she's chasing balls into the jungle. Back to live action here. That one just stays inside. Again, look where the left foot goes here from Basharat. The reason he can't reach it is because that left foot doesn't go at the ball at all. It goes a long way the other way. And so he's just nowhere near being able to reach that. Yeah, but Kitchen Queen Cascais. Cascais, spelled C-A-S-C-A-I-S. Check her out on Instagram. I can vouch for her cooking. It is amazing. She's cooking meals for us, different varieties of meals every day. And yeah, it's nice to see her getting into the action as well. This one looks like an in-swinger. Gearish likes it. Is he going to reach it? He won't get anywhere close to it. It's going to be caught. That's a really nice catch. Gearish liked it straight away, but then he realised pretty quickly that Nupane was the only one that was going to be able to catch it. And into the sun with the use of the sunglasses. That will be the end of Basharat. He'll go for 7. Miguel Stoneman picks up a wicket. And that'll round out the power play. Precious CC are 21 for 3. Precious in their last game of their ECS adventure. And look, I know it's been tough. We've kind of said this a few times. They've had their moments. I think they've won periods of games. Well, they started with a 7-over match where they put 71 on the board, which is pretty competitive, I think, in those conditions. Back in match 50, Ronan chased it down. Have cracked the 100 3 times now, including this game. Top score of 123 against the Fighters, but the Fighters kind of fought back to chase that down in the end in the start of the 8th over. Macy comes on to bowl over number 4. Oh, now that's in the air. Can anyone reach this? Well, Cascais is hunting it. Another one-hand, one bouncer. But how about the speed there from Lorenzo? Uncontrolled shot. One hand comes off. That might be been what saved him in the end. Just fell, fortunately, for Precious CC between the two fielders. Macy gets it right here. Macy, originally a New Zealander, currently kind of splits his time between Perth in Australia and Portugal. Loves turning out for Aarish. Yeah, checking out the Instagram of Kitchen Queen Cascais. Making me hungry again. We've just had tea. In swinging this time from Macy. And that'll be caught. Once again, good catch into the sun. It's Miguel Stoneman down there. So Macy continues to pick up wickets in this series. Had one that was almost catchable. That one was. And Miggy's having a very good game here in match 84. It'll be the 4th wicket down. The score is 22 for 4. Precious CC. Love to try and knock another 100+ score up, but the way it's looking with those 4 wickets down, it's looking a long way off at the moment. Goes to the stumps here. I think Macy just loses his down leg side. Does move a bit both ways, Alex Macy. It's become a bit of a key component in the middle overs for the Swans. All right, this one is hit into the gap, and that's going to be 4. Well, that's going to ladies' lane again. Where have they gone now? Looks like Miguel's all alone over there. The result's going to be 4 runs. Well placed, I suppose. This one's on the stumps. Well located by Macy. Just get a single off this one. You're looking forward to the Super Fives. I think it's going to be a cracking couple of days cricket, no doubt about it. All right, uncontrolled shot again, skewed up in the air, but it's going to be pulled back. It's pretty good effort there. That's Cambodge, puts in full effort, but Macy a bit unlucky. This loops over the fielder. Nice effort from the off spinner to chase that down. Macy goes for 8 in his over. And Precious, 29 for 4. So even that kind of faint blue line there, which is to keep their point, really struggling to do that at this stage. You hear Conrad Greenshields sparking a few instructions.
Conrad.
All right, Wirrakun gets a bowl. A bit of a round arm offie, and it's adios pelota. Well, there we go. Here is ladies' corner. And here we go. Look at that. That's the kind of effort. Oh, dear. Well, that's a little bit extreme. Oh, has she done something here? I might miss out next. I'm more interested about what was going on over there. Yeah, talk us through. Other side, please. Oh, that was unnecessarily violent, if you ask me. It's almost like when a doctor takes your reflexes. And normally they hit you in the kneecap. That'll definitely be in the highlights package. I still don't know what to make of that. This one's taken off the stumps. Again, they think it too, but it's the other thing. Good fielding signs don't really give you too many chances to do that. Another one out to the boundary, but only one this time. Another one will be hit out to the leg side fence near ladies lane. Right now, after 5, Precious CC are 39 for 4. Having a look at some of the upcoming events, of course, and a lot of people looking forward to France. Haven't really talked today about the Netherlands. This won't be a European cricket series, but it will be a variety of T20 matches, starting with the tri-series between the Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland. They're full T20 international teams just a week or so before they head to the World Cup in the USA and Central America. Also, we'll have the KNCB, the domestic finals day there. There we go. Obviously, there's no issues, but Zoe may have a few calf issues. Check her out, though. Kitchen Queen Cascais. Maybe you can message her and ask what was going on there. I might have to ask her in a little while. Anyway, Naseem gets a bowl here. So I think gets a bit of the pad. Oh, there's Lorenzo Cascais. Yeah, look, if there's any chance that Lorenzo can get a bowl, and I think there is, surely we're going to see it before the 10 overs is up. I know I'd like to see it. Anyway, this is pretty well hit by Baljit. But again, they've got that wall, don't they, out there? The Stoneman wall. Deep mid-wicket and deep long on. Just hit straight and hit pretty well by Anwar. And that's going to go the distance. Maximo. Ah, nice shot. Again, all you can really do at this stage is let's try and throw up a few highlights. Nice strike. Precious. Maybe still an outside chance to reach that 102 and keep their point. They'd love to take a point off Aarish, that's for sure. And this time Naseem beats that one on the pull. Aarish, the way things are looking at this stage, I think we're pretty confident that they'll finish top. They'll only play the one game tomorrow. They play the middle game against Gamblers, but they play 3 on Saturday on day 2. So, yeah, basically, Gamblers will play 3 tomorrow and just the 1 on Saturday night. Sneaks in as well, so Naseem fights back well in his over. He only goes for 8, and at the end of 6, Precious are 47 for 4. Yeah, looking forward to the Super Fives immensely. I think we're ready for it, aren't we? To be perfectly honest. Aarish, side of a good side. I think even this situation where the game's well and truly in hand, probably all 4 points really, looking like they're heading their way, the way things are going. But they're still encouraging each other. You can see that they're desperate to encourage each other and keep each other going. That's what you want to see out of sides, especially with such an important couple of days of cricket ahead. Right, this is first ball from Zayan Ali, who gets the ball. But first one will be called a wide.
It's all good, Zion. Next one, mate. Next one. Go, Zion. It's yours, mate. This one's yours. Come on, boys. Come on.
All right, so this one is going to spill across the line. Disappointment there. Miggy done some very good things in this innings, but he's not able to stop that. Tough one down to his left again. But even if you're going to miss it, the effort's there. See, it does get down. Okay, it gets away from him, but it's so much better than just kind of dipping a toe in the water. So you can't really fault the effort, and he got encouragement anyway. Baljit plays this away but won't get a run. Conrad Greenshield, surely we're going to see some Cascais at the bowling crease before the end of this 10 overs. Conrad himself, obviously a very good bowler, but injuries have kind of basically stopped him bowling these days. Oh, it's going to be called a wide. Probably is just on the artificial surface. It's actually on the kind of downslope, this one. Look, it's kind of in the in-between, but I guess that's on the artificial. Look. So, yeah, I guess it's fine. I always say throw on the edge. Unless something dramatic happens, should probably just be a wide. I always feel like it's a bit harsh to have a free hit after you've missed the pitch. Close up, but still a wide. Zayn Ali getting a lot of encouragement from his teammates. I like that. He'd love to take a wicket. I'd like to see him be a bit more attacking. Go at the stumps here. Don't worry too much about trying to hit that tram line. Zion, another player that is just emerging for Aarish. It's on debut here. This one would have been a wide, but it's a great effort from Cambodge. Unfortunately for Aarish, it'll end up going to the rope. 4 runs. Great work by Cascais coming across the field to pick that one off the fence. That would have been a classic catch if that had been pulled off. Right, this is in the air, and here's your chance. It will be taken. And so, well done to Zayn Ali, who has his first wicket. It's a nice catch there by Naseem. And plenty of high fives and a few man hugs there for Zayn, who gets in the wicket takers column here late in the piece. As Baljit goes for an enterprising 12. Proper ice cream cone job there. But the score is 62 for 5. Well, almost another one. Didn't quite get back. Again, plenty of noise being made out there. Down leg side. Well, silver lining. And get one more chance to take a wicket here in this over, Zayn Ali. Well, this is kind of hacked away. Just gets over everybody. Doesn't make it to the outfield. We're lucky eventually does the fielding. It'll take us to the end of 7. Pressure 64 for 5. And I suppose now, officially, we can tell you with Aarish holding on to their point that they will finish top. So these are the confirmed fixtures for tomorrow. Aarish finishing in top spot and Malo finishing in second. So Gamblers SC versus Malo. What a game to get us started. In fact, they're all good games. The top 2 from each group. And Fighters CC with a wild card. Now, I can tell you Aarish will start on 4 points in the Super 5s. Malo will start on 2. Punjab CC Amadora as the winners of Group A. They will start on 4. And Gamblers will start on 2. Fighters will have to start from scratch. Macy comes back. The 8th over. Starts with a wide. So today's been almost like a bit of a hit out, I think, for Malo and Aarish. And a bit of a swan song for some of the other teams. But tomorrow, I think it's going to go up in intensity pretty dramatically. This one is hit, but not going too far. I still think 10th over's got Lorenzo written all over it. Macy gets this just inside. That's where he likes to operate. That's his office. Macy saw how competitive he is, no matter what the situation. But gave a great effort down the boundary, but wasn't able to make the stop. And well, the ground copped 4 of the best earlier in this innings. This one just misses though. Called wide. $35 off 16, just for a point here. Good pressures to that. Close, and Malik likes it. Macy gets the call. Anwar's going to have to go for 18.67 for 6. Got to say, it was a bit of an in-swinger. He does kind of get caught on the crease, so that was against him. Just wonder if this could have been sneaking down. Let's have a good look. So it just goes a little bit. What's your call at home? I think it's hitting. Hit him on the back pad, and he's taking a fair bit of leg stump. And you can see it hits him kind of right on the crease. I think that's a good decision. Immediately, I was a little bit concerned about if it's going to go down the leg side or not, but I think if you do a little thought experiment, imagine the batter wasn't there. It's hard to believe that one wasn't going to crash into leg stump. So fair enough. Macy has 2 then. He's almost got 3. It's one of the all-time great swings from the new batter. Let's Harvinder Singh, who's come out to bat at number 8. Had an opportunity at the top of the order before. It's the end of the bat on this one. Bit of work to do, but that's what I mean about the fielding of Aarish. So many strong fielders there. Macy, one more chance. Can he pick up another cheeky three for Gill? Probably wants to send him out of the Santarém cricket ground. Last ball of the 8th. Wow, this one is eventually fielded. But yeah, Gill living dangerously. Macy, pretty handy spell from him in the end. See this one here. Didn't quite carry to the fielder. That'll be the end of 8. Macy does a good job. 2 for 13. His figures. And 2 overs to go in the day. The score is 69 for 6. So, getting ready to go here. Oh, what a ball! As Nupane comes on and absolutely castles Gill. What a fantastic piece of bowling that is. And it's good for these guys that don't get too many opportunities to get on the park. Nupane, that's his 3rd wicket on ECN. It's his first in 2022. He's right on the money there. First up. How about that? Really nice bit of work. You can tell they enjoyed that one. He hits the ground there. Umpires have been brilliant on this kind of stuff so far. Yeah, umpiring has been top draw. When you consider the amount of games as well, it's been quite incredible. This one's played out. Love another one, wouldn't he, Nupane? Still 3 chances for Krishna. Yes, he gets it through all right, doesn't he? He's enjoying this. Never taken a 2-wicket haul. He's taken a couple of one-fers back in the 22 series. He's playing for the Lisbon Capitals. This is just dragged away. Well handled there by Macy. One off 7 now. There's boundary here, really. That's probably not going to go to the boundary. But what an over that is from Nupane. 9 overs down, and it is 71 for 7. Right, who's getting this last over? Keep that on Conrad. What's going on here? He's made up his mind. But I can tell you that now we can confirm this is the Super 5 stage. So Punjab CC Amador and Aarish finishing top of their group. They'll start on 4 points. Gambler CC and Malo start on 2, and Fighters start on 0. Starting tomorrow with 5 matches and 5 more on Saturday. Bottom team drops out. Top 4 play final Sunday, and top 2 get the double chance. All right, let's get back to the action then. Last over. Have a long day here. Unfortunately, we're not going to see Lorenzo, but we're getting Cambodge coming back to bowl a second over. So a chance for him to improve his figures. Oh, this is in the air. Oh, well, it's been dropped. Oh, he's on the move there, wasn't he? That's Nupane probably replaying him ripping stumps out with the ball in his head, and this wasn't really balanced with this one. Snatched at it a bit, and unfortunately for Cambodge, that chance goes begging. Hit down the field, not a bad shot at all. That's going to be 4. Bangs into the fence. 4 runs from Harvinder. I think that point total is kind of out of reach at the moment, isn't it? This one's a little bit too short. Gets a good swing in it, and that'll get to the boundaries. So some late runs here from Harvinder. That's what I was saying earlier. It's good to get a few highlights in there. Another one slightly off from Cambodge, and that'll be another boundary. Oh, lighting it up here at the moment. Enjoying themselves. Why not? All right, just a couple of balls left to go on the day. That's another really good shot. It's going to be 4 more. So Cambodge, got the last over. Well, there is Ladies Lane. I'm not sure if we'll see it again. Oh, and I'm loving that as well. This is where the real action's at. If we've learned anything, I mean, it's good form. Walkie-talkie in one hand. Good. That's a rocket arm from Maria. Comes from disciplining her husband. That's what I heard. And I'm loving the high 5 as well. It's very strong. That'll be the end of the day. So when it's all said and done, Precious CC will finish 87. I mean, not a disgraceful total really against a team that have set the pace. And some good late hitting there from Harvinder Singh. He ends up on 18 not out. So yeah, loving the spirit around the ground. Loving the high 5 as well towards the end. Plenty going around in the Swans camp as well because they've earned their spot at the top of the tree. And for them, well, they've got their biggest challenge ahead of them. They've gone close before here in the European Cricket Series. I'll be hoping that they can manage to go all the way this time. So they kind of share it around a bit. These are the confirmed fixtures then for the first day of the Super 5s tomorrow. Gamblers will have a big day. They'll play 3 times, whereas just play the once in match 3. And then we'll also see Punjab CC Amadora return, the Group A leaders. And Fighters, the wild cards, they'll have a big day as well. They'll play 3. Join us tomorrow from the same time, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 p.m. in India for the first day of the Super 5 action. Peacock Friday as well, so wear your best and brightest. And I'm looking forward to seeing those top 5 teams here in the tournament go head-to-head. Well, let's have a look. Cambodge, we're going to front soon. There's a little bit of French cut there, but I was more impressed with the 4 proper jabs, and there's no chance of any molehills in that part of the Santharam cricket ground. But then we saw that plum LBW, that one hitting Gulam Daskir, the stand-in captain, and hit him on the foot, had to go. The old sand shoe crusher, although I don't think it was as fast as some of that we've seen. And then it was pretty hot in the kitchen. Faf was pretty sure that was going to get caught as he got the better of Salim Sawa, the opener, for 9. Green Shield with a fairly simple chance. But there was some fight from this Precious CC lineup. Miggy, I like this. Coming up firing. Couldn't quite get his brother to gather the throw again. Maybe a slight error there to not get behind the ball and at least try and take it. Rather shoot daggers at his older brother, saying, why didn't you get it to me on the full or an easier bounce? How about this for a claim? Like a one-hand, one-bounce claim. Basharat came out swinging the bat. Impressed with the ball in the first half of this game. He's done some good things in the series. That was a nice catch, though, as Nupane held on to that one. Couldn't hold on to one late in the piece, though. Keshav Saini has hit a few over the mid-wicket fence, but this one went straight into the mitts of Miguel. And then it got a little bit, I don't know what the word is, a little bit physical out there. Yeah, calf muscle maybe popped out and was just slapped back into place by Maria. That was a nice catch, although it was a proper little ice cream cone there, wasn't it? As Aslan Naeem would take a wicket. Zayan Ali's first on the network. Macy came back. He got that decision to go his way. Looked a pretty good one, I think, on reflection, because it hits him on the back pad right on the crease, and I think that's hitting leg stump. That was the end of Asad Anwar before he compiled 18. Macy liked it. And then it was time to knock over the furniture. Nupane castling Jaskill for only 3. A few highlights towards the end, though. Harvinder Singh came out after they set the stumps back up. And I actually think they had quite a few nice shots. Ended up hitting 20 not out of 10, including 3 4s and a 6. But really, when it's all said and done, Precious CC not quite in the same echelon at this stage as the Swans. Swans will finish top. Precious will finish at the other end of the table. And there's 56 runs between them on this occasion. Really nice aerial view of the Santarém cricket ground. It's been a really nice day. 20 not out for Harvinder Singh. Ends up as the top scorer from all the way down at number 9. Apart from that, Asad Anwar with 18 reached double figures, and Baljeet a spirited 16 as Precious had the right idea there. They ended up hitting 8 4s and 4 6s in that innings. 89, not the worst score against a team that goes undefeated through Group B. Macy with the figures 2 for 13, but I liked that they threw the ball around. 8 bowlers used in total. 6 of them took wickets. Cambodge with 1, Faf Stoneman and Mick Stoneman with 1. Zayn Ali with his first on the network, and Nupane with his first since 2022. 15 wides, maybe something to look at going into the really important Super 5 stage, which starts tomorrow. Aarish deservedly finishing top of Group B, and they'll take 4 points into the Super 5 stage. Stoneman and Girish Singh with back-to-back 50s there in the first half of that game. They're first on the network. Nice moment for them. But yeah, confirming that the Super 5s are locked in. And you can see they will start on a different amount of points depending on how well they did in their group. So Punjab CC, Amadora and Aarish with 4 points to start. Gamblers and Malo with 2. And Fighters start from scratch as the wildcard team. And looking at the fixtures for tomorrow locked in now. Aarish, because they do finish top, they have a bit of a rest day. Well, they will have to play once against Gamblers. It's a big day really for Gamblers because they'll play 3 matches. Also, Fighters will be asked to play 3. Malo will be in the opener against Gamblers SC and also play later in the day against Fighters CC. CC Amadora, the other team, they'll just play 1 tomorrow. They'll play 3 on Saturday. So I want to say thanks to everyone. I know it's been a pretty interesting day, kind of a little bit of a more relaxed day, I suppose, with the standings as good as done. But it's a good tune-up for Aarish and Malo going into the Super 5 tomorrow. Also, it was a chance to say goodbye to some of the other teams that haven't quite managed to make it through, including Friendship CC and the Werewolves earlier on. Friendship CC getting a little bit of revenge served cold against the Werewolves and Precious CC. Well, unfortunately, they won't walk away with any wins from this series. But they do walk away with 5 points that they earned, so they did at least manage to pick up and keep their points in 5 of those 10 or 5 of those 12 losses in the end. I want to say a big thank you to everyone, wherever you've been watching from around the world. I want to encourage you to like and don't forget to subscribe to the ECN YouTube channel. Also, I'll remind you to check out our social media at European Cricket. There'll be some of the best bits of today on there. And finally, don't forget EuropeanCricket.com. And finally, our website. You can check out the final standings, check out the fixtures as well. They'll be up pretty shortly on EuropeanCricket.com. Well, 17 days in to this ECS, and we're getting closer to our champion. 5 remain in the frame. Unfortunately, 9 teams haven't made it this far, but the top 5 go head-to-head over the next 3 days. Let's get ready to see some of the best bits of the day on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket families. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Wishing you a very happy and safe night. See you for Super 5s Friday, Peacock Friday as well. We'll see you then for more European Cricket Network action with more action here in the European Cricket Series. For now, it's hasta mañana.